Good morning, everyone. I declare open this meeting of the Senate Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Legislation Committee. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. The Senate has referred to the committee the particulars of the proposed expenditure for the year 24-25 and other related documents for the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade portfolios. The committee may also examine the annual reports of the departments and agencies appearing before it. The committee is due to report to the Senate on the 25th of March of this year. The committee has set the 4th of March as the deadline for senators to submit written questions on notice. The committee has also set the 24th of March as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session, and this includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to today is a committee that they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in the estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I now remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions or matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked to a superior officer or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. I also draw to the attention of witnesses an order of the Senate of the 13th of May 2009 specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised and which I now incorporate into the Hansard. Witnesses are specifically reminded that a statement claiming that information or a document is confidential or consists of advice to government is not a statement that meets the requirements of the 2009 order. Instead, witnesses are required to articulate the harm to the public interest that could result from the disclosure of the information or the document. An officer called upon for the first time to answer a question should state their full name and the position for the Hansard record, and witnesses should speak clearly into the microphone. And please, for everyone in the room, please ensure all your mobile phones are switched off or turned to silent. I remind senators and witnesses in the hearing room that the microphones remain live. For witnesses participating via video conference, please mute your microphone as default. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. I also ask members of the media to follow the established media guidelines and instructions of the committee secretariat. I remind everyone in the gallery that they are not permitted to speak or interfere with the proceedings or with witnesses at any point during the hearing. Witnesses and senators who are seeking to table documents during the committee's hearings are requested to provide an electronic copy if you could do so the secretariat can circulate them to senators. Now, today's committee proceedings will commence with representatives from the Department of Defence. Good morning. I now welcome Senator the Honourable Jenny McAllister, representing the Minister for Defence. Good morning, Minister.
Good morning.
Mr Greg Moriarty, Secretary of the Department of Defence. How are you, Mr Moriarty? Good.
Thank you, sir.
And Admiral David Johnston, ACRAN, Chief of the Defence Force. Good morning. How are you? Thank you to you and all your officers for today. Now, Minister or Secretary, or did you have an opening statement?
I don't have an opening statement, but I believe Mr Moriarty...
Yeah, and Admiral, did you also have one as well too?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll start off with the Secretary and then I'll hand to the Admiral.
Well, thank you, Chair. Greg Moriarty, Secretary of the Department of Defence. Chair, Senators, since I last appeared before this committee, much has occurred in the global and regional security domains. We have seen a very welcome, if fragile, ceasefire agreement in Gaza. There has been a spate of unattributed attacks on critical undersea ICT infrastructure. This week, the government observed the 3-year anniversary of Russia's illegal full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Over the past week, we have seen the deployment of a highly capable People's Liberation Army task group to conduct live fire activities in the Tasman Sea, the furthest south any PLA task group has come before. These events reflect an unpredictable global setting and inform what defence is often referred to as a deteriorating strategic environment in the Indo-Pacific. The government's National Defence Strategy and the rebuild of the Integrated Investment Program required defence to deliver a more potent, focused Australian Defence Force that can deter force projection against us in a more uncertain world, and, by working more closely with our international partners, help prevent intensifying strategic competition tipping over into confrontation. Our ministers and the department remained focused on this task. Earlier this month, the Deputy Prime Minister travelled to Washington DC to meet with the new US Secretary of Defence. The DPM was the first of Secretary Hegseth's counterparts to meet with him. They discussed the enduring strength of our alliance, US force posture, initiatives in Australia, AUKUS, and our shared commitment to advancing defence industrial-based cooperation. Since the last Senate estimates, the Deputy Prime Minister has also held ministerial consultations with his counterparts in the United Kingdom, New Zealand and in Singapore, and bilateral visits to Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Kiribati and the Solomon Islands. And just last week, the Deputy Prime Minister, alongside his counterpart from Papua New Guinea, announced the commencement of negotiations on a bilateral defence treaty between our two countries. Defence has also invested in greater dialogue with the PLA. On 17 February, the 23rd Australia-China Defence Strategic Dialogue was held, the first since 2019. This allowed a frank exchange on the PLA Navy's deployment of a task group positioned off Australia's east coast, which is continuing. The government expects the PLA provide ample warning about live fire activities. As the PLA continues to expand in size, reach and operational tempo, dialogue will be an increasingly necessary mechanism to register the importance of all countries in the region operating in a safe and professional manner. It is important to acknowledge as well the commencement of US negotiations with Russia to bring an end to the devastating war in Ukraine. The government has made it clear Australia stands with Ukraine and its people and will continue to support Ukraine achieve a just and lasting peace on its terms. I wish to advise the committee that since the last hearing, Defence has continued to progress delivery of capabilities that will enhance the ability of the ADF to deliver the National Defence Strategy. We have accepted the first Arafura-class offshore patrol vessel, new ship Arafura, for further testing and evaluation ahead of delivery to the Royal Australian Navy. We have also taken delivery of the final 9 of Australia's fleet of 72 F-35A Lightning II aircraft for the Royal Australian Air Force. These aircraft are the first in the fleet to receive upgrades that will support the new and enhanced capabilities required to meet the evolving threats of the future. Last week, the government announced the ADF had achieved initial operating capability of the Australian Army's UH-60M Black Hawks, making one of the fastest initial phases of a capability acquisition in recent times. We're also working hard to translate next-generation technologies into defence capabilities. ASCA is in the process of transitioning to the Vice Chief of the Defence Force Group, ensuring investments are directly informed by operational needs and delivering an integrated focused force as required by the National Defence Strategy. The government has also released the 2024 Naval Shipbuilding and Sustainment Plan. This is a critical body of work, articulating a 30-year pipeline of construction and sustainment projects, including conventionally armed nuclear-powered submarines, an enhanced lethality surface combatant fleet and landing craft for the Australian Army. Important decisions have been made in relation to the future fleet, including the down selection of 2 shipbuilders to progress 3 designs for Australia's future general purpose frigates and the selection of a preferred design option for the landing craft heavy. To ensure the timely delivery of these capabilities, Defence is focused on designing and delivering the necessary upgrades to Australia's maritime industrial base, including for the new Defence precinct at Henderson in Western Australia and the nuclear-powered submarine construction yard at Osborne in South Australia. Finally, since I last appeared before the committee, the government has made a number of significant announcements to support our people. In December last year, the government released its response to the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide and committed to a swift action on key recommendations. Delivering these reforms will change the way we work and support our workforce and their families. The CDF and I are committed to these reforms, and I can advise the committee that work on delivery in Defence is well underway. I think the CDF will speak further on this issue. I thank the committee for its indulgence and welcome questions.
Thanks very much, Secretary. Admiral, you've got the call.
Chair and Senators, good morning. Admiral David Johnston, the Chief of the Defence Force. The retention and recruiting of our workforce remains a priority. The Australian Defence Force offers an appealing, rewarding and unique career choice. Defence continues to explore opportunities to attract the widest possible range of applicants, and we are committed to investing in our people and our community. In the last 12 months, more than 69,000 people applied to join the ADF, representing an increase of more than 18% from the previous 12 months. For the financial year 24-25, Defence Force recruiting is forecasting in the order of more than 5,800 full-time enlistments. For context, Defence has not recruited more full-time personnel since the early 2000s. Additionally, there are more than 650 active applications from citizens of Canada, New Zealand, United Kingdom and the United States who have applied since Defence launched the non-citizen recruitment initiative for permanent residents. As at the 1st of February this year, the separation rate from the permanent ADF is 9%, down from 10% in the previous year and below the long-term 10-year average of 9.7%. Our people are our most important capability, and these are promising indicators that we are beginning to recruit and retain the skilled workforce that we need to grow the ADF to achieve our national mission. Defence will continue to prioritise a culture that enables high-performing teams and that meets the challenges outlined in the National Defence Strategy. To generate that team and culture, Defence has actively sought to build a safe and respectful environment to support our workforce. This was clearly identified in the National Defence Strategy and drives our determination to implement the reforms the government agreed to in response to the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide. Defence worked closely with other departments to support the government's response on the 2nd of December of last year, just 12 weeks after receiving the final report. This was the result of a team effort across multiple areas of Defence, the Department of Veteran Affairs, Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet and other Commonwealth agencies. I commend them all for their dedication and focus. Defence has now established the Implementation Program Board, which I chair, to ensure that reforms are implemented thoroughly and with the urgency they deserve. The board has agreed to the first 10 reform management plans and will continue to assess this work at pace, with direction from the recently established Commonwealth Task Force in the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. The reforms agreed to in the government's response are significant in scale and complexity, and this will be an enduring multi-year process that Defence and other departments commit to. If I turn to operations, the ADF continued a busy schedule of activity over the summer period. In December, the Defence Force facilitated the repatriation of 686 people and transported more than 88,000 kilograms of emergency stores and support personnel from across government as part of the DFAT-led response to the devastating earthquake in Vanuatu. The ADF also recommenced Operation Sudden Discovery, delivering essential equipment and supplies to Antarctica as part of our enduring support to the Australian Antarctic Program. Earlier this month, Defence supported the Queensland Government's response to flooding in the north of the state. Defence Force helicopters, alongside support from the Republic of Singapore Air Force, moved more than 200,000 kilograms of stores. The ADF also constructed a temporary bridge to enable critical supplies to communities that were isolated by damage to the Bruce Highway. Further afield, HMAS Brisbane successfully conducted a Tomahawk missile launch while exercising with the United States Navy in December. This follows Navy's successful firing of an advanced anti-air missile, the SM-6, and the Naval Strike Missile launches as a clear demonstration of our focus to enhance Navy's lethality. More recently, HMAS Hobart has undertaken a series of engagements with international partners during the first regional presence deployment for 2025. Hobart participated in Exercise Komodo, led by Indonesia, Exercise La Perouse, led by France, and a multilateral maritime cooperative activity led by the Philippines. These exercises demonstrate Australia's commitment and ability to maintain a regular presence in the region and work alongside our international partners to support security and stability. One of our maritime patrol aircraft recently experienced an unsafe and unprofessional incident while conducting a maritime surveillance patrol in the South China Sea. This incident with a People's Liberation Army Air Force aircraft posed a serious risk to the safety of our personnel. Australia expects all militaries to operate in a safe and professional manner to avoid the risk of serious accidents. Separately, Defence always monitors foreign military activity in proximity to Australia. This includes the current People's Liberation Army Navy Task Group, consisting of a Zhanghai frigate, the Renhai cruiser, and a Fuji-class replenishment vessel. The task group is operating south of Australia, having transited down our east coast. As of this morning, the task group is approximately 250 kilometres south of Hobart, travelling southwest. As has been publicly reported, the task group conducted 2 declared live fire activities, both outside of our exclusive economic zone on Friday the 21st of February and on Saturday the 22nd of February. Although the task group advised their live firing intentions at the time in accordance with convention, the absence of any advance notice to Australian authorities was a concern, notably that the limited notice provided by the PLAN could have unnecessarily increased the risk to aircraft and vessels in the area. In order to best minimise disruption to aircraft and vessels, notice and early promulgation of high seas firing prior to the activity would have mitigated these risks and is a best practice approach adopted by the Australian Defence Force. Defence is not aware of a notice to airmen or notice to mariners being issued by the PLAN for either live firing activity. The PLAN is entitled to exercise freedom of navigation consistent with international law. We will continue to actively monitor their activities as they transit near Australia. Lastly, Operation Okra, which has been Defence's contribution to the international coalition against Daesh, or ISIS, concluded in December of last year. Since 2014, the ADF deployed more than 4,800 people to the Middle East under this operation. Their commitment has been a clear demonstration of Australia's resolve to support international efforts against terrorism and violent extremism. I would like to thank every member involved in these important operations and exercises for their contributions. Their service directly supports Defence mission, and throughout 2025 the ADF will continue a robust program of activities and international engagement to defend Australia and our national interests. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Admiral. Now, on that note, I'm going to hand over to Senator Patterson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Secretary and Admiral, for those opening statements, and you won't be surprised to know that I have some follow-up questions about the PLAN task group, and so, Admiral, I might direct them to you in the first instance. You said in your opening statement that as of this morning, the task group is roughly 252 kilometres from Hobart. I assume that means they remain inside Australia's exclusive economic zone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you have any update on your belief about their intended route?
Senator, of course, that's a question the Chinese can most authoritatively answer.
Yes.
We have been monitoring them and drawing assessments on what path they may take. At various times, the task group has avoided weather or conducted its own training, which has led to possibilities that it could have gone further east in the Tasman Sea, could have turned back north, as previous task groups have done. But the fact that they are currently south of Hobart and proceeding southwest suggests that it is more likely now that they may proceed through the Australian Bight.
Right. Andrew Green and Stephen Jedgetts from the ABC have reported this morning that quote-unquote military officials believe it's likely that the task group is being accompanied by a nuclear submarine. Does Defence have a view on whether that's likely or not?
I don't know whether there is a submarine with them. It is possible. Task groups occasionally do deploy with submarines, but not always. So I can't be definitive on whether that's the case.
Okay. I want to go back to the start of this expedition. When did Defence first become aware of the task group's formation to the northeast of Australia?
We have been monitoring the movement of the task group through its transit through Southeast Asia. And we have observed the task group as it has come south through that region. We are aware that the task group split into two components, one of which came down to the west of Papua and into Australia's northern waters. The other component of the task group proceeded to the east of Papua New Guinea before they came together in the Coral Sea to the southeast of Papua New Guinea. So we have had an awareness of their movement, and from the point of time where the first of the vessels entered into our more immediate region, we have been conducting active surveillance of their activities.
Can you be more specific when you say entered our immediate region and when that surveillance commenced?
So the frigate, which was the westerly of the two components of the task group before they came together, it entered the Arafura Sea on Monday the 10th of February.
Okay, and our surveillance commenced from our active surveillance commenced from that point?
Yes.
And continues today?
Yes, in cooperation with other partners. New Zealand has been public, but we have been working with a range of regional partners as part of that surveillance effort.
Has our active surveillance been continuous from when they first entered the Arafura Sea to now?
We have been maintaining awareness of them continuously, and certainly while the vessels have been closer to Australian waters, there has been an active either sea or air presence as part of it. The task group has moved, at a period of time, moved well out into the Tasman. New Zealand picked up a shadowing activity as part of that with a New Zealand frigate, and New Zealand P8 aircraft have also, between the cooperation between the two nations and using all the means available to us, we have actively monitored the movement of those vessels.
It sounds like from your answer, though, that our own active surveillance has not been continuous. There have been times which we've handed off to other partners like the New Zealanders. So there's been breaks in our surveillance along the way.
So if your question is, have we always had an Australian aircraft
Correct.
or ship? We have cooperated with New Zealand to share that based on the best disposition of military platforms at the time, and consistent with our planning of, depending on what the task group did, of making sure that we had assets best placed to cover off on different options depending on where they proceeded.
Okay. When was the Minister for Defence and Deputy Prime Minister first notified?
Of the movement of the task group into our borders?
Correct. I'll get more specific on the live firing exercise next, but just initially on the movement of the task group.
I'll just invite others to join me on those details, Senator.
Senator, Hugh Jeffrey, Deputy Secretary, Strategy, Policy, Industry. We provided advice to the government on or around the date of it entering into the RFERC, and I think it's around about the 11th of February, but we can get the date for you precisely.
Okay.
Bernard Phillip, First Assistant Secretary, International Policy. We provided formal advice to the Deputy Prime Minister's office on the 7th of February.
7th, okay. And how often have you been briefing the Deputy Prime Minister and Defence Minister or his office since then?
We provided daily updates.
Daily updates, thank you. When did Defence become aware that the task group was intending to travel southward along the Australian coast?
Senator, as I indicated, the task group disaggregated and then split into two components, with the westerly of those two components travelling east through the Torres Strait. They then came together to the southeast of Papua New Guinea. The task groups have done that previously, and some have proceeded out into the southwest Pacific. Some have proceeded back north. So we were evaluating as that task group came together and monitoring their activities. It would be a more conclusive definition as in the days that followed that as they started to proceed further south.
At what time did the PLA enter into waters they've never before done? You said they've come further south than they ever have before. On what date did they cross that threshold?
So I can be just clear on that answer. Of course, the PLA has had ships that have transited to the south of Australia previously. They've done that in 2019. So that they're not currently doing something that we have not seen in terms of Chinese vessel presence to the south of Australia or on the eastern coast of our country. What is different with this one is in the past, vessels that have done it have either been returning from counter-piracy patrols conducted in the western side of the Indian Ocean and have come through this. What is more peculiar in terms of, or particular in the case of this task group, is it has come directly from the Southeast Asia into Australian waters. So the task group has now gone further south than we have seen PLA vessels before. In the last Talisman Sabre in 2023, we had a Chinese intelligence collection vessel that came well south in the proximity of Sydney. So we've seen Chinese vessels in our waters to the east and south of the country previously, but just not in the form that we're currently observing.
Have Chinese vessels ever entered Australia's exclusive economic zone on our east coast like this previously?
Possibly, Senator. I would think we'd have to go back, including particularly the intelligence collection vessel back in 2023. So we could relook at the path as we understood it. So it is possible that's the case.
I'd be grateful if you could provide that update today, if possible. Obviously, if questions are taken on notice today and an election is called soon, the Parliament will be prorogued and questions on notice effectively won't get answered in a timely way. So if it can be provided today, that would be appreciated. How many Australian Navy ships are involved in shadowing the task group?
So I would just be considered in the way I answer that question, because I don't wish to give away our disposition or our planning for how we will continue to respond. But I can happily indicate we've had two different vessels of our own that have changed in and out. We have additional vessels available to us depending on the movement of this task group in order to maintain that active surveillance pattern. The New Zealand frigate has been involved, as I've mentioned, with aircraft from both two countries. But if I could answer your question in part by saying I'm very confident we have the capabilities to maintain that presence. We have strong availability of different platforms of a variety of natures to be able to achieve that effect.
Can you say what class the Australian ships were?
The two frigates that have so far done it have been Anzac-class frigates.
Thank you. Have we been using P8 aircraft or other RAF aircraft to monitor the task group?
Yes.
Which aircraft?
P8s.
Any others?
No.
Okay. Thank you. You've already spoken about coordination with our New Zealand friends. When did Defence first become aware of the task group's intention to conduct a live fire exercise?
So Defence became aware through, there were two reporting means. Perhaps if I could step through the circumstances with the first of the high sea firing events. There were two reporting paths. There has been public commentary on this. One clearly from a civil aircraft that heard the radio call that the Chinese vessels were making to provide an indication of what they were intending to conduct. A New Zealand frigate operating in the vicinity of that task group as part of the shadowing activities also heard that radio call, so the communication pathway for that messaging went both through a civil air services and air traffic control approach, as well as it did through military reporting chains from the New Zealand frigate then into our Australian military system. Okay,
so you kind of answered my subsequent question, but still not clearly my first question, and I'll want to explore that in more detail, and I know Senator McKenzie will want to as well. So my question actually was when, not how. When did Defence first learn of the activity?
We were first notified of it by Air Services on the morning of the event.
Right. Senator McKenzie will correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Air Services has testified that they learnt from a Virgin pilot and that they were notified half an hour after the commencement of the live firing exercise. Does that mean Defence first learned of it only via Air Services Australia and Virgin half an hour after it commenced?
I think just to be clear, and I'm not entirely sure of the characterisation of what the Virgin aircraft heard, whether that was the firing window, so the part of the security call that I understand the Chinese vessels indicated a firing window. So that would be normal practice. I think for the event on that Friday morning, we understand the Chinese were advising a firing window from 9:30 till 3 p.m. I'm using Canberra time, if I may, Senator, for it. So the Virgin aircraft may have heard it inside the firing window, but that may not have been at the time that the vessels were conducting the firing.
Yes, but so as I understand it, Air Services Australia told Senator McKenzie on Monday night that the Virgin pilot reported to Air Services Australia at 9:58 a.m. The firing window, as you say, commenced at 9:30.
Yes.
So is it the case that Defence was only notified via Virgin and Air Services Australia 28 minutes after the firing window commenced?
Yes.
Right. So this is an important development because the Prime Minister and the Defence Minister and others have said that either that the notification from our Chinese friends was not adequate or not sufficient, but it actually seems, in fact, there was no notification at all prior to the commencement of the firing exercise.
So, to our knowledge, the notification was that call that had made from when the firing window opened, and that, in our view, is inadequate notification as well.
That's not inadequate, it's after it started.
Well, that's when the civil aircraft heard the call. We can't be definitive on whether there was a call made by the Chinese vessels earlier than that. So, as I'm sure, Senator, you appreciate, aircraft operate with the range of their radios depend on where the aircraft is and where the transmitter is. So there may have been earlier calls made from the vessels that the Virgin aircraft had not heard.
I understand that, but what's the value of a notification if it's not received, if it's not heard? The government's been very clear that the notification was not timely, that it should have been earlier. But you're now telling me that notification was not received, at least, by Defence, by Australia, until after it commenced. That's not any notification at all, is it?
No.
Okay. Well, that's contrary to the evidence that the Prime Minister and other senior ministers have given publicly. Minister, can you account for the discrepancy here?
I think the government has been very clear that the notification fell short of expectations. It is our practice, and officials can speak to this, to provide 24 to 48 hours of notice for live fire exercises, to allow other affected parties to manage safety issues and to conduct planning. That did not occur in this case. The formal requirements are less than that, but this does fall short of best practice, and it falls short of the practice that we expect of the ADF. Officials may wish to add to that.
So, Senator, our expectation is that while the international practice requires vessels on the high seas to advise of their activity and take measures to ensure the safety of a firing event would occur, our view of best practice is that they are forewarned. In the Australian Flight Information Region, we would provide 48 hours notice in order to minimise that disruption, and perhaps equal or more importantly is our practice is that you do not conduct firings near international air lanes or major shipping lanes, and we retain our firing zones well clear of those areas, which significantly mitigates the risk to commercial or other traffic.
And I am keen to come back to that very important distinction you've drawn between our conduct and their conduct, because some people have compared our conduct to their conduct, and I'd be interested in exploring that with you subsequently. But just to be clear, had it not been the case that a Virgin commercial airliner had been in the area, picked up that radio report and referred it to Air Services Australia, how long would it have taken for us to know that this live firing exercise was taking place?
The advice through the New Zealand vessel on station, through its national reporting, we received that at 11:01 of the morning. That is approximately 50 minutes or somewhat less than an hour since that advice came to us from Air Services.
So, but 90 minutes after the window commenced for the live firing exercise.
That we here knew, but of course the important notification is to vessels and aircraft operating in the proximity of the activity.
Well, that's one important, but it's also important that you know too, isn't it?
It's critical that platforms in the area know, because they are the ones that would be at risk if it was not well conducted.
So just to clarify, it's not really notification of an upcoming exercise if we only find out about it after it's commenced, is it?
But the notification, Senator, is to those platform aircraft ships that are operating in the area. So that's the requirement that has to be satisfied, and why we hold the view that that notification was inadequate.
But it's not really inadequate. It just wasn't given. We weren't provided any notification, because notification is something that happens prior to something starting, not afterwards.
I think, Senator, you may be misunderstanding the nature of the obligation.
Please assist me.
Well, the officials can talk you through it, but the obligation is around providing notification so that aircraft operating in that area may adjust their activities to maintain safety.
That's the bare minimum, Minister.
That is the bare minimum. That is the international law. The government has additionally been concerned that it does not meet best practice. And there are two benchmarks here. There is what is legal, and then there is best practice. We don't consider this meets best practice, and we've been very clear about that. That 24 hours notice, which we would expect in terms of notice to airmen, has not occurred, and it's on that basis that we have raised that with China.
Or in fact, any notice. Sorry, were you going to add something to that, Admiral?
The Senator's characterisation is right, that, as I have said, the requirement is that firing vessels notify of their activity. That does not specify a pre-notification period, and that they take active steps to manage the safety of aircraft or vessels in the proximity of the firing.
So at the time of the incident, it was New Zealand which had responsibility for monitoring the ships, is that correct?
The New Zealand ship was in the proximity, yes.
Yeah. And at what point did we take responsibility for monitoring the exercise?
The New Zealand ship remained with that live firing, or with the Chinese task group, through both the Friday and the Saturday when the second event occurred. I don't propose to indicate when we have switched vessels in and out. That's part of our planning of how to respond in the circumstance that we have, but it was the New Zealand frigate that was there for both the Friday and the Saturday.
How did a Virgin commercial aircraft pick up this before our New Zealand friends did, if they were monitoring it?
But I don't know whether that is the case that they did. What I indicated was the reporting pathway is quite different. So an aircraft has immediate access through air traffic control to report an incident of that nature, who then directly communicate it to Air Services Australia. As air safety should be, it's a very direct and well-practiced pathway. Concurrently, the military reporting chain would have moved through the New Zealand reporting system and then into providing advice to Australia. So they both be heard at the same time, but the means of reporting them is always going to be more direct through an aircraft to an air traffic control service.
But the impression you've given me before is that we were sharing responsibility with our New Zealand partners for monitoring the movement of this task group, that it was kind of seamlessly interchanged between us, that we were talking and communicating all the time. How is it that it was an hour quicker to find out via a commercial plane that there was a live firing exercise than with one of our closest security partners, whom we're engaged in a joint mission of monitoring this activity?
Because, as I explained, Senator, the pathway for an aircraft is very direct and immediate. The pathway for an event which was an indication of a high seas firing occurring through the military command chain had more steps involved in it than the pathway for an aircraft reporting to an air traffic control service.
An hour and 3 minutes longer? I mean, shouldn't it be much quicker than that? Shouldn't it be as quick as a commercial pilot is able to do so?
But it's perhaps only 2 calls for a commercial pilot to do it. The military reporting system for an event of this nature will generally lag the pace of reporting that you could do with an immediate radio call from an aircraft.
I think that would be a great surprise to most ordinary Australians if they're watching this. They would think that it would be direct and immediate through military reporting channels, and that if we were monitoring a task group of another nation in our region with our closest partners, that notification would be much prompter than that. That we wouldn't be relying on commercial airliners to report incredibly important safety information.
The commercial airlines, on a matter that is of direct interest and impact to them, have a very immediate reporting pathway. The military reporting line would have recognised that this is a high seas firing event and was noteworthy of reporting, but the immediacy of it would have been different to the 2 platform types.
Why didn't one of our P8s pick this up and report it earlier?
Because it wasn't proximate to the firing at the time.
Right. Did New Zealand have air assets in the area?
Not at the time of the firing, no.
Right. Thank you, Chair. If an Australian frigate was in the area observing this, would the reporting have been more immediate?
It would have had less steps involved in it, so yes, I would have expected that it would have been more immediate.
How much?
That's a difficult question.
It's a professional judgment in your experience.
Well, it's a hypothetical.
I would have expected it to have come through our reporting. I think the only definitive answer I could give, Senator, it would have taken less time than when you have to go through another nation's reporting system as well.
Okay, I know the Chair's trying to chair the call.
Thanks very much, Senator Patterson. Senator Shoebridge, you have the call.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Admiral Johnson and all for attending today. I do find it hard to understand how it takes longer to get a report from probably our closest friend through their military channels than it does through a Virgin pilot and civil aviation authorities. How long did it take for us to get the notification from the New Zealand Defence Force?
I'd said, Senator, 1101 was when we in Defence received the advice.
So, have you have you spoke? Was that because of a delay in New Zealand from communicating to Australia? Do we know when they found out?
I don't have the time when New Zealand found out.
Did you ask?
We can find the answer, Senator. I think what I have done is recognising the importance of passage of information to just make sure between our two national systems that events of these are reported as expeditiously as the circumstances warrant.
Well, did New Zealand advise when the live firing commenced?
On the Friday, the live firing itself was not physically observed. So what they reported was listening to the radio call from the Chinese task group, but they did not observe the firing, which would have been, we expect, was from gunnery systems, guns off the ships, which you would have to hear or see directly to be aware that it was firing.
So they also received the call that it was about the window rather than the fact.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Do you know when they picked up the call about the window?
I don't have that time, but we can find it.
You see, when I look at the budget papers, they show that Defence had a record budget last year of, I think, $55.7 billion. They say that Navy, for its personnel and expenditure, got $10.7 billion, in addition to, I think, about 40% of the capital budget. And the first time you're tested, really, in our anything close to territorial waters, we send out 2 30-year-old Anzac frigates which don't identify anything. I'm trying to work out how it is with a $55.7 billion budget, we find out from a Virgin pilot and a delayed notification from New Zealand. How does that happen?
So, Senator, I think I've explained the reporting from an aircraft is different from the reporting that would occur from a military vessel in the proximity of it. I don't agree with your characterisation. The vessels are capable. They provided the responsiveness that we've needed. We've been able to maintain the level of surveillance that is appropriate for the movement of these vessels in our waters. And I continue to have both the air and naval assets available to continue to do so.
Well, the naval assets that were sent were 2 Anzac-class frigates.
No, Senator, I said those were the 2 that have actively been shadowing. Mm-hmm. I have also said that we had additional capabilities put in place depending on what the future movement of that task group may have been. It is possible that it would have turned further into Tasman, that it may have returned back to the north, to transit back up to our northern eastern waters. So we made sure that we had options available to us depending on what we observed the task group performing.
Well, why don't we look at what options were available? I put to you that there's a record defence budget in terms of quantum this year. Was that right? The $55.7 billion, is that a record?
Our budget is growing year by year.
Yep. And the allocation to the Navy is also a record high in terms of both capital and personnel and other capabilities. It's a record high for the Navy.
There is significant investment into our maritime capabilities, yes.
And your evidence today is that the Navy has, and I think I'll quote you, strong availability of different platforms.
Yes.
Yep. Well, let's talk about the availability of the different platforms. In terms of the surface combat fleet, how many Anzac frigates are currently available or ready for deployment?
But Chief of Navy will join us, Senator, but we will be cautious on the level of detail that indicates our operational capability. So the Chief of Navy might talk to the general availability of our platforms while being careful of how detailed he characterises it.
I will also remind you, Senator Shoebridge, that the Greens political party had an opportunity to vote in favour of a forum, a joint statutory committee on defence that would have provided a forum in which you could have had a classified discussion, but that you refused to do so.
Yeah, which you would have excluded the Greens from.
You voted against it.
We voted against another major party secret stitch-up. So let's move on to where we actually have a public forum. Admiral Hammond, I think one of the Anzac frigates has been retired. I think the Anzac frigate's been retired. 2 are on their way out of service. And I think 6 are undergoing upgrade. Is that right?
Senator, good morning, Vice Admiral Mark Hammond, Chief of Navy. That's not correct, Senator.
All right.
There is one Anzac class frigate.
So, Vice Admiral, just try and get your microphone working. Yep. Okay. Good eye.
So one Anzac class frigate has been decommissioned. That was HMAS Anzac. She is in the process of disposal at Henderson shipyard at the moment, and that process involves harvesting spare parts to seed the supply chain for the remaining 7. Defence has an authority to consider decommissioning a second Anzac class frigate next year. Consistent with my previous testimony, that'll be subject to a conditions-based assessment on the fleet and juxtaposed against the cost of ownership and the need to keep her in service. So that is a decision that has not yet been taken. Of the 7 Anzac class frigates currently in service, 6 are fully crewed. I would characterise the availability of the Anzac class frigate as being at a bit of a high point. I'm very pleased with the capability at the moment. It's met all the requirements of this particular activity and others, and we've sustained another surface combatant deployed during this period. I'd also highlight that the Anzac class frigates are being fitted with the Naval strike missile capability. So notwithstanding the age of the hull, we've conducted a lot of sustainment and maintenance on these ships. They are still world-class Tier 2 surface combatants, Senator.
Well, I mean, the Defence Minister, Minister Miles, last year described the Anzacs as in a, and I'll quote, deteriorating state. He was mistaken, was he?
No, Senator, the ships are getting older. That is true. We spend money maintaining the ships. We replace components in the ships in order to keep them as high-end seagoing platforms. And this activity has demonstrated, again, the responsiveness of the capability.
Okay, so of the 7 Anzac frigates that are still in commission, 1 is not crewed, and 6 are available, and they are now, the minimum age of those vessels is 21 years, but some of them are getting on to 30 years of age. Is that right?
I think the oldest one is in its late 20s, Senator. The Anzac class frigate that is not crewed is in deep maintenance at Henderson with BAE at the moment, part of the AMCAP program.
Then just remaining in the surface combat fleets, there are the 3 Hobart air warfare destroyers. There was a recently published on the AusTender website extension of the maintenance contract with Lockheed for the, I think it was the upgrade of the Aegis combat system. Why has that been extended?
Senator, I'll ask my colleagues from Navy Shipbuilding Sustainment Group to speak to the specifics, but this is related to the Aegis combat system, which is the brains, if you like, of the warship. And we have a spiral upgrade program for combat systems in the Navy.
But that's been a long-standing contract with Lockheed. I'm asking why it was extended and also what the cost of the extension is.
Cheryl Lutz, First Assistant Secretary, Major Service Combatant Combat System. The contract has been extended to support Aegis Baseline 8, which is the current Aegis Combat Management System on the air warfare destroyers. We need to maintain that system until we upgrade to Baseline 9 during the DDG capability enhancement period.
So is this because of a delay in the upgrade?
No, it's not a delay in the upgrade. We always plan to maintain the baseline 8 ships until we replace them with the baseline 9.
What's the cost of the Lockheed extension contract?
I'll take that on notice.
All right. So, Vice Admiral Hammond, does that in any way affect the availability of the 3 Hobart air warfare destroyers?
Senator, no. The availability of 3 air warfare destroyers continues to meet our preparedness requirements.
And so of the 3, can you tell me what the availability of those, the Hobart, the Brisbane and Sydney are?
Senator, this is one of those areas that I'm not going to go into specifics on, the operational disposition and readiness of the Royal Australian Navy fleet. Suffice to say that if you look at the last 12 months, we've had HMAS Hobart conduct several regional presence deployments. We've had HMAS Sydney do similar, as well as live missile firings as part of exercise RIMPAC, and we've had Brisbane deployed to the west coast of the United States to conduct a Tomahawk first-class missile. So all 3 ships have been available for their planned deployment windows, and again, Brisbane returned home on the 6th of January this year and Hobart deployed on the 6th of January. Overall, I'm really pleased with the availability of the air warfare destroyer program.
And then we found out last night from the ASC that 3 of the 6 Collins-class submarines are in one form or other of either deep or intermediate maintenance. Does that mean there are 3 Collins-class submarines available, or is it... Because there were concerning reports at the end of last year that only 1 was available.
Senator, there are 3 submarines in the custody of the Royal Australian Navy right now. All
right. In the custody of the Royal Australian Navy, but that's different for being actually deployable assets.
Senator, the disposition, the operational disposition and readiness of the Royal Australian Navy fleet is something that I'm not prepared to go into further detail on for security reasons.
All right. So we have 6 ANZAC frigates, 3 Collins-class submarines that are all 30 years plus of age, and we have the 3 air warfare destroyers. Secretary Moriarty, the Navy has been given a record budget now for a number of years. There are repeated statements that from the ADF's perspective, we need to be ready for significant potential conflict with a 5-year window. Under your stewardship, in the last 12 months, you've accepted a single offshore patrol vessel which is not commissioned and not ready for service. When are you intending, with that record budget, to add a single vessel to the surface fleet, the surface warfighting warships fleet? When are you scheduled to add one?
So, Senator, the recapitalisation of the Royal Australian Navy has been a priority for the government. And it's devoted resources to that. Shipbuilding is a time-consuming process. The government has placed orders for vessels and is taking forward the Hunter-class frigate project, the offshore patrol vessels, as the Chief of Navy said, the upgrades to the DDGs. So there is an active program of work going on to grow the capability of the Royal Australian Navy.
So can you remind me what the original target date was for the delivery of the first Hunter-class frigate? Vice Admiral Hammond, perhaps you know.
The delivery of the first Hunter-class frigate was originally planned for around 2029, 2030.
I beg your pardon?
2029, 2030.
How much is the current budget for the Hunter-class frigates?
Current approved budget is 27 point something billion. I'll get that for you.
And what is the current estimated date that a Hunter-class frigate will actually be in commission, the first?
2032.
All right. And
Current budget is 27.05 billion, MyEFO 24-25.
so we have a current $27 billion budget for the primary addition to our surface combat fleet, and the arrival date has slipped from 2029 to 2032. That's 7 years from now. Vice Admiral Hammond, in 7 years' time, we may get one Hunter-class frigate. Is there a program in place to keep the Anzac frigates afloat for the next 7 years?
Senator, Vice Admiral Hammond, Chief of Navy. There's a couple of programs, and the characterisation of a float, I don't necessarily agree with. We have maintained these ships as high-end warfighting platforms, hence the increased investment in the ships as they've become a little bit older. There are 2 frigate programs underway right now. You're specifically asking questions about the Hunter-class frigate program, which I'm comfortable is now on schedule with its revised program. The other one is the C3000 General Purpose Frigate program, which we're due back to government in the middle of the year on. That is the program of record which we anticipate to take over the heavy lifting from the Anzac-class frigate, and ideally before the end of the decade, subject to further government decisions. But at the moment, I'm very comfortable with the resilience and performance of the Anzac-class frigate capability. We are spending more money on it than we did when it was younger. That is the cost of ownership that comes with operating a professional navy. But at the moment, yes, Senator, I'm very comfortable with the transition plan, and the ships will not just be sitting idle. We'll continue to invest in them until they are relieved on the line.
Last minute.
We'll come back to the general purpose frigates and the state at which that program is later. When you say ideally that might produce a ship, the first ship before the end of this decade, is there do you have a date for the first ship? And do we know how many ships are going to be delivered on the current budget?
That program is still subject to government decision.
So to be clear, with all of this record spending, record for the Navy, eating up about 80% of the capital budget for the ADF, we may get a Hunter-class frigate 1 in 2032, and the best we can hear about the future general purpose frigates is ideally we might get one before the end of the decade. Is that the current state?
Sorry, Jim McDowell, Deputy Secretary, Naval Shipbuilding and Sustainment. So the competition for the general purpose frigate is still on foot. The delivery dates that we are requiring from the remaining bidders is 2029 for the at the latest.
One.
Not necessarily for what it is not necessary. I don't know how you know it's one, Senator. How
Will
do
you
know?
tell me how many it's going to be?
It's up to the bidders what they can bid. If they can bid, if they can, excuse me, you asked the question. I'm allowed to answer.
Thank you, Senator.
I think I'm allowed to answer.
Thank you. Just let the witness answer, and then we'll have to move the call around.
It is up to the
Jim,
bidders
you got the call.
to bid the best possible dates that they can. It is likely that they will make a calculation that if they can bid more boats, more ships before that date, that they will do that. So I don't know, because we have not yet received the final bids, and it would be silly for me to speculate on what they might bid. But what I do know is that we have set a set of conditions in the bid that incentivises early delivery.
All right. Well, we're going to come back to you later.
I don't know is the clearest statement
Senator
we've had so
Green
far.
has the call. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Green. You've got the call.
Thank you, Chair. I have some questions about the ADF support that was provided during the North Queensland floods. CDF, thank you for your update in your opening statement about that work. I was really honoured to attend the RAF base there in Townsville with the Deputy Prime Minister, I think about a week ago. Time flies. And to say thank you to the personnel there on the base. But can you provide more information about what support exactly was provided to the Queensland Government during the floods?
Senator, good morning. Admiral David Johnson, Chief of the Defence Force. The Defence provided a number of different support, all of course subject to what Queensland Government sought, and then through our National Emergency Management arrangements then conveyed to Defence. But the nature of support that we provided, it started with ground support to emergency services. It was a door knocking in order to make people aware in high risk and areas of the circumstances they were facing. So we worked with local authorities really to be able to improve the speed by which messaging could be passed by having more people out on the ground. As the circumstances of the flood evolved and the needs became clearer, our focus shifted to the helicopter support that might be needed. That was potentially required for the emergency movement of people, should that have been necessary. The nature of the support that we ended up providing, as my opening statement indicated, was largely moving essential cargo and goods to those communities or areas that had been isolated and needed some further support. We did that with Australian Defence aircraft. We were very grateful that the Singaporean CH-47s, their Chinooks, also assisted. Of course, they are Queensland. They operate from AUKUS, so Queensland is important to them. So we provided the support that the helicopters for the movement of cargo, and then very importantly for those isolated communities, the temporary bridge arrangements, which is a capacity that resides within the Australian Army to be able to bridge, and in this case because of the damage to the bridge that was there, to enable at Ollers Creek movement of particularly vehicles with key supplies to the more emergency service vehicles to be able to cross the bridge and provide support to communities. So it was principally that the ability to cross flooded riverways, the support that we provided through helicopters, and our people on the ground who were both, of course, dealing with their own housing or personal circumstances while seeking to support their neighbours.
And I think you alluded to this, but in some sense with this event we had some warning about the weather that was going to occur, and were able to essentially prepare for what support might be needed. So Defence was there really on the ground from day one before the flooding started.
The proximity, particularly having the 3 Brigade in Townsville, provides us with a lot of flexibility and utility. As we did through the early period of summer, we worked very closely with Emergency Management Australia and with the states and territories to ensure that we are well placed to respond whatever circumstances may have required. So we did a lot of the preparation work with our emergency services, and the particulars for the North Queensland flooding meant that we had proximate capabilities that proved to be very helpful.
And you mentioned the Singaporean Armed Forces. How many helicopters and personnel did they have that were assisting?
Two helicopters.
So 2 aircraft. I would just check if we've got how many of their both aircrew and supporting services, but 2 aircraft that supported, that was very welcome. I think because of the nature of the flooding event, the scale and whether the continuing rains, it was certainly unclear to emergency management authorities the scale that that event may have expanded to. The provision of the Singaporean support just gave us additional capacity if that was to be required.
I think Defence, as I said, was there early on the ground, but provided support over almost 10 days altogether. The sheer scope and scale, I think, even for me, I was surprised about the amount of assistance, particularly flying hours, and the amount of pallets that were moved. Just to give other committee members a sense, do you know how much the helicopters transported, what that uplift was into Ingham particularly?
Yes, please.
Yes, Senator. Rear Admiral Jonathan Earley, Head of Military Strategic Commitments. In terms of those rotor wing assets, they moved 90 personnel, 214,543 kilograms of cargo, which included 303 pallets in that, and 157 hours of flying time.
Thank you.
And I could add, Senator, 24 Singaporean Air Force personnel were involved in their support.
We're very grateful for their assistance. I know the chair's going to move me on soon, but we need to talk about the bridge, which has become its own sort of hero in this disaster. The support obviously was very welcome from the Queensland Government and from the community. Can you tell us a bit about that structure and the support that enabled it? As I understand, they essentially constructed that bridge in 7 hours once they were there at Alira Creek.
I might refer to the Chief of Army who
can
provide some insights.
Thanks.
Thanks, Senator. Lieutenant General Simon Stewart, Chief of Army. The bridge you're referring to is called a medium girder bridge. It's operated, constructed and deconstructed by our combat engineers, in this case the 3rd Combat Engineer Regiment in Townsville. It's a combat bridge, that is, its primary task is to be able to cross gaps and get a combat force against it, but obviously very useful in this sort of situation. It's rated to be able to take very heavy vehicles like tanks and other armoured vehicles, and was ideal in this situation. I think the point you make about its rapid deployment says much about the professionalism and the skill of our engineers.
Yep. Who I had the chance to meet some of them and thank them. It's a bit more complicated than an IKEA set, but they said that by the time you start putting it together, it becomes a very quick operation, but 7 hours is incredible to build a bridge. The one question I had was that obviously wasn't a permanent structure, it was a temporary bridge, but as I understand it, the purpose was to get emergency personnel, particularly the ergon trucks over into Ingham, particularly to restore power. That bridge is now being deconstructed, hasn't it?
That's correct. They're modular bridges that are designed to be able to be in place and then moved very quickly.
Thank you. It would, obviously I'm focusing on Queensland, but it would be remiss of me not to mention Tropical Cyclone Zelia in WA. Was ADF support on hand for that cyclone as well?
So if I just build on the CDF's initial response, during what's referred to as the high-risk weather season each year, we have troops across the ADF, speaking in terms of Army, around the country that are on a reduced notice to move, in other words, to be pre-positioned to respond. And there are also equipment, vehicles and humanitarian assistance and disaster relief stores, caches that are maintained specifically for that purpose.
Thank you. And just on indulgence, Chair, I want to say thank you for all of the efforts in North Queensland. As the Minister is fully aware in her other capacity, it's going to take a long time to recover, but the outcome for communities in those areas, particularly in Ingham and Cardwell, would have been completely different without the support of the ADF. And we're very grateful and thankful for the effort, the professionalism, and the community spirit that the personnel there showed. So if you can pass on our thanks, probably from the whole committee, I reckon, but thank you very much. It meant a lot to the community to have you there.
Thank you, Senator.
Thanks for that, Senator. And yes, we do echo sentiments and also comments that you made. So thank you to everyone. Now, Senator Patterson, you've got the call.
Admiral Johnson, you said earlier that you're confident the ADF had the assets that it needed to do the surveillance that was necessary on this task group. You also acknowledged that the activities of this task group is unprecedented, and the Secretary said in his opening statement that it's a highly capable task group. But we've learnt this morning that because it was New Zealand that was monitoring the task group at the time of the live firing exercise, the notification to Australia was slower than it would have otherwise been if we were monitoring it. So was it a mistake not to have constant ADF surveillance of this task group?
Senator, I think it's important that we work with our partners in circumstances like the task group presented, that we remain uncertain to what the task group's direction might be. For a large period it was moving towards New Zealand, and very appropriate to have a New Zealand frigate that was available to be part of our monitoring assessment to it. So I think it's really important that we are able to work with other countries, that we're able to bring together the strengths that we have. In my evidence to you, I also indicated we needed to be ready for a variety of potential different paths that the task group may have taken, and together we were putting in place the capabilities to be able to manage whatever pathway they took.
But, and no one would suggest we shouldn't be working with our New Zealand colleagues or any other close partners, as you've acknowledged, notification through defence channels of this live firing exercise was slower than it would have otherwise been had it been us maintaining that constant surveillance. What was more important for ADF assets to be doing than monitoring this task group?
What was most important is the Chinese providing appropriate notification of their intentions.
We're in agreement on that. We're in complete agreement on that. But I think we've learnt over the last week, if it wasn't already evident, we can't rely on them to do that. And that would be a dangerous assumption to start from, given that we can't rely on them on that. Why shouldn't the ADF have been providing our own constant surveillance?
Because we were very confident in the insights that we had on the movement of that task group, and we had our vessels and aircraft available to the extent that we needed it to be able to move in different directions. So it's a cooperative activity, Senator, that we were trying to achieve, and making sure that we remained as well positioned. Ships have set endurances. We need to make sure that we were husbanding or stewarding those capabilities well for that variety of different or pathways that we may have had to been dealing with.
Yes, but you also did say to me earlier that you're confident we had the assets that we needed to do the surveillance that was required, and you've acknowledged that notification through defence channels was significantly delayed. I mean, an hour and 3 minutes delayed from the first notification from a civilian airliner. Who knows, perhaps we would have picked it up at 9:30 had there been a P8 or an Australian frigate in the area.
I think you can't remove the responsibility of the task group for it. It's responsible for making sure the safety of civil or maritime activity in the area.
I will be the last to do that, Admiral Johnson, but I think you would agree that it's very clear, if it wasn't already, we can't rely on the PLAN to do that, can we?
I think in this circumstance, the conduct of their activities was clearly disruptive and unresponsible.
Okay. The financial review is very helpfully pieced together somewhat of a timeline from public reporting. I just want to see if we can flesh this out. So I'm going to run through it, and if you could correct anything that's wrong and add anything that you can as we go through. So the task group first commenced its firing exercise or window at 9:30. The Virgin pilot alerted Air Services Australia at 9:58. Air Services Australia warned planes flying across the Tasman to avoid the area at 10 a.m. Air Services Australia contacted JOC at 10:10. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you actually have a timeline there, and could you table it if you do?
I have parts of the timeline from the knowledge that we have, clearly not that from the civil aircraft or some of the other participants, but I have an indication of those key timings of, as we understand it, Senator, that I have, yes.
Can you table it?
I think I could provide it on notice to give it to you. I've got to be able to provide you with that summary.
Maybe just read it into the record then.
Yeah, or alternatively, you could read it on the record rather than me reading a timeline. You've got probably a more authoritative version. Why don't you commence from there?
So the timings that I have are at 9, and if I will use Australian Daylight Saving Time, if I might, throughout 9:58. The Air Services was made aware by a Virgin pilot. 10:10, Defence was notified by Air Services of the broadcast and the firing window that was part of the task group's security call. 11:01, Defence received advice from the New Zealand Defence Force that had been forwarded from the frigate that was operating in the area.
Okay, so Jock was notified at 10:10 by Air Services Australia. When were you first notified as CDF?
Of the Jock or the reporting?
Yeah.
I have to get that time. I don't have that in my chronology.
Do you have a memory of roughly when it was?
It was around midday.
Around midday, okay. Secretary,
Slightly before.
Secretary, when were you first notified?
I would have been notified around the same time as the CDF, Senator.
When was the Deputy Prime Minister first notified?
We had provided advice to the Deputy Prime Minister's office, initial advice at 11:30 in the morning.
So, Defence notified the DPM's office before you were notified?
It would have been around the same time, so I'd said around midday.
Sure.
I would have.
Yeah, I won't hold you to that
same
exactly. If you can come back on notice with the precise time, that would be helpful. When was the Prime Minister first notified, or his office?
11:30 a.m.
Okay.
Sorry, that was the Deputy Prime Minister.
Yes, and I'm asking when was the Prime Minister notified?
I'm unable to provide that advice.
Why not?
Because I didn't communicate directly with the Prime Minister. Advice would have been
He's
through
publicly
means that
said
we
that
may not have
he has
awareness
publicly said that you briefed him.
I did have a discussion with the Prime
When was
Minister,
that?
but that was in the afternoon.
Okay, what time was that?
It was around 4 p.m.
Okay. Did you brief any other ministers?
No.
Have you briefed NSC?
Well, we don't go to the content of NSC briefings, Senator.
Well, I wasn't asking for the content, just the timing.
Are.
So, but I think I heard the Admiral say he didn't brief NSC, so presumably NSC hasn't been convened on this matter, Minister.
Senator, we don't confirm the content of those meetings, nor do we confirm the timing of them.
Minister, that's a new convention because the Prime Minister has repeatedly publicly disclosed meetings of the National Security Cabinet, not just the timing but the content. For example, after the Adus Israel bombing, he disclosed that the NSC had met and that it was briefed by the AFP Commissioner and ASIO. He's done that on many occasions. So why does this convention apply now in this instance but not in those?
I'll take your question on notice, Senator.
Thank you. So just going back to the timeline, when was the Infrastructure Minister first notified?
Oh, Senator, I think those are questions for the infrastructure portfolio.
11:42.
Yes, I think that is right.
It is. So Catherine King knew and was briefed at 11:42 a.m. according to the evidence on Monday evening by Air Services Australia.
Well,
Although actually
Senator,
the AFR says that Catherine King was briefed at 11:20. Do you know?
Senator, it's not for officials in Defence or the ADF to provide advice about interactions between the Minister for Infrastructure and her portfolio.
It is if it's in their state of knowledge. I'm asking what they know.
Senator, I do not know what time other ministers were briefed, no.
And you have said you have not briefed any other ministers. Haven't briefed the Foreign Minister?
I have briefed the Deputy Prime Minister and the Prime Minister.
But the Foreign Minister was tasked to raise this on Australia's behalf with the Chinese Foreign Minister. Wouldn't a briefing from Defence be necessary to assist that?
We would have made sure the Department of Foreign Affairs had the material necessary to brief the Foreign Minister.
Okay, so they took charge of the briefing, to your knowledge.
But
you
they
can
would have
direct those
supported the
questions to
Foreign
Minister Wong tomorrow.
I look forward to that opportunity. Admiral Johnson, you alluded before to the differences in the way Australia would conduct an activity like this compared to the way that the PLAN has conducted it. One of the differences that you pointed out is that we would have given greater notice, 24 to 48 hours. Is there any other differences in the way that we conduct ourselves?
The differences would be observed by what occurred. So, Senator, if I understand, so we do not conduct high seas firings near civil air lanes, nor do we conduct them near civil maritime routes. So we make sure our firings are kept clear of those areas to avoid disruption to either military or commercial traffic that might be occurring. We also pre-warn, so we have a rule that applies inside our flight information region where we provide 48 hours notice for it through notices to mariners. If we are outside our flight information region, at least 4 hours before the commencement of a firing window, we will be providing warnings. But that goes hand in hand with our approach of operating outside of those areas that is likely to pose risks to aircraft or vessels.
So we've never conducted a live firing exercise in the South China Sea, for example, underneath a flight path of civilian airliners.
We've conducted firings in the South China Sea with partners in exercise areas. We do that with our firepower defence arrangement. We do it with other regional partners, but we do it as part of a constructed exercise that has the appropriate arrangements placed around it.
Were any of them underneath the flight path of civilian airliners?
Senator, I can't be equivocal about that over the many firings we've operated, as you know, for decades.
Yeah, in your state of knowledge.
But we would have applied our safety practices for every single one of them and to have complied in a way that we believe is best practice for those firings. So I'm not aware of any firing occurring that has caused commentary to come back about the nature of that firing for an Australian vessel.
Let me ask it this way. I think it was disclosed again to Senator McKenzie by Air Services Australia on Monday night that 49 commercial aircraft had to divert their route because of these live firing exercises. To your knowledge, have commercial airliners ever had to divert their route because of a firing exercise that Australia's conducted in the South China Sea, for example?
That may have been the case, but it would have been pre-warned, so that would have been a diversion that was managed with the appropriate time to do so. I'm not aware of an occasion where civil air traffic have had to, at very short notice, divert as a consequence of our firing.
Are there any strategic differences between the South China Sea and the Tasman Sea?
Sorry, Senator.
Are there any differences in the strategic environment in the South China Sea compared to the Tasman Sea?
In what context do you mean,
for example, are there any disputed islands or features in the Tasman Sea?
Not that I'm aware of, but clearly different environments between the two, but no disputed features that I'm aware of.
Any disputed international claims to territory in the Tasman Sea?
Not that I'm aware of.
No. Is the Tasman Sea a significant international shipping route to many countries?
It can be, depending on the ocean passageways that either move south of our country or north of our country, not all of which involve direct trade into or from Australia.
Compared to the volume of shipping activity in the South China Sea, how does the Tasman Sea rank?
It's less busy.
How much less busy? A little bit less busy, or?
It's significantly less busy.
Yes, I would think so. So why does Australia conduct operations in the South China Sea?
So we conduct them in order to work with our partners in the region. We build capacity and confidence in the way we work together. A part of our activities are equally to uphold international law in those areas and to demonstrate the best practice in doing so.
And because it's a significant international waterway with significant trade routes which are related to our interest as a maritime trading nation, and as you say, to assert our perspective on international law in the area, and because it's strategically significant, do any of those factors apply to the Tasman Sea?
I think they're strategically significant to us as key sea lines of communication, but there are differences between the two regions, but the general principles equally apply in both.
Yes. Is the Tasman Sea strategically significant for China?
You need to ask the Chinese that, Senator.
How could the Tasman Sea? How could the Tasman Sea be strategically significant to China? For what reason would it be strategically significant to China?
Senator, if I could add.
Please.
I think the Chinese are signalling, they are practising and rehearsing, and they are collecting.
Mm-hmm. And why would they have an interest in doing that in this remote part of the world where there are no disputes in relation to international law, where there are no disputed features, where it is not a significant trading route for them or for anyone else other than us? What's the purpose of doing it so far south in the Tasman Sea?
I think China's made clear that it is growing a blue water naval capability. It's claiming certainly regional and global interests as a maritime power, and I expect that they will wish to continue to be present in an increasing number of international waterways in the years ahead.
So, Admiral, do you think it's fair or reasonable to compare the way Australia conducts ourselves in the South China Sea and the way that the PLAN has conducted themselves in the Tasman Sea?
Are you specifically referring to the high seas firing?
Yes.
I think what we have seen is, I think I've characterised that it is clearly disruptive to civil air traffic, as we've seen. It doesn't demonstrate the best practice that we would expect from mariners operating in that region. So it sure falls short of the standard that we apply to ourselves, and in that sense it was irresponsible.
Yes, so you wouldn't characterise our behaviour in the South China Sea as irresponsible or unprofessional or disruptive or reckless or any of those things?
No, I think we operate in a manner that is entirely consistent with international law and the high standards of a professional military force, which is what the ADF is.
So it's not a fair comparison between the recent activities of the PLAN in relation to these live firing exercises and Australia's conduct in the South China Sea or elsewhere?
No.
No. Well, the Prime Minister has repeatedly publicly compared them. He's drawn an equivalence between them. He says, and I quote, Australia conducts exercises in the South China Sea and in the region, in international waters and international airspace. And he even went on to say that the location of the South China Sea is hinted at in its name. Why do you think the Prime Minister has made this comparison if it's not a fair one?
Senator, the government has been incredibly clear that we will continue to exercise our rights to operate in international waters, and you see that reflected in statements from the Prime Minister down. The Prime Minister has also made the straightforward observation, as have other ministers, that we respect the right of others to exercise freedom of navigation and oversight in international waters and airspace. At the same time, we are disappointed in the particular notification around this live fire exercise. We've made it really clear that the benchmark that we would apply is a best practice benchmark, giving advance notice, giving the best possible opportunity for people to make accommodations, to manage safety. We're clear that we do not think this meets the standards of best practice, and we've raised that with China, as has been made publicly known.
Minister, aren't we entitled to expect better from our comprehensive strategic partner?
I think we've been very clear about the approach here. We do think that this could have been handled better, and we've raised those concerns with China directly, including through the Foreign Minister.
The government's pursuing a foreign policy of stabilising relations with China. Is this evidence of stabilisation?
From the very beginning of our government's tenure, we've been clear that this is an important and challenging relationship. Our approach to it is to be steady, to be consistent, to raise our concerns and our interests in a very predictable and consistent way, and that's what you are seeing here. Whether it's in relation to the unprofessional and unsafe interaction, which we haven't discussed in any detail this morning, or whether it's in relation to the live fire exercise, we use every opportunity to raise these issues directly with counterparts at the appropriate level.
Okay, I just want to go back to this timeliness of notifications. We've got the transcript from Senate estimates on Monday from Services Australia. and they did confirm that the department informed the Minister for Infrastructure's office at 11:20. So it seems that the Minister for Infrastructure was briefed before the Deputy Prime Minister and Defence Minister and before you were briefed. But doesn't this indicate a pretty fundamental breakdown in our reporting system?
Senator, this was principally an air safety matter. So having that rapid communication flow, as we've described, from the aircraft through to air services and the Minister, is a reflection of it was an air safety matter. And so I think that pathway is the important pathway, while the defence reporting was being run concurrent with it. But you're describing a matter of minutes, not a more significant differentiation in time between the two.
I think most Australians would expect, if a foreign military is conducting activities in our region, that the first person to know about it would be the Defence Minister and Deputy Prime Minister, not the Infrastructure Minister. I mean, if God forbid, conflict were to break out in our region, should we call Catherine King to ask what's going on first before we call Richard Miles?
Senator, you're referring to events that were conducted on the high seas, consistent with international law, less than best practice as we have described, but to draw an equivalence to a different set of circumstances where our national security is at risk is not a reasonable equivalence of the two events.
It's not a national security issue if there's a live firing exercise by the PLAN in our region?
That we're not notified about?
I said that our national security is at risk.
It's not a risk to our national security that Australian civilians in aircraft flying to New Zealand have to divert with no notice because a live firing exercise being conducted by a foreign military?
I think that it is a significant event and clearly was disruptive to civil air services, but I'm not aware of any characterisation that indicated those aircraft were at immediate risk.
Okay, so just to confirm for the record, there was no prior notification from the PLAN or the Chinese government prior to this live firing exercise on Friday?
That's correct.
Nor on Saturday?
Correct.
In the second live firing incident. It was also the New Zealand military that was monitoring the second live firing incident?
That's right.
And how was the timeliness of that notification?
Last minute.
Jonathan, you got to go.
11:50. Senator Rear-Admiral Jonathan Early, Head of Military Strategic Commitments. We received advice at approximately 11:50 Australian Eastern Daylight Saving Time, advice from the New Zealand Defence Force, that they'd overheard a broadcast on open-air channels of the PLA task group to conduct a high seas firing over the period of 1200 to 1500 Australian Eastern Daylight Saving Time.
So just to be clear, when did the live firing exercise take place?
That was the window. We did receive advice. That particular firing, the New Zealand Defence Force did observe.
Yes.
And
so the firing was at 11:50? Or the notification?
That's when we received the report.
Yep.
So that was 11:50 for the window that they broadcast between 12 and 1500.
Yep. And the actual live firing occurred at?
At 13:08 or 1:08.
Yep.
Okay. And there, again, were no Australian assets in the area?
It was being monitored by the New Zealand frigate.
Okay. So when were you notified, CDF?
Senator, I don't have that specific timeline available to me.
Okay. When was the Deputy Prime Minister notified?
The Deputy Prime Minister was notified, or the Office of the Deputy Prime Minister was notified at 1300.
At 1300, so prior to the live firing exercise itself, but an hour and a half roughly after the report came in. Is my maths right there?
Well, an hour and
10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. When was the Prime Minister notified about this second live firing exercise?
I can't answer that question, Senator. I'm not privy to that.
Admiral, did you brief the Prime Minister in relation to the second live firing incident?
No, I did not.
Do we know if anyone did?
I know the Prime Minister has been regularly updated, but I don't have that.
By whom?
The Prime Minister is briefed by a range of different personnel, and I believe this was canvassed. These issues were canvassed on Monday, PM&C estimates.
Okay, well then, do you know the answer, Minister?
I'll take that on notice, Senator, but these questions are best directed to the Prime Minister's department and his representative in estimates, and that occurred on Monday.
Well, all right, we'll need to move the call along. Now, Senator Rennick, I'll give you the call, and then Senator Shoebridge. Senator Rennick.
Hi guys, I've got two questions. The first one is a very simple one. Will you lift the requirement for soldiers to have a COVID vaccine before they go overseas or before they need to enter the military? I know the AFP have dropped theirs and most other organisations have dropped theirs. Is that something the military is prepared to do?
Senator, we'll just change the officials out to be in a position to answer your question.
Well, just before you go, I'll put the second one to you as well, just so you don't come back again, is regarding enlistment. So I've got a number of emails, I've raised this before again in defence, about the difficulty Australians are having in regards to enlisting into the military, particularly young people. I've got a number of emails here from military families who cannot get their sons into the military. I'll read one email. My son Nathan has been attempting to join the Australian Army as an enlisted soldier for the last 10 months. This process has been amazingly slow and inefficient, with documents being requested multiple times, interviews being cancelled and moved, my son being asked back for multiple interviews and finally being rejected for the ADF gap year. I'll just read the next part. I think he was told to join Toastmasters to work on his communication. Nathan is a sound communicator, engaging in both drama and writing at school, in addition to music and football. He also took on the lead role in his school's high school musical performance, while still volunteering to assist in set-up and instruction. I guess my point is, why are you going to the extent for people who clearly, young Australian men and women, who are clearly good communicators, fit and able-bodied, why are you making it so difficult for them to join the military?
Senator, I can't talk to the particular circumstances.
No, I'm not asking you to join the
individuals, but clearly we need to grow the military to meet our targets. We are working on that recruiting system to ensure that can be the case. We've been on the public record that the recruiting system has not been delivering the outcome that we have needed, and we have been working to address those areas in its performance that have been most impacting the recruiting rates. But I will ask the specialist to talk to you more broadly.
Senator Rennick, Lieutenant General Natasha Fox, Chief of Personnel. In relation to the individual, there are many reasons that people are unable to join the military, and depending on the role that they were applying for, there may have been requirements for additional information. For instance, if it was an aviation role, there's a requirement for additional testing in and around medical requirements to perform aviation roles. And
this wasn't an aviation role, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as gap year does have some aviation roles. Right. So in terms of the numbers of people recruiting, we've apologised in the past in terms of it is too slow, but we're working on measures to address the velocity in the pipeline for people to join the ADF. Depending on the role, sometimes there are more people who want the role than actually targets available for the particular role linked to the design of the Australian Defence Force. So there are multiple aspects that impact a person's journey through Defence Force recruiting, and we're working with our partner Adecco in relation to speeding up that time frame. In fact, it's a focus of work that we're undertaking this year in particular about that velocity. CDF mentioned in his opening statement the volume of people that are applying to join the ADF is significant, and in fact for the first time in the forecast to recruit to the permanent force this year, we will exceed numbers that we haven't recruited since the early 2000s.
Okay, great. I mean, I guess, I always thought the military was a place where you go, if people went to knock them into shape, but it seems to me there's this attitude that they've got to sort themselves out before they join. And, from what I hear, what I read, I don't pretend to be an expert on defence matters, is that there is a shortage in recruitment. You're struggling to recruit. So I just don't understand why you'd be making it harder for children, especially children of military families with military backgrounds, to actually join up.
Without understanding the specifics, Senator Rennick, I can't tell you where they.
No, I accept that. I mean, and this, these are, I'm surprised at how many emails I get because I'm not out there in the military space because I didn't serve in the military, so I'm not.
There are a number of requirements to join the military. I wouldn't say you join to knock people into shape. Given the role that the Australian Defence Force performs, we need to make sure that the people who do join the military are able to be employed and deployed in environments where they can be perform their role in a safe manner, both for themselves but also for their teammates. So we do take that enlistment criteria quite seriously in terms of how we assess people to join. We assess people based on their aptitude, their potential to undertake roles, their medical conditions, their psychological conditions, and criminal and background checks to ensure that the behaviours, as well as actually the ability to achieve a security clearance, so that the Australian Defence Force is able to employ the capabilities and our roles as required.
Okay, thank you. Just one on the vaccine. Someone else got to give me a response on that.
Senator Rear Admiral Sonia Bennett, Surgeon General, Defence Force. So the nature and circumstances of deployment mean access to healthcare is not readily available. So health has a number of requirements for individual readiness for deployment. Vaccination is one of those for a range of vaccines, and you've asked specifically about COVID. Since the implementation of the COVID vaccination program, Defence has followed the ATAGI advice on this, the Australian Technical Advisory Group on Immunisation, and continues to stay up to date. That's changed as recently as just requiring 1 dose for a primary course, and then consideration of a booster once every 12 years for otherwise fit and healthy young people. Whilst it's we have a vaccination schedule that is a requirement for readiness, there are opportunity, and we have individuals, it's still a voluntary process, so we do have individuals who refuse the vaccine. In those circumstances, we would initially have a health conversation with them first to encourage them to be vaccinated for health reasons. Then there is an option. They are technically not fit to deploy, but there's also remain options for Command to issue waivers should they see that there are circumstances that the benefit of that individual deploying outweighs the risk, and that would be things like the geographical area, the nature of deployment, whether there's a COVID surge happening in that area.
I'll just finish with this. Thanks, Chair. I've got 2 issues with that. First of all, the ATAGI advice is young people don't need to get the vaccine. And number 2, another story of a young guy that's in the military can't deploy was that he was told by his officers that it stops transmission. Well, that's not the case at all. We had 10 million Australians catch COVID in the first 9 months after we opened up, so it's not stopping transmission. So I'm not sure where your officers and your leaders in the military are getting their advice from, but that is not correct. So I would ask you to go back and read the ATAGI advice again, and take into consideration the number of people who have been injured by the vaccine as well. So plenty of young people who've all got strong immune systems can survive. I'm not talking about the other vaccines, I'm talking about this one in particular.
Yes, so Senator Rennick, in 2024 ATAGI advice, so unless they've issued more recent advice, does recommend 1 vaccine as a primary course for people over the age of 18 who are otherwise fit and healthy. So I think it depends on whether you consider a recommendation versus a mandate, and ask those people to consider a vaccine every 12 months. And that consideration will be based on whether we've got COVID circulating in the community, as we did as recently as late last year.
Yeah.
I agree with you on transmission, that the nature of that has changed over time. Certainly during the pandemic, there was an element of transmission reduction that occurred when people were initially vaccinated. Less important now. It's more about protecting the individual and the capability on deployment that vaccination is required for.
But here's the thing, you're saying 1 dose. The variants, there's new variants all the time. So that dose from 3 years ago is now out of date. And yet, say if you got 1 dose 3 years ago, you're entitled to go overseas, but you're actually out of date. And if you actually read the report, the non-clinical report, anyone that's had COVID has 100% CD4 T cell protection and 70% CD8 T-cell protection. So, you know, why it's just an unnecessary thing. Even other agencies like the AFP have dropped this requirement. So it just seems to me it's an unnecessary blockage, especially when we're trying to recruit more people into the military.
All right. Thanks a lot, Senator
Okay.
Rennick.
Thanks,
Now,
Chair. I'll
Senator
leave it at that.
Thanks, Chair. We're going to morning tea in 8 minutes, is that right?
Sorry?
We're going to morning tea in 8 minutes?
We are, but I'll give you an extra 2. Give you a 10, and then we'll break.
The Admiral Johnson, there was a published tribunal decision from the Administrative Review Tribunal on the 20th of February, in which the tribunal agreed with ASIO's assessment to remove a security clearance, I think it was negative vetting 2, from an officer who was anonymised as HWMW. You aware of that?
I am, sir.
The ASIO and the tribunal both found that HWMW, and I'll quote here, demonstrated a higher level of loyalty to Israel than to the Australian government, and both found that in ASIO's assessment there are real concerns about the applicant's loyalty to Australia, his susceptibility to foreign influence and his compliance with security holder obligations which pose a risk to security. Those concerns arose over a series of interviews that were undertaken by ASIO. My first question is when did HWMW have the security clearance removed or suspended?
Senator Celia Perkins, Deputy Secretary, Security and Estate. Thank you for your questions. I would, in the first instance, make the point that the Administrative Review Tribunal decision that you're referring to is an affirmation or an upholding of an ASIO adverse security assessment. The matters in that decision that was published are important. I would echo the comments by the Director-General of Security, Mike Burgess, last night, that we won't speak to the specifics of the case beyond what is in the public decision, the published decision of the ART. So I'm reluctant to speak to individual vetting cases that are usually rich and fulsome, but we can canvass what is in that report of the ASIO security assessment decision. So on the face of the decision, HWMW retained the negative vetting security clearance access to top secret documents until the conclusion of the process. That's what the decision seems to say. The decision says that, yes.
Yeah. Given the very real concerns that were raised, including not telling the truth about the training that happened in Israel, which was known well in advance of the final decision, including admitting to having breached the confidentiality requirements of the interview with ASIO and speaking to the head of CSG in Sydney. These were all known and admitted to in the course of the investigation, yet HWMW retained access to top secret documents notwithstanding that. Is that usual practice? That somebody retains access to top secret even if those levels of concerns are admitted and known?
Senator, as Mr Burgess discussed with you last night, he's not in a position to share the ins and outs of the investigation. I can talk to the process. What that ART published decision refers to is an ASIO security assessment. In the process, at various points in security clearance processes or reviews, we refer cases to ASIO. That's a standard part of various clearances. ASIO undertake a security assessment. They then refer back to the Department of Defence outcomes, and then we take action on the basis of ASIO's security assessments, in this case an adverse security assessment.
Well, I'll just read again from ASIO's submission, which was endorsed by the tribunal. It was that in ASIO's assessment, there are real concerns about the applicant's loyalty to Australia. Admiral Johnson, is HWMW still a member of the ADF?
I'll get the Chief of Army to respond.
Senator, the member is in the inactive reserve pending administrative action.
So it's still a member of the ADF?
Yes, that's correct.
What does it take to have somebody removed from the ADF? We have ASIO finding that there are real concerns about this person's loyalty to Australia. Security clearance removed. There's a finding that they've demonstrated a higher level of loyalty to a foreign government than to Australia, and yet this person is still a member of the ADF.
Senator,
is that normal?
Senator, may I make a number of points, and then I will pass to Chief of Army to provide any further information. But this is an independent process. It is one that is completed by ASIO and security, and as you've observed, has been recently heard in the ART. We would not ordinarily canvass individual personnel, the circumstances of individual personnel in this forum. Now, you have asked some questions which go to general processes, and of course officials can talk to you about the general approach, but there are some limitations on what we can and should say about individual members of the ADF, present or former.
Lieutenant General.
Thanks, Senator. What I would offer to you is that the members' status in terms of their service, as they've been moved from one service category to another. The service category is best described as inactive. So that's the action that has been taken thus far in relation to the advice that we've been provided.
The tribunal findings and also ASIO's assessment and the admission of HWMW all make it clear that the training that HWMW attended and failed to disclose in Israel with CSG Group in Israel left them incredibly susceptible to recruitment by Mossad. Has there been a review undertaken by the ADF of any other ADF members that have undertaken that same or similar training by CSG that makes them incredibly susceptible to recruitment by a foreign government?
Senator, I think we can take that question on notice. I've provided you with some early advice that these security questions, there are reasons we don't discuss individual matters, there are also reasons we don't discuss detailed questions of national security. We'll take that on notice and see what information can responsibly be provided to you.
Well, Minister, this is a publicly released decision which raises incredibly real concerns about, in this case, the potential recruitment by a member of the ADF by a foreign government's security agencies, and that exposure happened at training that occurs in a foreign nation. My question to the Chief of Defence Force is, first of all, have you read the judgment, Admiral Johnson?
I'm aware of the judgment. No, I have not read it.
Have you received a briefing on the judgment?
I'm aware of the judgment and the circumstances, Senator.
Ensuring that the ADF's loyalty and the members of the ADF's loyalty, their highest loyalty is to Australia, I would have thought is something that you would take as incredibly serious.
Yes.
And kind of non-negotiable. That would be non-negotiable, wouldn't it? the members of the ADF, their highest loyalty is to Australia rather than any other country.
Yes, Senator. They serve the country of whose uniform they wear.
Yep. Well, their highest loyalty is to Australia. You don't wish to adopt that?
But, Senator, we have dual citizens in our country. You're asking me for a comparator of them. We have clear expectations on anyone who is in the Australian Defence Force to comply with our law and the function and role that they perform.
All right. So,
last question.
Given the concerns that this training in Israel was in circumstances where there was a high chance of persons participating in it are recruited by a foreign government, and in this case a foreign government's intelligence services, have you tasked the ADF with doing a review of which other ADF personnel have done this same training?
Senator, you asked that question previously and I indicated that we would take it on notice, noting its intersection with a range of other national security issues and the role that ASIO plays in managing those on behalf of the Australian Government.
All right. On that note, we're now going to break for 10 minutes and we'll be back after morning tea. Thanks, everyone. Minister, the Admiral and the Secretary to the table. Ms Moriarty, thank you. As you probably know, we only have 10-minute breaks in Defence and Foreign Affairs, unlike other committees.
I think we're
so we can get out of here a bit earlier tonight. So,
Senator.
all right. Can I have someone close the back door, please, or a bit of shush? All right, Senator Mackenzie, you've got the call.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Defence Secretary. Rear Admiral. I just wanted to go to the Defence Minister getting a daily update, Rear Admiral, in your earlier evidence. How does he get that daily update? Is it an email, a text? Do you make a phone call? Has he got someone from Defence Liaison in his office?
Thank you, Senator. Rear Admiral Jonathan Early, Head of Military Strategic Commitments. We send a daily email.
You send a daily email. So when we say the Defence Minister's getting a daily briefing, particularly in the context of the situation we've been discussing all morning, it's a daily email. Does the Prime Minister get the same daily briefing from Defence?
I can't answer that, Senator. It's a question for the PMO.
No. It's a briefing from Defence. It's a question for Defence. You send an email to the Minister for Defence for his daily briefing.
Mm-hmm.
Do you send the same email to the Prime Minister?
No, I personally do not send the same
Does
email.
Defence?
No, we send it to the DPMO.
And you assume that the Defence Minister, if there's anything of note, will get on the blower to the PM and make sure the Prime Minister of this country is aware?
Well, the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister regularly communicate.
Oh, they're besties,
Senator.
Senator McAllister. Let's not discuss that right now.
Sorry, I don't
Defence.
understand.
My question was for the Defence officials.
Well, Senator, that is not, in fact, how the standing orders work, and I answered your question.
And you're not the Chair, Minister.
Well, hang on. Okay. Can we just get back to questions and answers,
Could
please?
we?
I mean, the Minister is
Very
entitled to
helpful.
take on questions to the department officials, but Senator Mackenzie, you have the call.
So I just want to be clear, the daily briefing that the Defence Minister gets from Defence is an email, and that same daily briefing is not provided to the Prime Minister. Is that correct?
We provide it to the Office of the Deputy Prime Minister. That's right.
To the Defence Minister. And the assumption for Defence is that if there is anything of concern, it will be conveyed from the Defence Minister's office to the Prime Minister's office.
That's the prerogative of the office.
Absolutely. Thank you. So there is no, other than the direct briefing you provided yourself, Rear Admiral, to the Prime Minister around this incident at around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you've assumed that the Defence Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, Richard Marles, has briefed the Prime Minister and his office on the incident.
I haven't assumed anything apart from being confident that we're providing the advice.
That you've provided it to the Defence Minister?
Yes.
Only.
Senator, I'll just add, Chief Referee, Deputy Secretary, Deputy Policy Secretary, we of course provide advice to the Foreign Ministry and the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. They are, of course, responsible for advising their ministers, and so that's the way our system works.
Okay, thank you so much for that helpful interjection, Mr Jeffrey. So, Defence, do you have a liaison staff member within the PMO? Yourselves?
A defence person?
No.
Not the PMO.
No. So who would your direct contact be within the Prime Minister's office?
It's with the Deputy Prime Minister's office, Senator.
So how did you get to brief the Prime Minister at 4 o'clock? Who did you call?
No, I had engagement with the Deputy Prime Minister ahead of it, who indicated that I should call the Prime Minister, which I did.
Right. Okay, I just want to go to the evidence I received on Monday night from Air Services Australia, where we know that the Chinese vessels were broadcasting from 9:30 a.m. a window for a live firing exercise. What was the frequency they were using, Rear Admiral, to make
Senator,
that broadcast?
I understand that frequency is 121.5 megahertz, which is a common aero emergency open circuit.
So it's common, open to all?
Common open air distress circuit.
It's known as civil air distress, Senator.
Yes, that's my understanding. But when you say open, is it a frequency that Defence could also listen to?
Yes, Senator.
But you don't, clearly.
Are you referring to a specific incident?
So this is an open frequency.
That's correct.
That clearly the Virgin pilot on this occasion was tuned into.
He was in the vicinity of where that task
Yep, you have
was.
to be less than 250 nautical miles from that particular signal to be in receipt of it. Is that correct?
Subject to the weather conditions of whether or not it's received at that range.
So, Senator, if I might just help. 121.5 is known as a very high frequency. It's a short range.
Yes.
Of course, if you're an aircraft, you receive it at much greater ranges because it's impacted by the curvature of the Earth. So surface vessels don't have the same range when using VHF frequencies as aircraft do because of the altitude. So when we say it could be monitored by Defence vessels who are in the vicinity...
It would be more difficult than if you...
That's
yes,
right, yes.
Appreciate that. We know that a notice to airmen wasn't provided by the PLA in this instance, hence this discussion. Do we know, and I'm assuming they did not provide a notice to mariners either?
That's our understanding. That's right,
so,
they did not.
Is there a similar frequency for vessels to, give distress signals?
There is, Senator.
And what's that?
That's on the VHF Channel 16.
Channel 16. And do we know whether these PLAN vessels were also giving a similar call out about their live firing actions on VHF 16?
I'm only aware of the call being heard on 121.5, Senator.
Okay. Because that is the only international protocol? Why only 121.5 if you're actually a vessel and not warning other fishing vessels, yachties, whoever may be in the vicinity of the live firing exercise? I would have thought you'd have to do air and sea.
And you'd be correct, Senator, with that in terms of best practice. But I can't verify whether or not the PLA task group did in fact do that on Channel 16.
Finally, we had a fishing vessel out there listening to the open channel. So can I understand that from Defence's perspective, you don't monitor 1215?
No. Can we just be... I'll be quite deliberate.
I want and the VHF 16.
So our vessels and aircraft operating routinely do.
Yes.
Your question goes broader than that, and that's where I'm just being more cautious about broader capabilities. But vessels and aircraft that are operating will typically have both the civil and the military aero distress, which is a different frequency again, as part of their routine monitoring.
So that's 243. 243, correct. Yes, sir.
See, this is the background I don't have. I just wanted to go to the Prime Minister's response to this incident, because it doesn't seem that he was appropriately briefed. And it's no reflection on you, Rear Admiral. It would seem that the language the Prime Minister chooses to use in reference to this incident is weak, is equivocal, and is in direct contrast to both the Defence Minister and the Foreign Affairs Minister's use of language. Do you think that there would be benefit in Defence having a more direct line into the Prime Minister's office and with the Prime Minister specifically, given the equivocation and almost the equivalence language that he's been using between the ADF's behaviour, for instance, in the South China Sea versus the PLAN's behaviour in the Tasman Sea?
Senator, I don't accept your characterisation of the approach taken by the Prime Minister
You're running a protection
or by the
racket.
government. The government, including the Prime Minister, has been very clear about this. This is...
No, he hasn't been clear,
Senator,
Minister, at all. He's been far from it.
The Prime Minister has been very clear...
One at a time.
...that we respect the right of states to exercise freedom of navigation and oversight in international waters and airspace. And importantly, we expect other states to respect our right to do the same. Now, China is entitled to operate in this region in accordance with international law. We are entitled to respond and to monitor those activities. And as you've heard from officials this morning, that is exactly what has taken place. We have also been clear that in the case of the live fire, best practice requires a longer notice period. It requires a notice to airmen. That did not occur in this case. We are concerned about that. That has been raised at senior levels of the government with counterparts. These matters have also been canvassed in general through other channels.
Rear Admiral, you said it was irresponsible behaviour by the PLA with respect to not providing the notice to airmen and the notice to mariners. Would you say it's actually provocative?
Senator, I might just politely, I'm an admiral, not a rear admiral.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But,
I'm sorry.
It helps me occasionally when I've got to tell others to do things.
Yeah, no. Everybody up the back in the back stalls. He's an admiral.
Would it be provocative? Well, it's certainly disruptive. I characterise it as irresponsible. I know others will form their own view of it. I think I'm satisfied with those descriptions that I have offered.
Yes, you're satisfied that it's irresponsible.
Yes.
You're not prepared to say it's provocative. Secretary Moriarty, is it provocative behaviour?
Senator, the PLA Navy deliberately chose to conduct a live fire exercise. They chose the location and the time. They chose not to provide advance notice to us. And I would share the CDF's view that it is irresponsible. Particularly to do it where civilian aircraft had to divert with no notice.
And this is the big difference when we were questioning Air Services Australia on Monday night. The whole idea around our domestic defence force, our ADF, informing our Air Services Australia was taken as a given. But they also made it clear that foreign powers defence forces regularly do these type of activities, and they regularly provide the appropriate notification to civil authorities within an appropriate time frame so that civilians are not put in harm's way. I mean,
this is the point I've made multiple times this morning, Senator,
oh, thank you,
it's
Senator.
our concern about that question that has led us to raise this with counterparts.
I'd like to understand, Secretary, the communication between the Defence Minister's office and the Prime Minister's office.
Senator, I don't...
around this particular incident?
No, I don't...
Question? What is the question?
I would like the Secretary to outline the communication that occurred between the Defence Minister's office and the Prime Minister's office.
Senator, I don't have specific information about the nature of the interactions. We provide information to the Deputy Prime Minister's office. We also communicate to other departments, but the nature of the interaction between the Deputy Prime Minister's office and the Prime Minister's office, I do not have visibility.
Is opaque for you, Secretary?
I don't have visibility.
Yeah, you don't have
it.
visibility.
Right.
So Minister King was informed of this incident at 11:20. Yes? Yes? That's the evidence from Air Services Australia. And so when was the Foreign Affairs Minister informed?
Well, you have to direct that question to the Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Well, I am sure on an incident of this seriousness, Minister, that the Defence Department would have a list of which ministers knew what when. They don't just put it all at Richard Marles' feet and say, do your best, boss. Do they, Secretary?
Well, Senator, I think you're mischaracterising.
There's probably been a lot of conversations at the official level. We can't be sure at the ministerial level, but at the official level, there would have been a raft of conversations making sure we were all on the same page and that information was appropriate.
Thank you, Senator McKenzie. We're moving. Sorry, but the time is now expired from your end. I'm now moving the call to Senator Pocock.
Convenient.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you for your time this morning. I've got some questions about the One Defence data program. Thank you. Late last year, it was reported in the media that a defence spokesperson said the 1DD program was expected to, and to quote, achieve minimum viable capability in December 2024. Is the 1DD program currently operational?
Senator Chris Crozier, CIO for Department of Defence. Senator, we went live in production with the 1DD system at both Protected and Secret the end of Q3 of calendar year 24. We're still continuing to shake the systems out. So at this point in time, we have not actually hit minimum viable capability. MVC is scheduled later, end of March, early April, and we're going through the process of ingesting and shaking out the data sets associated with that.
Thank you. Why did a defence spokesperson tell the media that it would achieve minimum viable capability in December 2024 then?
I can't comment on that, Senator.
Senator Paul Robards, Chief Data Integration Officer. Earlier last year, that was our intent to achieve the MVC by December 2024. But as the CIO has just indicated, we're still working through some testing activities there.
Okay, and so just to confirm, there are no capabilities that are live and functional within Defence. It's still all just testing and...
We are currently ingesting what's called synthetic data at this point in time, Senator. So the first major program of work is with health knowledge management. At the moment, we don't want to be ingesting live patient data until we confirm the support of that system, which is why we're currently ingesting synthetic and proving the technology. The intention is that when that system goes live in June of this year, the expectation is we'll have the MVC capability to be able to support that.
Okay, thank you. In October last year, it was reported in, I think it was the AFR, that 70 KPMG consultants finished working on the 1DD project. I'm interested what deliverables KPMG completed before its removal.
KPMG exited upon completion of the contract that they were due to deliver against. The requirements that were established through that contract were delivered by KPMG, and we went into hypercare, so there were deficiencies that were identified and KPMG then corrected those. But at this point in time, it is the Commonwealth that is now firmly in charge of the One Defence data platform, making the decisions associated with that from an architectural perspective and so on, and managing the completion of requirements to hit MVC.
So all of KPMG's deliverables were fully delivered, but we don't have a functional 1DD?
So the platform was delivered per the contract. Now we're in the process, as I say, of ingesting the necessary data sets to be able to then complete and have the analytical engines available. That's now sitting firmly with the Commonwealth to deliver, Senator.
And that's being done purely in-house without external contractors?
We are consuming an approach where we have a combination of internal resources, and I've been onboarding internal resources that we've discussed as well. We do have some point representation through external contractors as part of that. But it is under the complete control of my team at this point in time.
Sure. Who are those external contractors?
Pardon me?
Who are those external contractors?
I would have to come back to you in terms of they're predominantly named resources as opposed to consulting firms.
Thank you. And what's the total cost of the 1DD program to date?
Senator Matt Yiannopoulos, Associate Secretary. As at 31st of December 2024, we had spent $85.5 million.
And how much was paid to KPMG for their work?
Sorry, Senator, if I can just clarify that the figure that the Associate Secretary was giving there to 31st December was actual payments of $85.5 million paid to KTEC for their systems integrator services. The total expense paid to that time was $162.1 million.
So where's the other 80 mil?
The remainder was for government furnished materials, software and hardware, totaling $50.1 million, and other contractors for project management and additional services for $23.8 million.
Okay. And are there going to be additional costs incurred due to KPMG's removal, reworks, delays?
Senator, KPMG exited on the basis of meeting and completion against the contract that they were provided. The subsequent enhancements that we are currently undertaking are in relation to additional requirements from the capability manager and identification of additional technology capabilities of the stack that we've actually installed.
Okay. And so 162 million to date, what do you project it'll cost once it's good to go, everything's fully implemented?
Senator, the acquisition budget is $188.8 million.
And you expect it to be on budget?
Yes, within that, Senator.
Okay. Thank you. I know we've touched on this before, but I'm interested in the wake of issues around KPMG being paid despite not meeting milestones. And there were, in that Ankram report, which the Senate OPD'd, there were a number of references to payments being made, to quote, in the interest of maintaining a collaborative relationship. I'm interested in what's been put into place to ensure that that doesn't happen in the future, where taxpayers are paying a company that doesn't deliver.
So, Senator, since I joined, and it's now a year and a half since joining the Australian Department of Defence, we have centralised all procurement under one particular individual who's accountable. So we have Group Operations Division. All commercial resources are now reporting through that individual. We have moved out a number of contractors, and so we have APS that are managing those key contracts. We've also put in place policies and procedures to ensure that prepayments or payments for services that have not been rendered will not occur again, and that is stipulated in the way that we manage things moving forward. Our team is incredibly sensitive to ensure that we see artefacts against contracts before making payments.
Okay, that's good to hear. I think that's really positive. I mean, the thing that I hear from a lot of people amidst all the politicking about the quantity of spend, the focus really needs to be more on the quality of spend, given the kinds of things that we hear year in, year out through estimates. So thank you very much for your work on this. I just wanted to touch on the definition of sovereignty. And I know when it comes to procurement, and I know we've touched on this before. Last time we talked about this, Mr. Crozier, you were saying that basically any company that can provide us with capability is classified as an Australian sort of sovereign company. Is that still the case?
I may pass to my colleague, Mr. Deeble.
Thank you.
Who's better at providing.
Chris Deeble, Deputy Secretary of Capability Acquisition and Sustainment Group. With respect to the definition of the sovereign industry, the DIDS, the Defence Industry Development Strategy, is quite clear about what they define as a sovereign defence industry base. That definition includes Australian companies based in Australia, an ABN number, the ability to provide a product or service to the ADF or into an international export market. That's the way that's described within the DIDS.
So any of those things, you can either be a sovereign Australian business or you can just be able to provide capability to Australia?
It's basically defined as being Australian-based. So that would include landed entities of overseas primes from the US, the UK, Europe and Korea, for example. But it does also then encompass small to medium enterprise and mid-tier companies that are based here in Australia as well.
And in terms of building sovereign capability, how can we be confident that we're doing that if we're allowing multinationals to just register an ABN and be able to compete with truly sovereign Australian companies?
I think there's a number of measures, and I'll give you a couple of statistics that are really important. So if you're looking at Australian industry outcomes in 23-24, based on ABS data, we had $9 billion worth of opportunity in the acquisition program. That represents 54% of that is Australian industry outcomes, and 13 billion that was associated with sustainment. That represents 79% in that context. So we've got data that indicates we're getting that.
Sorry, can I just on that data, just on a more granular level, and so that's just any company with an ABN?
That's tracking ABN numbers for Australian industry outcomes.
Yeah. But as we know, an ABN, Microsoft has an ABN, Google has an ABN. Correct. If you ask any Australian if Google or Microsoft or Boeing were a Australian company, they'd probably look at you very strangely.
Look, the ABN is a measure by which we can actually track companies here in Australia.
This is my concern.
And we use that. And we do have views on other areas as well. And I'll give you some examples of how we can be assured of Australian, including small to medium enterprise. So we have Team Defence Australia, which supports expos and shows overseas. They will support small to medium enterprise in that regard. There has been some, according to the Austrade data, $8.8 billion worth of opportunity for Australian industry that's been created in the as a result of Team Defence Australia. So we know that small to medium enterprise is getting export opportunities, for example. We're also getting better at trying to track small to medium enterprise within that industry base as well. And as I said, $22 billion worth of Australian industry opportunity, 54% created within Australia, 79% for acquisition and sustainment, respectively.
Thank you, Mr. Steve. And I understand you're just sort of working under the government's frameworks and with the existing data, but when I talk to people, I think what I'm hearing is that the stats are quite misleading, because just because you have an ABN doesn't mean you're an Australian, sort of sovereign Australian company. And one of the other things I'd just be interested in your view on that gets raised with me a lot by SMEs who are trying to compete in procurement is, if we're really wanting to create a level playing field, why are we allowing big companies not to pay much tax here? That shifts the scales. They're obviously able to compete and underbid companies that are paying full freight tax. And so is any work being done to look at retained economic benefit? How much is actually staying here?
We haven't, sorry, Senator, we haven't done any specific work about that. And I'm not an expert in tax, but I would understand that most companies would look to minimise tax payments, and that there are measures within the tax system. And again, I'm not an expert, so I won't comment on that in detail. But I think the important part is that the sovereign defence industry base recognises the broad canvas of defence industry that is important for Australia. It recognises those industry contributions to our defence capability. The reason why primes are included is a large amount of the work that goes to small to medium enterprise will be contracted from primes through Australian supply chains and small to medium enterprise. So it is critical that we understand that that is a method by which small to medium enterprise and a large method by which they get that. Contracting direct with small to medium enterprise, we're looking at initiatives that will help us do more of that into the future. And as you could imagine, we are the largest acquisition organisation. It's not just capability acquisition and sustainment group. There's Naval shipbuilding, there's the GUIO enterprise, ASA, but we also do work with SEG on estate and other areas, and with DDG with respect to ICT. So we're a broad canvas when we go out to the Australian industry base.
No, thank you very much for your work, and I take your point about every company is going to try and minimise their tax, but it seems to me that the multinationals have the advantage there where they can minimise it far more than any Australian sort of sovereign-based here business can, and that tips the scales a bit. So I guess this is more one for the government. I'd love to see more of a focus on retained economic benefits so we can create more of a level playing field, but I really appreciate all the work that's being done on procurement.
Thanks,
Senator. If I could, just a couple of examples where, like Boeing Defence Australia is working on the GhostBat platform. It's a unique capability. While it's Boeing, but it's Defence Australia, they own some of the intellectual property is Australian.
Yes.
So it is a sovereign, that project is a sovereign Australian project, even though it's carried out by Boeing Defence Australia. The Bushmaster developed by Taylor's Australia, a lot of the intellectual property there is retained by the Australian company. So I do understand, and I often talk to people about how can these companies contribute to Australian sovereign capability, but it is complex, and a number of them do genuinely generate sovereign capability that is retained in Australian hands.
And I would add to the Secretary's evidence that the workforces attached to these projects and the capabilities embedded within that workforce are, for the most part, deeply attached to Australian capabilities. And in fact, it's at the heart of what we are trying to do, is make sure that we've got skilled personnel who can work across the supply chain to contribute to our industrial base. That is why the definition set out in the strategy speaks to the Australian-based industrial capability and the ABN as a dual test, because we are trying to build that skilled workforce. And as you can see, in fact, a whole range of sectors in Australian society, it's one of the key challenges that this government is seeking to tackle and deal with. And you can speak with other colleagues in other estimates about the work going on in TAFE and the vocational education sector. We need in the higher education sector to make sure that we've got the training opportunities available to support this as well.
Just to add to the Senator's point, there's 64,000 jobs associated with the defence sector in Australia. That's from the ABS data. So over 64,000. That's direct jobs, and there's over 100,000 indirect jobs, and that will grow as we look to naval shipbuilding, nuclear-powered submarines.
And I agree with everything that's being said here, but I think
it's just that if you then discount some of the businesses that you say ought not be included, it also discounts the work that's being done with those workforces.
No, I just think that if you get...
We consider that opportunity for those personnel and staff to work on these issues to be part of that broad
Minister,
project.
sorry, I think you're mischaracterising what I'm saying. All I'm saying is that I think if you cop billions of dollars of taxpayer money, you should probably pay tax in that jurisdiction.
And that is most certainly a discussion that you can take up with colleagues in economics estimates,
already
which I believe are underway at the moment.
Already have, thank you.
Time for your lot, unfortunately, Senator, has expired. Now, I was going to say Senator Shoebridge, but I see Senator Thorpe's online. Senator Thorpe, I'm assuming you've got questions?
I sure do.
Sure. Well,
Thank you,
I'll
Chair.
give you the call and then I'll go to Senator Shoebridge after you.
Thank you very much.
No worries.
And it's always entertaining to hear the illegal occupation of the Australian government talk about sovereignty. As a black sovereign woman, it's very, very entertaining, might I say. My question is in relation to PFAS. We know the Defence Department has apologised for polluting and contaminating many communities around the country, particularly defence bases themselves and airports. So my questions are in relation to PFAS. So since 2020, Defence has settled 5 class actions across 11 communities impacted by PFAS contamination from defence activities, totalling $367.2 million. This amount does not include the Commonwealth's legal costs. Can you please tell me what were the costs incurred for legal actions in this regard since 2020?
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Celia Perkins, Deputy Secretary, Security and Estate. I feel like we may have answered this question in a previous hearing of this committee. I would offer to take that on notice and get back to you later today. I don't have it in front of me.
Thank you very much. In its submission to the PFAS Select Committee, Defence noted that individuals and businesses who consider they have suffered loss or damage as a consequence of defence activities involving PFAS can make a legal claim directly to Defence. The majority of these claims have been in for property value diminution and inconvenience, distress and vexation. How many of these claims have been received?
Senator, 416 total legal claims have been received.
Thank you. And how many of these claims have resulted in a payment?
I won't speak to payments, but Ms Rush may. 335 claims have been resolved in litigated and non-litigated claims.
Could you take on notice how many of those 335 resulted in payments, please?
Certainly.
And how much that was? And how many, if any, claims have been made by Wreck Bay community members?
Again, Senator, I don't have a breakdown of those claims by locations, but we can take that on notice.
Thank you. Okay, this line of questioning is PFAS in weapons. Can you confirm if Defence is using munitions, explosives and other conventional and strategic weapons platforms containing PFAS chemicals?
Senator, as I think we may have explored in the inquiry you're leading, PFAS, or the PFAS class of chemicals, are prevalent in many applications. If I were to take, I don't know if you can see me on screen, but I'm opening the Secretary's water bottle, and sometimes there's a little disc inside that would have a PFAS coating quite regularly. We've been particularly concerned in the Defence PFAS investigation and remediation program on the use of PFAS in aqueous firefighting foams, particularly because of the way in which those chemicals have dispersed through the water table and water systems and been more persistently contaminating. And as we've talked about before, we've been working for about 10 years now on removing those wherever possible from use in defence. Because of the persistent nature of the chemicals in everything from waterproofing to many instances, I don't think we would be in a position reasonably to advise throughout the supply chain of defence equipment and munitions where they may be. But what we do know through our work on PFAS is not dissimilar to similar contamination work on lead or asbestos. Our concern is where they can travel. So where my parka might have a PFAS in the waterproofing, that is less of a concern for the impact that it might have than in a firefighting foam where it will disperse and get into the water table.
Thank you. Given, it's a few decades since the contamination of PFAS from defence bases, from firefighting foam, and we know the prevalence of illness relating to PFAS, particularly firefighters, and we find out decades down the track. Do you have any idea of the percentage of weapons that are being used by the Defence Force, like the percentage of PFAS-related weapons, given we find out about the firefighting foam a couple of decades later? We've got people handling PFAS every day for their work. Is there a percentage of PFAS-related weapons that are being used that people should know about or know about?
I think I'd just make 2 points. The first that we've canvassed before is that the human health effects remain really difficult to establish. We can trace the prevalence of PFAS and its accumulation, but the health evidence is still a point of some medical and research.
That's not true.
What I would say...
In this country, but not everywhere else around the world.
What I would say, as I said earlier, we have been concerned through the remediation program where PFAS moves and travels. And as I said, it would be difficult for us to understand in fixed instances such as in clothing, understanding how that that has not been a feature of the PFAS investigation and remediation program.
Well, the US do it, and you love the US, and you think they're so great as a friend or ally. So the US have numbers on this. Why don't we? I mean, it's bad enough that our drinking limit here is 400 times more than the US. If we're not looking at what they're doing and the sicknesses that have been identified and directly related to PFAS, the US have all of this. Why are you choosing... Oh, my thumb came up. Why are we choosing not to look at the US work when we're trying to deal with this PFAS contamination? We've got to look after our workers no matter where they are.
Senator, we do. We work very closely with the United States and with other countries, including NATO. And I think a feature of this program over the last decade has been continually in Australia and internationally to review the science and to be a participant in understanding as knowledge internationally grows. We routinely engage on that. Would
you consider looking at what the US are doing around knowing the percentage of PFAS in their weapons and what their workers are using? If you wouldn't mind, I mean, I think it would be helpful for all of us. But also, you stated that you're looking at where PFAS is most likely to disperse from. Munitions are a big concern, and we know that many of them do contain PFAS. Has Defence investigated PFAS contamination from its use of PFAS-containing munitions at military firing ranges and munition disposal sites? Because, whatever PFAS we're putting in the ground, whether it be an old gun or whatever is used to blow things up, then it's also going to leach back into the ground. So we have to take some responsibility.
Senator, let me take that on notice for you. But what I will say is that another part of my portfolio in defence is waste management, and we do have a very rigorous program of munitions disposal and clearing. We're particularly concerned about many of the features of munitions, copper in particular, lead historically. So we do very thoughtfully manage the disposal of munitions.
One more minute, Senator.
Okay, thank you. In the government's December 2024 response to the independent review into PFAS contamination around defence bases, it committed to the establishment of a national coordinating body overseen by federal and state ministers to improve management responses to PFAS and guidance to meet the needs of individual communities. Who is in charge of the establishment of this body?
Thank you, Senator. Minister for Defence Personnel, Mr Keogh, is the lead minister for this work. I and my team are supporting him in the development of those arrangements. We are actively working right now with Minister Keogh and in his outreach to the New South Wales Government initially, and then the Northern Territory and Queensland governments as we develop that body. It is a very active piece of work right now.
When can we see it fully established and operational, given, you know, this has been a long-term issue for this country?
Well, Senator, I'll allow the officials to speak to any information they may have about timeline, but you're right, it went on for a long time under the previous government. It wasn't dealt with. We committed from opposition to conduct an independent review into the contamination around RAF Base Williamtown, Oakey in Queensland and Tyndall in the Northern Territory. My advice is that Minister Keogh has written to the Northern Territory Chief Minister and the Premiers of Queensland and New South Wales on this matter. As Ms Perkins has indicated to you, we are actively working on this. We take it seriously and we are keen to see an improvement in the management response on PFAS and the guidance that is available to support individual communities.
All right, I have to move the call on, Senator, but if you've got time later on, we can certainly accommodate you later today. All right. Now, Senator Shoebridge, I'll hand the call over to you, and then I'll come to Senator Patterson.
Thanks, Chair. I think, CDF, in your opening, you referenced that there'd been some 69,000 people applying to join the ADF, and you referenced separation rates, but you can you tell us what the actual number of people in the ADF is now?
Yes, and I'll get the right people up to do so, Senator.
All right. And while they're coming forward, I'll just, I might ask you just a separate question about the 650 active applications from foreign citizens. I think they're Canadian, New Zealand, UK and US citizens. Have you reflected on the circumstances identified in the HWMW case and questions about what the expectation is for the loyalty of foreign citizens who aren't citizens of Australia when they're serving with the ADF? Well, what's the expectations on loyalty there?
The individuals who come in through that pathway or others are required to take Australian citizenship?
Before they commence?
No, I think within 90 days of them commencing.
So I come back to it again. They're meant to make application for citizenship within 90 days?
Senator, so in terms of the application and the approach we're taking with the Five Eyes or Four Eyes personnel who are permanent residents having lived in Australia for a year and not served in another foreign military for 2 years, they can apply to join, and they're permanent residents, they can apply to join the Australian Defence Force, and following their 90 days of service, they should apply for citizenship, and if they don't, they can no longer be in the Australian Defence Force.
All right. And so the residency requirements is 1 year in Australia?
Yes, Senator.
And how does that match with the requirements for citizenship? Were they entitled to citizenship after 1 year's residency in Australia?
We're working with Home Affairs, and in relation to, they're already permanent residents, so they've already got residency status. So we're not bringing in people who don't have a residency status in Australia.
Yeah. But are you satisfied that your requirements meet the requirements for citizenship?
Yes, Senator.
All right. And that, so CDF, for at least some of their service in the ADF, they won't be citizens of Australia, but they will be citizens of foreign countries. What's your expectation in terms of their loyalty during that period?
That they're joining the Australian Defence Force, they adopt all the values of the Australian Defence Force and comply with the laws as they do have as residents because they are in our country.
But it's more than just comply with the laws, isn't it? I mean, if you're serving in the ADF, there's an expectation, I assume the public has an expectation that there won't be bare compliance with the laws. There's an ethos and a loyalty that I would have thought was core to the mission. I'm asking you what your expectation about their loyalty is. Well, they're not a citizen of Australia, but they're citizens of other countries.
So, Senator, that was why I referred to our values, of which the first is service to the countries whose uniform they're playing on. So that is a statement of a loyalty to the country in which you're performing military service.
All right. And there's no expectation that they'll have a higher loyalty to Australia while they're serving in the ADF than to other countries of which they're a citizen. I think you said that earlier.
No, I didn't say that earlier, Senator. I said,
feel free to correct it.
So I expect that they comply with our values, comply with our laws, commit to the service of the country whose uniform they are wearing.
Mm-hmm. Well, again, I asked you earlier if there's an expectation that whilst people are serving in the ADF, that their highest loyalty is to Australia in the ADF. And again, I'm going to ask you whether or not you think that's your expectation.
I expect that they fully comply with our values and our laws, and that they meet the expectations of their service, which is serving the Australian community as a Defence Force member.
All right. Perhaps we'll go to something where there might be actually some hard metrics and numbers. What are the current numbers in the ADF?
Senator, the current funded strength is 58,832.
So funded strength, is that the actual number of people in the ADF?
That's the paid ADF strength.
All right. And are they all in uniform?
Yes.
Yep.
Senator.
And what was the target for this time this year?
The PAEs indicates the target was 58,850.
All right. Has ADECO been meeting its targets in the recruitment?
Senator, the targets for the ADF across the total workforce spectrum, so full-time and part-time, are just over 10,500, and the total inflow into the ADF against those targets at the moment is 72%.
All right. So when you, CDF, said that there'd been 69,000 people applied to join the ADF, you didn't tell us how many had actually joined the ADF.
That was applications, that's right.
It's applications. So ADECO is currently at 72% of its target. Are you satisfied with them being at 72%?
No, I want them to be at 100% or greater.
Is there a contractual penalty if they fail to hit their targets?
Senator, the contract that we have with ADECO is based on three areas where they, in terms of the performance management framework. The number of people, so by head count there is a payment, and not the ADF or department sets the priorities on the targets to recruit to, so not at the expense of overall volume though. And then there is a performance around the speed of which we should be recruiting, and then there's a performance metric around the quality of the requirements that we set on ADECO.
All right. So they haven't met their numbers. They're at 72% of numbers. Where are they on speed?
So ADECO last year, in terms of recruiting, were sitting at just over 350 days. They're now sitting at 268.
And what's the target?
As at 1 February.
What's the
what
target?
They should be sitting at right now should be in the order of 125 days.
All right. So they are, they've blown that out by more than 100% of their target. They've missed their target by over 100%.
That is the average, not all. The fastest we have recruited is in 47 days. We have around 350 that are less than 150 days. And we have some more that are less. So that's an average.
I'm not interested in the outliers. The measure they're tested against is they're meant to be at 125 days, and they're currently on average, at 260.
That's
more
correct.
Than double. And in terms of quality?
That's based on their ability to remediate and put in place the programs that we want to be put in place. And so we're also monitoring complaints against enlistments, and whilst there might be emails into various areas at the moment, the complaints in terms of the numbers of applications that we have is less than 1% or around 1%.
All right. So, but in terms of getting people in, they've blown out their targets on speed by more than 100%, and they've missed the numbers by 28%. CDF, did you know those figures when you gave the opening?
Yes.
You don't think that would be important to get an actual full picture about recruitment? You talk about applications, but you forgot to tell us that actually your new recruiter is missing their targeted time by over 100%. And you forgot to tell us that your new recruiter is missing the numbers by 28%. You don't think that would have been important to give a full picture?
So, Senator, I'm conscious how much time an opening statement takes, and I gave an overview of a number of activities, and I was relatively confident that we would get to the subject during today's evidence.
You were waiting to be interrogated on it?
History is a reasonably good guide, Senator. Every estimates we have this conversation, and the CDF and the officials have been absolutely frank with the committee on every occasion that they've been asked about these issues.
Well, you see, CDF, you gave us quite a lot of detail. You said defences, for context, defence recruit, it says here, defence recruited has not recruited more full-time personnel since the early 2000s. You told us that there were 69,000 people applied to join, talked about an 89% increase, you talked about separation rates, but you forgot to tell us that your new recruitment vehicle, which Lieutenant General Fox will tell us how much we've spent on, is more than 100% over its target on recruitment time and is missing its recruitment numbers by 28%. That does seem to me to be giving us only the sort of an edited rosy view and not the full picture.
Senator, I'm very clear on what the achievement status is and those areas where there is underperformance that needs to improve. I gave an overview of it and a number of other subjects. As I said, I was confident we would get into the data during today's testimony.
How much have we given to ADECO for them failing to miss the critical targets?
Senator, as I've indicated, they're paid on headcount and velocity, and So obviously, I don't have that in front of me at this point.
Right. Well, could you provide us on notice with how much has been paid to Adecco, including by itemising how it meets their targets?
Yes, Senator, I'd just like to add, but the CDF did say we have not recruited the volume of people that we have recruited since the early 2000s. So whilst our current recruiting contract is new in terms of its time that we've been with this partner, the reforms that we have been undertaking have been substantial, and Adecco have invested more people and more resourcing into this contract than we've had previously, and we are recruiting more people. However, the target has also increased quite substantially for the numbers of people.
All right, last minute.
I was going to ask some questions about the general purpose frigates, and it's listed as a $10 billion project, $7 to $10 billion project, and the purpose is, according to Rear Admiral Hughes, to have something that we're taking out of the box. Given the reporting that there's consideration of buying Japan's Megami 30 FFM, which is yet to enter service, are we sticking with that commitment to buy something that we're taking out of the box?
Senator, yes, the Megami is under production.
Beg your pardon?
Yes.
So we'll just get the microphone on in a second. Jim, and your name?
Sorry, Jim
please.
McDowell,
Yep.
Deputy Secretary, Naval Shipbuilding and Sustainment. Yes, that class of vessel is under production in Japan.
Well, the reports is an upgraded and larger version of Japan's Megami 30 FFM, which is yet to enter service. That's what the reports are saying is up for consideration. Upgraded, larger, not in service. Yeah, so my question is, does that fit the commitment that Rear Admiral Hughes gave to buy something we're taking out of the box, something that hasn't yet entered service?
All right, and then we'll move on.
Yep, Senator Cheryl Lutz. Yes, it does. The condition was that the exemplar platforms that were offered by the 5 tenderers had to be in service. If the 5 tenderers, they were all given the option to provide alternative proposals. Those alternative proposals were if there was any change or updated configurations or modifications to the exemplar platform, and they had to demonstrate a high level of design maturity. So the exemplar platform had to be in service. The alternative is not a criteria to be in service. The 3 designs that have been selected are the alternative Megami, so the alternative proposal put up by MHI, the upgraded Megami, and the exemplar proposal put forward by TKMS and the alternative proposal put forward by TKMS.
All right, we'll have to come back to this. We'll have to come back, but Senator Patterson, you've got the call.
Thank you, Chair. I was reflecting, listening to your evidence before, that another of the contrasts between the way in which Australia operates in these exercises in international waters, whether it's the South China Sea or elsewhere, and the way that the PLAN has operated in our region, is that I presume, and correct me if I'm wrong, Admiral, when we are shadowing their task group, we do so in a safe and professional manner.
We do.
It's not always the case when we're in the South China Sea that the PLA, whether it's their Navy or their Air Force, operates in a safe and professional manner, is it?
That has been our experience. That's right. That it is not always the case.
Correct. And quite recently, in fact, we had an example of that on the 11th of February, didn't we?
Yes, you're referring to the Maritime Patrol Aircraft, the P8 incident?
Yes. Why don't you describe what happened?
We had a P8 deployed for conducting surveillance in the South China Sea. I think the incident that you are referring to was on one of the patrols it conducted on the 11th of February. On this occasion, and I would say we have interactions with PLA forces routinely, but on this particular day, the P8, as it was conducting its patrol, was intercepted by a Chinese fighter jet, and on one occasion on that intercept there was a release of flares, which is commonly used by aircraft as a means of drawing attention, but on this occasion that release of flares occurred, in our view, much too close to our aircraft that presented a safety risk to the aircraft.
And this PLA Air Force jet, was it a J-16?
Yes.
Was this incident within Chinese airspace?
So we were operating under what we define, consistent with the law of the sea, in international, so on the high seas.
Yep.
Outside of territorial waters, as Australia recognises.
In other words, it was not in Chinese airspace?
No.
Was the P8 operating consistent with international law?
Yes.
When was the Minister first briefed on this P8 incident?
So the incident occurred on the 11th of February. The aircraft was operating late in the day. The Minister was first briefed by me at 8:45 on the following morning.
So that was the 12th of February?
12th of February.
And the Prime Minister?
I do not know when the Prime Minister was first briefed, but I was part of a briefing with the Deputy Prime Minister and to the Prime Minister on the morning of the 13th of February.
Okay. Do you have the time for that briefing?
It was mid-morning, 10:35.
Was that an NSC?
No, it was directly to the Prime Minister.
Have you briefed NSC on this incident?
I think the Minister has previously indicated I wouldn't reveal the nature of briefings that I or others would provide to NSC.
You did reveal it, though, in relation to the Tasman Sea incident, so why won't you in relation to this incident?
Apologies, I'm not sure that is the evidence.
Pardon me, Minister, I didn't hear you.
Well, I can ask the official to the CDF to clarify, but I don't believe that is.
I don't believe I did answer that directly.
You said, I asked, have you briefed NSC, and you said no. In relation to the Tasman Sea incident.
Right.
And then the Minister subsequently jumped in and said, we don't talk about NSC except when we do talk about NSC. So should I take it from this that NSC has not been briefed on the P8 incident?
I've indicated that I'm not prepared to canvass the content of discussions at NSC in this forum, Senator.
Just at press conferences by the Prime Minister, that's more appropriate, I guess. Okay, what representations has the Australian government made to the Chinese government about this incident?
Bernard Phillip, First Assistant Secretary, International Policy. We made representations on the 12th of February to China's Defence Attaché in Canberra. Later that day, Australia's Defence Attaché in Beijing made representations to the PLA in Beijing. Also later that day, the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade made representations to China's embassy in Canberra.
Can you share what the Chinese response was to those representations?
Senator, we wouldn't normally go into the details of our communications with partners, but I can assure you that we expressed significant concern about the unsafe and unprofessional conduct displayed by the PLA and conveyed our expectation that China would investigate the incident. We noted that it was not the type of interaction we expected to have with a professional armed force.
Mm-hmm. What's your expectation of the investigation? I doubt they will find it's an accident, given that it's happened so many times. It's clearly deliberate, isn't it?
Senator, we have a regular dialogue with the Chinese government, with the People's Liberation Army, on our expectations of their behaviour, because there have been a number of incidents over the past 12 to 18 months that Defence has assessed are unsafe and unprofessional. This has been a regular feature of our discussion.
But the implication that they should do an investigation implies that a PLA Air Force pilot's gone rogue or done something that wasn't planned or directed. Is there any reason to believe that's the case, given it's happened so often?
Senator, just Hugh Jeffrey, Deputy Secretary of Strategy Policy Industry. We won't obviously comment on Chinese intent. They can speak for themselves. The question, of course, is, you'll be aware, in the large swaths of the territory in the South China Sea, have been claimed by China under historical rights, and the questions, the nature of the dialogue with the PRC in relation to our presence in the South China Sea is all on the basis of those claims, and their activity is justified on the basis of those claims. And of course, we base our interpretation of international law under agreed precedents, and we are confident that at all times our aircraft operate in international airspace and sea lanes.
It's not just our interpretation, though, is it?
No, Senator. It's based on the UN Court of the Law of the Sea and agreed principles around international law that govern airspace and international seaways.
Can I test this proposition of the word of choice, which we've frequently used, that this is unprofessional? Unprofessional implies that it is something that's rogue or perhaps due to poor training or poor command and control. But there's no reason to believe that that's the reason why this is occurring, is it? It's a very deliberate act that's occurred on multiple occasions, as Mr Jeffrey said, to assert China's interests about its interpretation of international law.
So we've characterised it as unsafe and unprofessional, and I just both characterisations. The reason that they operate in that way is open to the judgment, deliberate or accidental. We don't know what that is the case, but we do not consider the conduct to be that which we would expect of professional military forces in the way they operate in close company with each other.
And that is a view that is, of course, endorsed and communicated by the government. We have been very clear in our condemnation of these behaviours publicly and directly.
How many times have incidents like this happened in the last couple of years?
To be confident in the answer, Senator, I would have to check that. You would recall we had an incident that occurred in 2022, also involving a maritime patrol aircraft. We've had incidents where the Chinese vessel activated its sonar near one of our vessels when they had divers in the water. Similar circumstance where flares were released near a naval helicopter that was operating. So over the last few years, we have had a number of incidents of this nature. Not to add to your list too much, but in addition to the flares incidents, there's been an incident with chaff as well, released into the flight path of a P8. That's the circumstance I was referring to of 3 years ago. Yep. And there's been the instance of the lasing of a P8 from a Chinese naval vessel. I believe that was in the Arafura Sea. That's correct. Yes, that's right. So half a dozen times at least over the last few years? Yes. And of course, this activity is not only directed at the Australian military. Some of our partner militaries have had similar experiences in the region, haven't they? They have. So how likely do you think it is that this has happened that frequently and it's accidental? I think it's less likely than likely. I think that there is messaging occurring from the PLA on its capabilities and its intent. And so if it is intentional and not accidental, and these are highly trained, highly capable pilots using highly capable platforms, it's not really just unsafe and unprofessional, is it? It's worse than that. In what manner are you referring to, Senator? Well, it's very deliberate. I would say it's provocative. It's reckless. Do you think they're fair descriptions? I think unsafe and unprofessional covers much of that which you have described, and it's clearly signalling an intent in those circumstances where it is not accidental, but we cannot be clear on each of the events whether that's the case. And it's intimidatory as well, isn't it? But it is intended to send a message to the Australian units that are operating there, and of course then to the Australian government generally. Did the Deputy PM and Defence Minister direct any particular response Defence should take in this instance? Sorry, you're still referring to the most recent incident? The P8. So there was a statement released, there was a information provided to journalists to provide them with context, and I'm very conscious that the Deputy Prime Minister also made public statements on the matter.
Yes, but my question wasn't what has happened, but what has the Minister directed you to do? Has the Minister directed you to take any particular response to this incident?
I wouldn't reveal the direction of the Minister to me. The Minister provides regular direction for me and I act on that direction when it's provided.
Okay. To your knowledge, has the Minister made any representations to his counterpart?
Senator, as Mr Phillip indicated, we've raised the issue at all levels, so that is political and official and mill-to-mill. And that occurs routinely when we have incidences such as these, and most recently, of course, when the Vice Chief and I were in Beijing for Defence Strategic Dialogue talks with PLA counterparts.
I'll come to that in a second. So, but at all levels, does that mean the Prime Minister's raised it with his counterpart?
Senator, the last political engagement that I'm aware of is with the Foreign Minister, who engaged with her Chinese counterpart in South Africa.
That's a level, it's not all levels.
Well, I'm sorry, Senator, when I say all levels, I'm referring to political, official and military.
Right. So so the Foreign Minister's made representations about it. Has the Defence Minister made representations about it?
The Defence Minister has made public comments about it, which
yes,
I'm sure
that's not
you're
what I'm asking
well
about.
aware of. And as the official has indicated, appropriately, this has been raised politically, it has been raised diplomatically, and it's been raised in the context of our military relations.
And among those representations, has it included a representation from the Minister of Defence for Australia to his counterpart?
I've been very clear about the approach we've taken, and Minister Miles has made a number of public statements about this. The Australian government has been very clear, and China could not be in any doubt about the position we take in relation to this incident. That is true also of the other incidents where we have raised our concerns. We approach this in a really methodical way. We condemn unsafe behaviour. The safety of our personnel is paramount, and we will call it out when we see it. And we utilise the channels that are available to us, in this instance, the Foreign Minister, diplomatic arrangements and military arrangements. I will make the observation that that is possible because we do have channels of communication available to us of that kind. That wasn't always possible under the previous government. It has been under this one, and we're determined to use them to raise our interests in this context in a predictable, calm and considered way.
Minister, you said you've been clear. Perhaps it's just me, but it's not clear to me from your answer whether or not the Minister for Defence has raised it with his counterpart.
I've been clear about what has occurred.
But not what hasn't occurred, so we should assume it hasn't occurred?
The Foreign Minister has made representations and there have been a range of other representations which the officials have stepped you through just now, and that is appropriate and consistent with the overall approach that we take to handling these issues in a considered way using the channels that are available to us.
Normally when we ask questions in this forum about the things that the Foreign Minister might have done or not done, we're told we can't ask it in this forum and we should ask that in tomorrow in Foreign Affairs estimates. But you've been very candid about what the Foreign Minister has done, but you're here representing the Defence Minister. What I'm seeking to understand is what has the Defence Minister done about this?
Well, the Foreign Minister and her actions have been made publicly, so I'm comfortable referring to those. I will direct you to her tomorrow if you have more detailed questions about the approach that was taken.
Will she be able to tell me?
The officials have stepped you through the range of ways that this has been communicated to China, and the underlying proposition is this, that the safety of our personnel is paramount. We condemn behaviour that jeopardises that safety, and we are willing to call that out when behaviour falls short of our expectations.
Will the Foreign Minister be able to tell me tomorrow what representations the Defence Minister has made?
Senator, you can ask questions as you wish to the Foreign Minister.
Right, so, but this is my opportunity to ask questions of the Defence Minister.
And I've answered your question.
Sorry, I
You've
hadn't
asked
finished
it
my
3
question,
times.
Minister. I hadn't finished my question.
You may not have answered. Well, please ask another question.
Thank you. This is my opportunity, only opportunity, to ask questions of you representing the Defence Minister. There have now been several serious safety incidents involving the PLA, and we are none the wiser what, if anything, the Defence Minister has raised directly with his counterparts. You've pointed to public statements and you've pointed to activities of other ministers. But the Minister for Defence and our Deputy Prime Minister is responsible for the ADF and for his relationship with his counterpart. So unless you're able to point to something that he's done or said, am I to assume that he has done nothing to make representations directly to his counterpart?
I wouldn't characterise it that way at all, because the government's response has been explained to you. And as Mr Jeffrey characterised it, it encompasses political representation, diplomatic representation and military-to-military representation, and that is appropriate. It contrasts with the approach that occurred under the previous government, where many of those channels were not available because the preference from the previous government was public chest beating rather than actual communication directly about the issues of concern to us and the issues that are in our national interest.
Okay, so as I understand it, this incident occurred on the afternoon or the evening of the 11th of February. The Minister was briefed on the morning of the 12th of February. The Prime Minister was briefed on the morning of the 13th of February. So the Minister was briefed on the Wednesday, the Prime Minister was briefed on the Thursday. Why didn't the Defence Minister disclose this to the Parliament while it was sitting?
Well, Senator, there is a process that this government goes through when an incident of this kind occurs. And officials can talk a little more about the factors that they consider. But in the first instance, it involves confirming the nature of the incident, and that was what occurred in this instance. In the second case, it involves providing those direct communications to partners, and that occurred also in this instance.
So it was just convenient that the first opportunity for it to be publicly disclosed was half an hour after the question time finished on Thursday afternoon in an exclusive interview with Kieran Gilbert on Sky News. There was no earlier opportunity to disclose it.
It is consistent with a handling approach that sees us evaluate the circumstances, gain a factual understanding that we are confident in about what has occurred, and provides us with an opportunity to communicate directly about the issue. That is the approach that was taken on this occasion.
CDF, when were the facts confirmed in this instance?
Senator, if I could just give you some insight. So the aircraft performed its patrol on the afternoon of the 11th of February. It needed to complete its mission. It returned back to its operating base. The crew obviously went through a debrief and evaluation with the deployed commander of the circumstances. That information was provided overnight, and in the morning, the Joint Operations Command, a similar evaluation to look at it and precedents or other elements of it. I received it on that morning and wanted to be satisfied, because it's a very important judgment about the characterisation of the event. I got first-hand knowledge through the course of that morning of the nature of the activity. We and I formed a judgment that it was unsafe and unprofessional in the early afternoon of Wednesday the 12th.
So you were sufficiently confident to brief the Minister on the morning of the 12th. You formed confidence about the events on the afternoon of the 12th. You briefed the Prime Minister on the morning of the 13th. And when did you notify our partners?
The part of the judgment then, of once we had formed a view of the nature of the incident, as the Minister's outlined, particularly the process of communicating to Chinese officials occurred, and that was part of us making sure we represented the issue and understood whether there were any elements that they may communicate back that were relevant to the advice or the view that we would form. Partners, some of whom actively monitor operations with us when we are operating in the South China Sea, are aware an incident occurred, but the formal classification becomes distributed once we've formed a view and we have advised our ministers of what our judgments are.
So that's not really clear in terms of timing from my point of view. When did you communicate with your Chinese counterparts, specifically?
On the early evening, so 6 p.m. on the 12th of February is when we first made representations to China's Defence Attaché here in Canberra.
Okay. And what about our like-minded partners, for example, the United States, who I assume you're alluding to, who monitor these things?
the United States, we communicate with regularly on these matters. I don't have the particular time, but they are a part of our operational framework when we're operating in these circumstances, and would have been aware that an incident had occurred not long after it did, and would have waited for us to provide clarifying insights into the nature of that event.
Which you did when?
I don't have that time, Minister.
No one at the table has that time? No. Okay.
Last minute.
So we can say that by 10:35 a.m. on the 13th, which is the Wednesday, you were sufficiently confident about this matter to brief the Prime Minister, and you'd also made representations to that your Chinese counterparts and our other like-minded partners had been kept abreast throughout. So really it was open to the Prime Minister or the Deputy Prime Minister to publicly disclose this at any point after that, wasn't it?
So just to be clear, my discussion with the Deputy Prime Minister occurred on the Thursday, the 13th.
Sorry, Thursday the 13th. So at any point onwards from Thursday the 13th at 10:35 a.m, it was open to the Prime Minister or Deputy Prime Minister to disclose this publicly, wasn't it?
Senator, the process has been stepped through for you a number of times now. I mean, there is early advice that an incident has occurred. There is the process that the CDF has explained to you of making representations to counterparts here and in Beijing. There is then a further conversation. The government has moved in a orderly and I think timely way to process this consistent with a sensible approach to handling. There are other examples, like in the government that you were part of, where a 2-day turnaround was in the order of what transpired before it was made public. This is not unusual. This is the government working with Defence to make sure that we handle this in a calm and considered way, and we make the necessary representations to counterparts.
Was any briefing provided to the opposition about this incident before it was made public?
To whom?
The opposition?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator. No.
All right. What about in relation to the Tasman Sea incidents?
We'll need to move the call around. But
okay, well, can we just end that on that question?
Yeah, we will.
Has the opposition been briefed on the Tasman Sea incidents?
No, not that I'm aware of.
All right.
Okay. Thanks, Chair.
All right. Now, please, Senator Darmanin, you have the call.
Thank you. I wanted to unpack some more information about the budget and the growth trajectory over the coming years to follow up some earlier comments around there being a growth year on year. So I understand firstly that the Defence's funding portfolio for the 24-25 at additional estimates is $52.5 billion. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. And can you share the appropriations for Defence over the next 4 years, going year by year?
Senator Stephen Groves, Chief Finance Officer, Department of Defence. Were you just looking for Department of Defence or the Defence portfolio?
The portfolio.
So across the portfolio, they are outlined in our portfolio additional estimates booklet. The funding, the revised estimate for 24-25 is, I'll round to one decimal place, $55.6 billion, of which your number that you quoted just before, the defence component of that, Department of Defence component, was 52.5. 25-26 at the portfolio level, it's $58.1 billion. In 26-27, it's $60.7 billion. And in 27-28, it is $67.1 billion.
And sorry, can you drill down the defence component of that as well?
Yes, so $52.5 billion for 24-25, $55.2 for 25-26, 57.7 for 26-27 and 64.5 for 27-28 financial year.
Thank you. And so over those same years, so 24-25 to 27-28, can you run through for the committee the profile of the government's additional funding to defence that was part of the 24-25 budget?
Sorry, could you say that again, please, Senator?
The profile of the additional funding to defence that was part of the 24-25 budget.
As part of the 24-25 budget?
Yes.
Yes. So at the Department of Defence level, in the portfolio budget statements for 24-25, noting I was just quoting just before, Senator, the numbers as per additional estimates.
Yeah.
But as per the budget back in May, the additional funding that was provided across all measures and other budget adjustments was an additional $508 million in 24-25, $707.6 million in 25-26, $662.7 million in 26-27, and $3.545 billion in 27-28.
Okay. So what's the total value of that? Is that around 5.6 billion?
In total, over those 4 years, it was $5.4 billion.
5.4. Okay. And so for the next budget cycle, so that would be 28-29, that would become the fourth year of the forward estimates. What's the projected funding for defence for that year? Do you have that?
We do, but that's outside the current forward estimates, Senator, and that will become public as part of obviously a future budget process for the 25-26 financial year. Certainly we do operate under a 10-year funding profile.
Yep.
I can give you I guess what I would say are the estimates of that.
That would be handy, and I think, what I'm really trying to understand is the details around the rebuilt integrated investment program.
So for 28-29, the forward estimates that we're operating as at MyEFO or at portfolio additional estimates, noting that it's not appropriation. Across the whole of the portfolio, it is $74.5 billion.
Okay.
And for defence, as an entity, $71.8 billion.
71.8, yep. Thank you. Can you run through for the committee what the estimated funding for defence, so including ASD and ASA, as a proportion of GDP for the same years, so 24-25 out to 28-29 if you can?
Certainly. As at additional estimates, which is the latest budget update, let's get those numbers. So to 2 decimal places, 2.01% in 24-25, 2.03% in 25-26, 2.02% in 26-27, 2.12% in 27-28, and that final year, 28-29, is 2.23%.
So that's over the forward estimates, an increase of about 10% over that time period. So from 2% of GDP to 2.2% over the forward estimates. Yep.
On those percentages, yes.
Yes. Yep. And is that higher than the profile that was set out in the March 2022 budget?
I would have to take that on notice, Senator. Certainly, the additional funding that was provided to the organisation as part of the most recent IIP rebuild and National Defence Strategy did provide additional funding over those last couple of years. I'd have to check the profile in those last 2 years.
Okay, so, but you wouldn't say that the defence budget has been cut from what you just said then? You might not know what the March 22 profile was.
I would have to take that on notice
Yeah.
to compare specific years and what the movements and what the increases were.
Yeah.
But I think off the top of my head, I would say that it is certainly higher now following the National Defence Strategy and the additional funding that was injected towards the back end of the forward estimates and moving into 28-29 and the remainder of the decade.
Mm-hmm. So the opposition shadow minister, Mr. Hastie, when he said on the 21st of February this year that Labor has not committed any additional money to the defence budget, wouldn't seem to line up with some of those numbers that we've just been hearing.
No, and certainly the government did announce a whole lot of additional funding as part of the National Defence Strategy. The headlines at the time were the $5.7 billion over the then forward estimates to 27-28 and an additional $50.3 billion over the decade to 33-34.
Yeah, thank you. Just a bit more of the breakdown of the budget. Can you just, what are the predominant categories of workforce, operating, acquisition and sustainment? Is that right?
They're what we call, Senator, our key internal categories are certainly acquisition, sustainment, workforce. They're roughly around a third each of our budget. There is another minor component that we call operating, which is a smaller amount.
Okay. So the breakdown of the proportionate spending across the four is, so a third of workforce, acquisition, sustainment, and then a smaller amount in operating.
Yeah, so for 24-25, based on the revised estimate at portfolio additional estimates, our workforce budget was $16.2 billion. Our acquisition budget was $17.4 billion. Our sustainment program was $17.2 billion. Operating was $2.5 billion. And operations, which we receive on an annual basis for no win, no loss operations that we conduct, military operations, was $332 million.
Thank you. So the acquisition budget for 23-24, so I think what you said, just 17.4, that was for 24-25?
Correct.
What was 23-24?
Well, our actual result in 23-24 was $16.6 billion for acquisition.
Okay. So that's an increase from 23-24 to 24-25. Is this the highest in-year acquisition budget in dollar terms that you're aware of?
Certainly our actual spend in 23-24 was our highest acquisition spend, and I think off the top of my head, Senator, was by about $2.2 billion.
Okay. And is Defence on track to spend the $17.4 billion in full?
Very much so, Senator.
Okay. And if the budget is fully expended, I think, just confirming, I think what you said, this would be the highest amount of defence spending on acquisition?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Thank
If
you.
if we hit the budget in 24-25, yes, that would be once again our highest level of acquisition spend.
And I think, just tracking back to the numbers from earlier, just to confirm, does the acquisition budget continue to grow over the forward estimates as part of those numbers?
It does, Senator, and as a proportion of our budget, it becomes a greater proportion for acquisition.
Yep.
I think if I go back to the numbers at the time of the National Defence Strategy, certainly our acquisition budget would be growing by the end of the decade up to around $42 billion, which would be around 42% rather than a third that it currently is at the moment.
Okay, yep, thank you. And so going to the very first statement of Admiral Johnston right at the beginning, you talked about retention and recruiting of the workforce remaining as our priority. As the acquisition budget continues to grow, I assume it requires more skilled professionals to manage the capability of those acquisitions. Yeah. So who undertakes this work? Is it the ADF personnel, APS staff, contractors, or a combination?
Other colleagues might assist on that, but I'll just open up, Senator, to say that I think it's our expectation that our workforce over the decade will continue to be a blended one of a growing ADF, a strong public service, as well as a external workforce that supports us.
Yeah.
Whether that is consultants, contractors, or what we call outsourced service providers, which are our big vendors that support our acquisition and sustainment activities in the main.
Senator, if I might just add to your question, concurrent with the delivery of the National Defence Strategy last year and the new capability plan, in November the government agreed the workforce plan, which is the alignment across each of those components, and that reflects principally growth in the Australian Defence Force, but because we rely on supporting and intelligence and other components, there is growth within the public service component as well.
Yeah. So you've really, so part of your plan is to make sure that you've got the skilled professionals to manage that additional capability, and that's a key
matched to the
priority.
Introduction of new capability, yes.
Yeah. So if you had fewer staff, and I know you just talked particularly about having a strong public service, what would be the impact on capability acquisition to that if you had fewer staff?
So I think depending on where that staff adjustment was made, we would have to just come back and review the impact to either the acquisition program or other components of the department that are supporting Defence's effort.
Senator Air Marshal Rob Chipman, I'm Vice Chief of Defence Force. Can I just clarify your question? Are you talking in relation to the process of acquisition, or are you talking about our long-term workforce and workforce health and the impact that would have on our future capability?
Well, I think both. I think if we're investing a significant amount of additional money, we're going to need the people to support the acquisition, but then obviously the ongoing operations is equally important as we go forward.
So I might talk to the latter, and then I'll ask Mr Deeble to talk to the professionalisation and upskilling of the actual project management to deliver the capability. What I can say is midway through last year we introduced a new position, Head of Military Workforce Design. That position works for me and is responsible for making sure that we are designing the future force to meet our capability requirements. And where there are constraints on workforce because we don't think we have the numbers or we don't think we have the skills, then we will make the necessary adjustments so that we are treating workforce as a constraint in the same way that we would treat finance as a constraint, for example.
Okay.
Yeah, Chris Deeble, Deputy Secretary of CASG. Just to provide the perspective on professionalisation from a procurement, commercial, engineering, tech and logistics perspective, that is one of my primary focuses, is how we professionalise, working very closely with Defence People Group on how we can better professionalise our people as we're moving forward. Critical to delivering these programs is our project management and, more importantly, program management, which is the higher level of complexity of the work that we're taking on. Making sure that we have the right procurement and commercial expertise to be able to get into the right contract and then execute the contract. Clearly, engineering and the technical workforce is a critical element of that, and also looking at material logistics. They're the four critical skills that go to acquisition and sustainment from a CASG, an NSSG, GUIO and other elements of the Defence Force that are required to deliver. In terms of making sure we get the right workforce, it's also about how we do business. So we're doing a lot of work to actually be more efficient, more effective in the way in which we acquire and sustain our capability. An example of how we're going about doing business would be the introduction of a digital engineering strategy, being much more contemporary in the way in which we work with industry, and reducing the overheads of how we do that.
Yeah.
So there's a lot in that.
Yeah. I'm getting the wind up, so I will. So I think maybe I'll just. So you're putting in an extraordinary amount of resources and effort and focus at all of those layers that you've just talked about, and I think it was interesting the way you described the different constraints. So if there are cuts required to the defence budget, that is considered a constraint that would then need to kind of be, you'd need to readjust all of your approach in those areas, which I imagine would have a significant impact on your ability to administer and acquire the capabilities as has been set out in terms of our national interest. Would that be right?
Finances and workforce are essential inputs to our planning, and if that long-term projection changes, we have to reconsider our plans.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Darwin. Thanks, everyone. Now, we're going to break now for lunch, and I'll see everyone back here in 45 minutes. All right, welcome back, everyone. Now, I'm going to hand the call over to Senator Patterson.
Thank you, Chair. When did the Deputy Prime Minister and Defence Minister last speak to his Chinese counterpart?
Senator Hugh Jeffrey, Deputy Secretary, Strategy, Policy and Industry. From memory, Senator, the last formal in-person interaction was at the Shangri-La Dialogue, where the Deputy Prime Minister had a bilateral with the Chinese Defence Minister Li Shangfu.
When was the Shangri-La Dialogue?
That would have been in the first week of July.
Yeah, sorry, Bernard Phillip, First Assistant Secretary, International Policy, late May, early June last year.
Okay.
And I think it was actually the subsequent Defence Minister, Admiral Dong Jun.
Right, so May, June 2024 was the last time he had an in-person meeting with his defence counterpart, then defence counterpart.
That's my recollection, yes.
Has there been a telephone call or a video hookup or any other means of communication since then?
Not that I recall, no. So, no.
No? Right, okay. I think we can say then with high confidence that the 11 February P8 incident in the South China Sea, no direct representations have been made by the Defence Minister to his counterpart, as I was trying to elucidate earlier. Minister, your evidence was that the Deputy Prime Minister publicly addressed this as part of his Sky News interview, but you also said that this government is not engaging in megaphone diplomacy. Wouldn't you want to take advantage of the access that you now have to your Chinese counterparts and directly raise these concerns rather than doing so through the media?
Well, you are quite right that this government is able to have a direct conversation when necessary with counterparts, and that was not the case in the previous government. As I understand it, in the previous term there were no phone calls, no meetings, because that wasn't the approach taken by the previous administration. We've had an extended discussion this morning already about in this particular incident, the range of ways that we've communicated with China about our expectations. I don't think I can add to that evidence, Senator.
Well, it is true that the Chinese government for a period in the last term refused to engage with the Australian government, but that reflects on them, not on us. And it was not for the entirety of the last term, and certainly not for the entirety of the previous government's term in office. In fact, ministers visited China within the last term of Parliament. But to your point, Minister, if you've now have access to these avenues, why has the Defence Minister not used them to make representations about serious safety incidents involving ADF personnel?
The government takes the opportunities before us to make these communications, and I think we've been very clear that in this most recent example, you can see political, diplomatic and military channels all being used to communicate our view about what's taken place.
Just not by the Minister responsible for the ADF. Thank you, Chair. Senator Fawcett has further questions.
Thank you. I'd just like to follow up on the fine line of questioning from my colleague Senator Darmanin before lunch, and one of the last things we finished on was the Defence Workforce Plan, and I notice in Table 6 in the Portfolio Additional Estimate Statements that is described as investing in Defence's people, but as with many of the things I have examined over the years, when I look at the footnotes, it talks about the measure providing some $972.8 million over a period, but then goes on to say that it's being met from within the existing resources of the Department of Defence. It's what we used to call an absorbed measure. I do actually regret saying to Mr Pryor, I think it was, in 2021, that I used to scrutinise the budget documents looking for the word absorbed, because I noticed that under this government you've changed and you now use a different terminology. So it's not great for transparency. But could you talk to me about why you're labelling that as an investment when it's not actually new funding, you're taking it from somewhere else in Defence?
Senator Stephen Groves, Chief Finance Officer. Look, thank you for the question. I think what we've got reflected in our pays booklet aligns with the budget papers, and ultimately the Treasurer owns the budget papers, and we've aligned the language in our portfolio additional estimates to what the measure description is as reflected in the budget papers.
Sure. So you're remarkably consistent then in a number of ways, because when I look at the further defence support to Ukraine, for example, again the footnote highlights that's $545.5 million over this year and next, but again being borne predominantly from within the Department of Defence. But then we also go on to some larger measures, such as the nuclear-powered submarine program, infrastructure and capacity investment. And it says there that it's not for publication, and the footnote says due to commercial sensitivities, but also says it's being met from within the existing resources of the Department of Defence. So we've recently seen media around the, I think, $795 million that's been given to the United States for capacity investment in their shipyards. Is that the measure that this table refers to?
No, Senator.
Okay, can you give us an indication of the quantum of this measure?
That measure more relates to domestic infrastructure and capacity. That is
so either that line item or the next two, which refer to industry capacity for naval shipbuilding or submarines.
Yep.
The $262 million recently announced in South Australia, does that refer to one of these three items?
I'm not too sure what the announcement is that you were referring to. Certainly...
Well, it's the one Minister Conroy made and put out media releases about.
Yeah.
What media perhaps you could give us a date, Senator. We've had this situation before where we've had a generalised reference to a thing allegedly done by a minister. It's more helpful if we can get a little more precision, and then we can actually find the answer that you're looking for.
I will come back, but I'm sure there is somebody, whether it's Mr McDowell or somebody within the department who is aware of the $262 million that was recently announced, as in this year, in South Australia, who can provide that information. But if not, I'll have my staff look it up and give you a date.
If you just give us the date, then we can find it online. It's very easy.
So if I may, Senator, the items in the portfolio additional estimates statement, so nuclear-powered submarine infrastructure and capacity investment, that was related to ASC. There is another line in there as well which relates to the Henderson consolidation. Obviously that's not a South Australia announcement, but that was also announced as a measure but covered within the defence budget.
Sure. So if we come back to that 795, just under $800 million that was recently publicly announced as going to the United States, where is that recorded?
Well, it wasn't a measure because government had already made a decision on that. It would be reflected in the estimates for program 2.16 within our pays document, which is the nuclear-powered submarine program, but it's not a measure. Mm-hmm. So these were new government policy decisions that are reflected in our measures table. Government had already made decisions around the uplift.
So was that new funding provided to Defence for that payment, or is this another, I'll use the old terminology, is that another absorbed measure by Defence?
Both the US and the UK industrial uplift components are both covered within the existing defence budget for the nuclear-powered submarine program, which is 2.16.
Sure. So it's not new funding, it's within the existing program?
Correct.
Okay. So can we also then go to other areas in defence, and I'd particularly like to go to the operating expenses, so table 8B in the portfolio additional estimate statements. And what it highlights there is that there's a variation in our operating costs of minus 185 million. Interested to understand, as we look at a number of absorbed measures across a range of parts of defence where that impact is being felt, can you give us an understanding as to why, at a time when we are saying there's increasing threats and roles for the ADF to be conducting, we're seeing a reduction in funding for operations?
In Table 8B, Senator, our operations is at serial number 2. It is showing a slight increase from the 24-25 budget in that it has grown from 223.8 million to 332.1. That reflects the additional no win, no loss funding that we had received as part of the additional estimates process. The operating line, which perhaps you were referring to at serial 5 in table 8B, the majority of that 185 reduction was actually a reclassification where we'd moved how we were representing funding internally from operating to sustainment.
Sure.
So it's not a loss, it's a transfer into the sustainment program, which is at serial 4.
Okay, the concern I have though, in terms of the reductions in budgets, whether it's a reclassification or however you want to describe it, goes back to evidence that we finally got out of defence in, I think, over a 3-year period after the change of government in 2013, that the unfunded liability that had accrued from a number of absorbed measures, particularly in operating expenses in real estate and infrastructure, ended up at over $16 billion was what Mr Richardson finally admitted to estimates. And so when I look at things like security and estate sustainment in table 10, and I see minus 90.3, can you describe to the committee why that figure has reduced? If we take anything out of the Pappas review that was done back in 2009, we know that the ownership costs of a state continue to rise at least as quick as the civil sector, so I'm struggling to see why we're having to spend less on a state unless this is one of the offsets for the many absorbed measures that we're seeing.
Senator, ultimately we need to manage the overall defence budget within the funding that we have. Between budget and additional estimates, we have seen strong growth in our acquisition budget. The Defence Committee within Defence made a decision that we would move some funding from sustainment for this financial year to alleviate some of the pressures in the acquisition budget that we were seeing. And what you're seeing against the security and estate line is a reflection of that, in that we moved some of our budget in sort of relatively, in percentage terms, fairly small adjustment to the sustainment program to the acquisition program.
Sure, and I recognise in table 9 that there is an increase in that, but the point there is the concerns coming from Australian industry point to people like Colonel Vaughan, I think it was, at an industry briefing, who highlighted that foreign military sales have increased by some 72% since the AUKUS announcement, which means industry is seeing that the decline they have in revenue and the decline they have in workforce that was reported by the Australian Defence magazine last year is a consequence of defence spending more overseas rather than here in Australia. So how does that align with the government's Made in Australia policy and their commitment to build Australia's defence industry capability to support defence?
Senator, I would say there's lots of pressures on the defence budget, and yes, we are seeing increases in FMS, both from a perspective of what we're acquiring, but also the cost of what we're acquiring. But likewise, domestically, we're seeing some of those inflationary impacts coming through and impacting on what we can afford domestically as well, whether that's acquisition or sustainment. So we are seeing those pressures, and it's a constant juggle, as you would imagine, in making sure that we are delivering the defence budget without overspends, and that's certainly the principal focus that we have, as doing that, at times we need to move money between some of those categories to different priorities.
And I'd make the broader point, Senator, that we don't really apologise for working assiduously to resolve all of the problems that were in the defence budget when we came to government. I mean, there was a 42 billion in unfunded announcements when we came to government. The IIP was over-programmed by 30 to 40%. The practical effect of that was that very substantial planned acquisitions were not in fact funded. And so we have actually done a large amount of work to establish a credible budget for defence that actually meets the requirements set out in the defence strategy, but is also achievable and deliverable.
So, Minister, thank you. You've repeated those points many times, both here and in the chamber, but as we established in the last estimates that we had, many of the things that your government has claimed ownership for example, naval strike missiles, Tomahawk, etc., SM6, were actually it's the culmination of a process that was commenced under the former government. So I think...
But no budget credible to meet those planned acquisitions.
And we have also seen that there is no approved funding for many of the announcements this government has made because it has not yet gone through the appropriate process. So I think that's a political point, Minister, that you may just want to put aside for the moment.
Spent all morning.
Can I come
let's get back to questions.
Secretary and CDF, to some of the priorities which are outlined in budget papers and in the Defence Strategic Review, particularly outcome 2 around strategy about maintaining regional security and the emphasis on the Pacific. That was an area where the now government was very vocal when they were in opposition that there needs to be more focus on the Pacific. I notice in Appendix A under the Defence Cooperation Program that funding for the DCP in the Pacific region was 308, but the revised estimate has now gone down to 262. Is this another one of the balancing measures, Mr Groves, that Defence has had to do in order to operate within the budget cap that government has applied to Defence?
Yes, there was reductions in relation to elements of our sustainment budget that was related to the Pacific.
So my concern is that at the moment, much of the expenditure that is occurring by this government is aimed at products that will come into service beyond 2030. Much of it is aligned to AUKUS Pillar 1 in terms of future submarine. Much of it is aligned to programs which the Coalition supports in terms of long-range strike. But what we are seeing is significant derogation of other capabilities that did have the ADF as a balanced force. And if we look at current operations that are occurring in Ukraine, in the Middle East, historically, our intervention in East Timor, in Vietnam, in Korea, they are all balanced force operations. And so the reality is nuclear submarines and long-range strike missiles will not help us to achieve some of the strategy priorities in Outcome 2 in terms of maintaining regional stability if we need to repeat something like East Timor. So I'm interested to understand, to the point of prioritisation, if all of these absorbed measures are the things that have led to a number of decisions by the government, And to make it easy for you, I'll give you a multiple choice. It's just like those exams you do for promotion and things. So the sort of decisions, is it A, the cancellation of the 4th Squadron of the Joint Strike Fighter, B, the cancellation of the 2nd Regiment of the Self-Propelled Howitzers, Land 8116, C, the cancellation of the medium-range missile systems under 6502, is it D, the cancellation of the sea lift and replenishment ships, is it E, the cut in infantry fighting vehicles from 450 to 129 under Land 400 Phase 3, is it F, the cut of the Hunter-class frigate project from 9 ships to 6, is it G, the cut of the offshore patrol vessels from 12 to 6? Is it H, the reduction in size of the Anzac fleet and the reduction in scope of the upgrades to the remaining ships? Is it the curtailed strategic communications satellites? Is it J, cancellation of the naval demining project? K, other things I haven't listed? Or L, all of the above? Because it strikes me that we have gone from being a balanced force to something where 2 particular capabilities, and particularly the nuclear submarine, is dominating and somewhat distorting the flexibility Defence has to maintain a deployable and sustainable capability into our region before 2030.
I had understood that the Coalition's position was to support the AUKUS initiative.
I completely agree with that, Minister, it is. But
well, the tone of your questioning suggests that you don't support it.
Then perhaps you need a hearing check, Minister.
Well...
All right, come on. Let's just focus back on the questions.
Well, is there a question?
Was there a question at the end of that, or was that
my question is, are all of these cuts that I've just outlined, which go to the heart of our ability to deploy and sustain a balanced force to assist in maintaining regional security, and we've seen those kinds of operations before in East Timor and other parts of the Indo-Pacific, have they decreased the ADF's capability to respond to those kinds of contingencies as opposed to the future beyond 2030 capabilities that we're currently investing in?
Well, perhaps I'll kick off by simply saying that it's wrong to use the word cut in the context of the defence budget, where we actually see the defence budget growing from 2% to 2.3% of GDP. And now we can have all of this kind of rhetoric about cuts from people such as yourself, Senator, but you can't get away from the facts which are printed in the budget paper in this regard. We also are engaged in a process of responding to the strategic circumstances that we find ourselves in. Your government was in receipt of information about that, but didn't make the necessary changes to the structure of the budget or to the structure of the ADF to respond to those strategic circumstances. We've been very deliberate in the way that we've gone about that. I do note that you, in addition to your preamble, you do have a question about the way that these changes will support Defence to operate effectively in our region. I'll allow officials to talk through that.
I do just need to comment there, though, Minister, that your comments do not reflect accurately the fact that the government did respond after the Defence Strategic Update of 2020 in terms of setting in process things like the investment...
that you didn't fund or couldn't meet.
Minister, as you were sitting at that table last estimates, you heard the evidence from the officials that the announcements that your government has said demonstrate your proficiency in managing defence are merely the culmination of processes and funding that were put in place by the Coalition.
All right,
so those political points are not particularly helpful.
Let's get back to questions, please. And I'm mindful that there's probably about a minute left for the Coalition before I have to hand the call over. But Admiral, did you need to add something to that?
I think if I could provide some insights into Senator Fawcett's question.
Thank
Senator,
you.
you'd be aware, of course, the government has adopted a strategy of denial. It's moved the language from the balanced force to a focus force with very clear descriptions about increasing the lethality of the force, enhancing our ability to operate from northern bases, implementing the guided weapons enterprise, including domestic manufacturing here, priority around the nuclear submarine program and our innovation program. So you do see the investments shift to be able to prosecute those outcomes. I think for some of the foreign military sales elements you're referring to, or offshore builds, but the procurement of the last of the Joint Strike Fighters, the introduction of new M1A1 tanks, now introduction and movement from from Tigers to Apaches, the enhanced weapons buy which have been made. So yes, elements of the acquisition budget is around offshore acquisition, but those offshore acquisitions are around those core objectives that we have in the strategy of denial.
Sure. All right. I'll need to rotate the call, Senator, but I'm happy to come back to you. Senator Pocock.
Thank you. Thanks,
Barbara.
Chair. Thanks, everyone, for being here. I've got a few lines of questions, but I wanted to start around the employment practices across Defence, and particularly the diversity, equity and inclusion activities within the department. My first question is, has there been any change in Defence's strategies, plans, spending, personnel in relation to equity, diversity, equity and inclusion in the last several months?
Senator, while the officials come, if I might just give you an introductory answer to it. The importance for us of being able to recruit from the broadest possible base of the Australian community to get the best defence force we can remains a very clear priority, and similarly keeping the workforce that we have and making sure that the working environment for them enables us to retain, and we've talked about some of the retention figures this morning, but those remain significant priorities in order for us to be able to grow the Australian Defence Force and have the best possible people in it to enable us to meet our national mission.
Thanks, Mr Johnson. That's I appreciate the point you're making. It's not actually my question. It's about change, any change in spending, strategy, personnel and so on in relation to DEI.
Senator Justine Greig, Deputy Secretary, People. So the budget that we have is largely in support of employment programs. So as the CDF mentioned, that's where our budget goes to ensure our employment programs in regard to First Nations, also those with disability, and a small number in terms of women are in place. There's been no budget reduction in terms of those. And there is, of course, a staffing budget in terms of the programs, as well as some of the other initiatives that are becoming more focused on implementing a number of Royal Commission recommendations, the Royal Commission Defence and Veteran Suicide, that pertain to culture, and some of which pertained also to safety and inclusion.
Have there been any documents prepared in the last several months that consider changes in the diversity, equity and inclusion programs across Defence, in any part of Defence?
Not to my knowledge.
Have you taken any kind of inventory of diversity, equity and inclusion programs in Defence?
Senator, we regularly, through our Defence People Committee and other related forums, monitor, look at the return on investment, all those sorts of things. That's good business practice. So that's a regular way of operating.
Mm-hmm. And so, considering that one of our major allies in the US has made a major change in their diversity, equity and inclusion programs, has there been any change in any part of our operation, including joint and cooperative efforts? Just bearing in mind, of course, that on January 20th, President Trump signed an executive order that characterised any such diversity and inclusion programs as illegal and immoral, as discrimination, and he terminated all such programs across all elements of defence across the US under whatever name they held. Under his order, they were terminated immediately without no employment practice of any form to countenance any form of diversity, equity and inclusion in its goals, in its policies, in its spending, in its employment, in training programs. Has there been no response in any aspect of your operation in response to President Trump's order?
Senator, we comply with Australian government law and Australian government policy.
And do you expect, Mr Moriarty, to there be any impact in your joint operations, given this very significant executive order, which will affect all aspects of the US defence capability?
Senator, I think we've long established practices for engaging with our US allies in terms of, postings, exchanges, integration. I'm not aware of any planning that's being done within the ADF or the Department of Defence to adjust our practices. As I said, we comply with Australian law and Australian regulations.
So no planning, no discussion. It's not an issue that has crossed your mind as having an impact on our activities jointly with the US in any way?
I'm proceeding. We'll obviously wait to see. The US policy will take a while to, work out.
It's not taking very long, actually.
Well,
it's pretty instantaneous. Yeah.
Well, how we interact with our US allies is governed by long-standing practice. Obviously, if one partner or the other changes arrangements, we'll need to think about that. But I am not doing any planning. I don't think our people group are. I can't speak for the ADF.
The same in the ADF.
And when we consider an ally that has now declared any such practice, which, Mr Johnson, you've said are critical to attracting and retaining, it's vital that we have a diverse defence workforce and that we have programs that encourage that diversity and recruit from as broad a pool as we possibly can, eliminating discrimination and cultural practices that might make it difficult for underrepresented groups to be part of our leadership and personnel across the sector. What's your view about the importance of those programs to defence? Can you elaborate on that?
Senator, yes, as my initial comment to you reiterated, the Australian community is made up, as you've said, from a very diverse people with different backgrounds, 50% men and women. That's why we in the Defence Force want to be an attractive employer to all of them. That is how we get the very best people to put on a uniform to serve their country. That's why our objective is to make the workplace that makes us an attractive employer and attract the retainer of people once they join. And we need to recognise that means accommodating people from different backgrounds and making sure we are a workplace that invites that and enables these people to flourish and perform at their best. So the programs are part of how we enable that to be the case.
So I'm hearing vital and significant to the work of defence and to your workforce. We've heard public statements from Mr Dutton endorsing, in a sense, the spirit of Mr Trump's attack on DEI programs in the Australian context. From what I'm hearing from you, any such, and this is a question for you, Minister, any such movement in that direction in the shadow of Trump would obviously have, I'm hearing, very significant negative consequences for defence and more broadly, of course. But what's your thoughts on that?
You've heard the evidence from the CDF.
Great. Okay, thank you. I wanted now to go on to consultants and the Order 23F, which required departments to table to the Senate their consultant projects that were over $2 million in value. So Minister Gallagher tabled the first biennial report on January 23rd this year of all of those consulting contracts over $2 million for the period 1 July to 31 December. This is an order off the back of the Finance and Public Administration's recommendation to improve AusTender's transparency of government spending on consultants following that very long inquiry into the sector's scandals. Are you familiar with that report as it was tabled?
I'm aware of the general. I haven't read the report in detail, Senator, but I am aware.
It's very boring reading, but it is a report of all those larger consulting projects.
Right.
That report shows that between 1 July, well, probably not boring for everybody, I should correct that, but between 1 July and 31 December 2024, the Department of Defence spent at least $30.2 million on a category of service called Management Advisory Services. Is that correct? I got that number right, ballpark?
Senator Stephen Groves, Chief Finance Officer, I might need a hand from my procurement colleagues. That probably doesn't surprise me. Management advisory services is a term that is both reflected in our general ledger and sometimes makes its way into how people describe their contracts on AusTender.
It's a singularly uninformative term for very large buckets of expenditure. Can you give us some more detail about the kind of management advisory services that are caught in that $30 million spend?
I can't, Senator. I would have to get some more info on what's been classified in that way and understand which areas have done it, and perhaps get some more clarity from those areas on what the contract's related to.
Great. I would like that if you were able to do it on notice. That'd be helpful. I mean, the whole idea of doing this is so that the Australian public have a better sense about what's actually inside some of those large spends.
Understood, Senator.
Yep. Great. Thank you. One of the key findings of the Finance and Public Administration's inquiry into consulting was the rampant use of land and expand tactics by consulting firms. That is where the firm underquotes on a contract to land it and then expands the work or contract over time to extract more money. Are you familiar, Mr Moriarty, with that kind of practice?
I'm aware of the concept, Senator, and I know, I've followed over the years, anecdotally, examples of where that has occurred and where I've seen instances of it.
And do you watch out for that in the department, in your management?
And that's a key part of the work that Mr Yiannopoulos is doing in terms of the work that he's been doing to get tighter controls on our contractors and consultants' work.
And I'll cover off a couple of things that we are doing. Senator, I think at the last estimates you asked some questions around how we were going with Australian Defence Consulting. That has been stood up. But one of the key features of that branch that we have set up is that it's looking at establishing, and we're right at the start of doing it, and it'll kick off in March, what we're calling a strategic market management capability, whereby key people, senior people within the organisation will meet with, we're starting off with probably our big 10 consulting firms that do engage with the companies. So, for instance, I will be meeting with 3 of the big 4 accounting firms to get a better understanding on how we can engage better with them, where across defence we're not doing things the best that we can, but also to understand that work that's being done across the organisation. We're getting statistics pulled together so that we can get that picture across defence, so that things like landing and expanding is an area that we can focus on to ensure that where we're seeing sort of initial contracts and then growth occurring, that we're sort of, even at my level, we're asking those questions to make sure that we're comfortable that is being done for the right reasons.
Is one of the firms you're meeting with Accenture?
Not myself, but one of my colleagues will be meeting with Accenture.
So just to go back to my earlier questions about diversity and equity, and inclusion programs, Accenture have said internationally that they will be dispensing with diversity, equity and inclusion programs. As I see, a number of other large consulting firms who you may well be meeting with have said they will not be retreating from those programs. Mr Moriarty, how would that announcement by Accenture that it's turning its back, or Minister, you may want to weigh in on this, they're changing their practice away from equity and inclusion. How does that affect your relationship with them, if at all? I mean, it should, in my opinion. It's a very important principle of decent employment practice in this country now to be inclusive. Accenture are turning away from that. Two issues, really. One is that it's appalling that they do it, but secondly, that it breaks an even playing field when other large consulting firms will be attending to DEI practices.
Well, Senator, we would expect, our commercial partners to comply with Australian law and regulation. So the laws of this country that govern those matters are ones that the department will engage in.
The laws in our country are a relatively low bar in terms of ensuring inclusion. They certainly make a difference. They prevent discrimination. They require reporting, for example, to the Workplace Gender Equality Agency on data, but they don't ask you to have decent governance and ethical practice in relation to inclusion, for example. They are somewhere above a legislative bar.
So are you done with your line of questioning?
No,
Because
I'm
I
not.
need to keep moving. I need to come back to you, if that's all right.
But I'd like to hear the answer.
Was there a question? Sorry, was there a question, that one? Or?
Yes, the question is, will the change in Accenture make any difference to the way you engage with any of the consulting firms?
I think the Secretary answered the question, which is that there are a range of legal obligations and policies and protocols which Defence utilise in procurement that are unchanged.
Okay. Now, before I hand over to Senator Green, Senator Fawcett, I think you needed to add something from your earlier conversations, a clarifying point, was it?
Yes, there was a request for the date of the announcement that Minister Conroy made. It was in Adelaide on the 21st of January. He announced that the Albanese government will invest an additional $262 million to support local defence industry to be AUKUS ready. And I just wanted to know whether that was actually new funding, an additional 262, or whether that's another absorbed measure. And if we could have that answer today, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Fawcett. Now I'll go to Senator Green and then back to the opposition. Senator Green.
Thanks, Chair. I also have some questions about defence industry. And I was wondering whether, I'm not sure if you hold these figures, hopefully you do, in one of those folders. In the 2023-24 financial year, how many contracts were awarded by Defence to the Australian defence industry?
And then Barbara, after then I'll come back to you.
Chris Devil, Deputy Secretary at CASG, I'd have to take that on notice specifically. I think our contracts over any 1 year could exceed 170,000 if you're looking at the broad expanse of capability that we're running. There's some 568 major programs underway in defence and some 99 minor programs. So I can take that on notice, Senator.
Do you want to put your name tag?
I apologise.
Just for Hansard next time. What was the 170,000? What figure is that you're quoting?
That's the number of contracts that we execute on an annual basis. It's a large number across, as I said, a broad range of projects, majors and minors.
Right. And are those all for industry, or would they be for other things as well?
Well, they can be for a broad range of things that we're seeking to procure. They could be for services and other arrangements as well.
Right. Okay. Do you know what the value of the contracts are? That the figure I'm looking for really is for the work that we're doing with industry, rather than just the. Again,
I'd have to. I'd need to get some degree of specificity as to what you were specifically looking at, but I can provide. I'm happy to take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you. And on notice, would you mind giving me the value of those contracts in the previous financial year, and then the last two financial years before that? That would be helpful. In terms of the size of the Australian defence industry, as I understand, it's growing, which is a good thing. We know this from the Australian Bureau of Statistics. In the financial year, the job employment in defence industry grew. What has been do you know what the growth rate has been nationally for those?
So the Australian Bureau of Statistics, I think in year 22-23, talked about some 64,000 people being in the defence industry. That's directly employed from a defence industry perspective, and they've seen about 6% increase in that year. I think the data is due to come out this year for 23-24.
Okay.
That'll be in April.
Thank you, Mr. Deeble. The 64,000 direct jobs, does the ABS or does Defence also have a number for indirect jobs?
I think the estimate would be it's very hard to measure indirect, and you'd have to use some assumptions in that regard. But I've seen numbers in excess of 100,000.
Okay, of indirect. So together, direct and indirect jobs, almost 170,000.
Yes. And as I noted before, Senator, that as we're looking at increasing our workforce demand for naval shipbuilding and nuclear-powered submarine, that's expected to grow.
Well, yeah, and I think that probably accounts for the 6.3% growth rate from the ABS statistics. You might not have this information, but do you know roughly what the breakdown of states is, or what the
Yes, I do have access to that data, and I can provide that to you on notice.
Okay, on notice. All right, thank you.
I can give you, I've got the data here if you want some specifics, or if you
What about Queensland?
For Queensland, 7,100 in 22-23, a growth of 700, 11% change from 21-22.
And because obviously Queensland's not the only state with a defence industry. South Australia is obviously a key one.
South Australia, 9,500, 900 increased 10% growth.
Right. And what about New South Wales? Because there has been an uptick there as well.
New South Wales, 22,700, 2,000 growth, 10%.
Okay. In the Defence Industry Development Strategy released by the government last year, the government identified 7 sovereign defence industry priorities. One of the priorities was domestic manufacture of guided weapons, explosive ordnance and munitions. In terms of that priority, what announcements or initiatives has the government taken recently to advance that priority?
I'd probably ask Air Marshal Leon Phillips, who's the Chief of GWIO, to come to the table. But there have been a number of announcements with respect to Consberg, in particular, more recently in Newcastle. But Leon can provide the detail.
Senator, good afternoon. Air Marshal Leon Phillips, Chief of Guided Weapons and Explosive Ordnance. So would you mind just quickly repeating the question so I can make sure I correctly get it?
Sure. I'm talking about the sovereign defence industrial priorities, the strategy released by the government. And one of them is the priority that you've alluded to, the domestic manufacturing of guided weapons, explosive ordnance and munitions. What action or decisions has the government recently taken to advance this priority?
All right, what I will talk about is, let's go back to, say, late October last year. The Minister Conroy, on the 30th of October, he unveiled the Australian GWIO plan, which could have summarised the range of initiatives that we're focused on. Some of the more recent decisions that have been announced, we've obviously announced our partnership with Consberg to build a factory in this country to build both the Naval strike missile and the Joint Strike Missile. And we're in the throes of, in the final stages of concluding negotiations and look to sign that contract soon.
And that's, how much is that partnership worth?
I think the partnership, $850 million.
In Williamstown?
So the site will be at adjacent to the airport at Newcastle in the Avalon precinct. That's correct.
And how many jobs is that partnership expected to support or sustain?
Senator Dan Fankhauser, First Assistant Secretary, GWIO Manufacturing. It's expected to generate 500 construction jobs and around 100 high-skilled jobs when the factory is completed and in operation.
Yeah. What are the, you might not have this answer in front of you, but the skill makeup of those 100 people, what type of skills are we going to be attracting to that area as well? Do you know?
They'll largely be engineering, electrical, high trade skills in the assembly.
Like advanced manufacturing.
Exactly, yeah.
Good to know. One of the other priorities, which might not be yours, sorry, Air Marshal Phillips, in the strategy is the integration and enhancement of battle space awareness and management systems. Is that also with you?
That's not in my portfolio.
Okay.
We could talk. We've mentioned NSM and JSM and Consberg. I think the other important announcement was we recently announced Tallies as our preferred tenderer for 155 shell forging after a competition. And again, we're looking to hopefully finalise and sign that contract next month to commence 155 shell production in this country.
Okay. There was a recent announcement on the 12th of February in regards to $272 million for the support of procurement of 14 multi-mission phased radars. Is that, yes, thanks.
That's with me, Senator. So those 14 multi-mission phased array radars come from CEA company that are located here in Canberra, and that's going to increase the number of jobs and capability at CEA.
Do you know how many jobs?
I can't answer specifically. Happy to take that on notice, Senator.
And that's in Canberra, but also
that's
further afield?
ACT-based company.
Yeah, okay. Last one, just in terms of this jobs growth. One of the products, obviously, that's well known throughout the community as part of the Australian defence industry is the Bushmaster mobility vehicle. There's more than 250 workers, I believe, at the factory in Bendigo. How many Bushmasters has the government ordered from the factory in Bendigo?
So we've had an extant fleet of Bushmaster, but in the most recent year, there's been 130 additional Bushmasters ordered for production at Bendigo.
For going
moving forward. So that will maintain production. Roughly the minimal level that you'd require is about 60 to 7 Bushmaster a year. So this will keep and sustain for the next couple of years, that Bushmaster production at Bendigo.
For the next couple, that sounds like a lot more than just a couple of years.
They've got to maintain it. It's economic order quantities, so you're trying to keep the rate of production up. That will maintain the workforce, and about 60 a year is what we're hoping to sustain.
Yeah. Just on the question I started with around the contracts number and values, I think what I'm asking for is the contract value of contracts with the Australian industry that is on AusTender. So perhaps that might help you get that figure.
I'll be able to get you that data, Senator. I'd note that from the ABS report from 22-23, they talked about $10.6 billion worth of what they call gross value add. So that's because you're manufacturing in country, then that will add to the economy. So that's associated with the additional numbers that came out with that ABS data.
Thank you. It's an important part of our manufacturing industry.
All right. Thank you very much, Senator Green. Now, Senator Patterson.
Thank you.
You've got the call.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to return to Senator Fawcett's line of questioning. What was the total cost of measures, defence measures, in MAEFO? I can repeat it if you like, Mr Groves. What was the total cost of defence measures in MAEFO? 24-25 MAEFO, obviously.
Is your question going to include the amounts that were absorbed by defence?
Just this, we might get to that, but initially, what was the total cost of new measures in MAEFO?
Funding that we receive for new measures.
That's not my question. The question is, what was the total cost of new measures in MAEFO?
Yeah, I'd have to take that on notice, Senator. I don't have a table that sums up the amounts that we outlined in the notes to our budget measures table.
Well, I'm looking at the portfolio additional estimate statements published by Defence. It's on page 16 and it lists a series of new initiatives. You can't just tally that up for me. You don't have that tallied up anywhere?
I don't have that tallied up, no, Senator.
Okay, well, it's going to be very hard to establish whether there's been any new money, I guess. Let's just try anyway.
Well, Senator, I can confirm what the new money is.
Great.
Which is
tell me how
outlined.
much new money.
That's in the table.
Okay, tell me, what is it?
Well, for new budget measures,
yes.
We received an additional 93.6 million over the forward estimates.
Yep.
And then there was adjustments, the total other budget adjustments was a reduction in our funding of $963.9 million. Most of that was foreign exchange adjustments, which happen at every budget update. That accounted for over $1 billion of the reduction in the defence funding. And then that's all netted out to $870 million reduction at MyEFO or additional estimates in defence funding over the forward estimates.
Okay, so a cut, in other words.
Yes, but if you put foreign exchange to one side, there was a slight increase in our funding.
Yes, but is Defence going to have more funding or less funding available as a result?
At additional estimates, compared to budget, we had less funding.
Okay, good. All right, I'm glad we've established that. What has been reprioritised to make up that tally?
Well, given most of that was foreign exchange, what that means is that for that budget update, the cost of a lot of what's embedded within our funding has also dropped in cost. Mm-hmm. So that's why it's called, we're funded for foreign exchange on a no-win, no-loss basis, so we're no worse off in theory, Senator.
Okay, let's just set aside the
outcome
foreign exchange point. I understand the point you're trying to make.
Procured or invested in.
Thanks, Minister. I'm just trying to establish the facts. I'll give you opportunity to make a political speech at the end if you want to. But I just want to understand, so if you go down to the notes at the bottom of the table, for example, it says in relation to the Ukraine funding, this measure provides $545 million over the period, which is being primarily met from within existing resourcing, right? So that's what we typically call reprioritisation. What has been reprioritised to fund that and other measures?
The majority of that measure, Senator, was for gifting of equipment to Ukraine.
I'm not asking what it was spent on. I'm asking what needed to be reprioritised in order to spend it.
Nothing.
So,
because we were gifting the existing assets or equipment.
Okay, so let's go for another example then. Item B. This measure provides $27.6 million over the period, which is being partially met from within existing resourcing. What has been reprioritised to fund that measure?
It was to be funded within our existing funding. That related to, so we received $18 million for Operation Beach as a no-win, no-loss operation. And the majority was for the gifting of equipment to Papua New Guinea. There was $4 million for the gifting of 12 armoured vehicles and sustainment support. To go to your question, I think that was largely funded out of our existing funding line for Defence Cooperation Program.
And so that wasn't allocated to be spent on anything else? It was just a hollow log sitting there to be reprioritised, or were things
not a hollow log,
not delivered?
It's directed to defence cooperation activities of which this item has been prioritised.
Okay, well, let's go to note C. The $972.8 million, which is being met within existing resourcing. What, if anything, had to be cut or reprioritised to fund that?
That was funded within our, it was represented as a measure. Government agreed to the parameters for the additional support for our workforce, but that was funded overall within our workforce budget.
Okay, so nothing had to be reprioritised, nothing had to be cut?
No.
That money wasn't allocated against anything else?
No,
okay.
And it's just a reflection that government has made some different policy parameters around the employment of our workforce, particularly the ADF, and we've prioritised it within our workforce budget.
Okay, we'll skip over D because that's NFP. Note E, $269 million provided, which has been met from existing resourcing. what has been reprioritised to fund that?
Once again, this was always planned to be funded as part of the NPS program, and that is funded from within program 2.16.
So again, you're saying nothing was cut, nothing was reprioritised?
No.
Sounds like a lot of money just sitting around that can be reprioritised without any trade-offs.
The nature of our budget, Senator, is that we go back for approval around particular aspects of it with government. At times, that gets reflected as a budget measure. It gets reflected in the table. We're always planning to do it, but it shows up as a measure which is to be absorbed within the defence budget.
Okay, is that also true for F, $127 million to be met within existing resourcing?
That was in relation to the funding for the early works for the defence precinct at Henderson. That was, I wouldn't say that was planned. That was one that we have reprioritised. I wouldn't, $127 million over 3 years, I think it was an item that we probably managed at risk across the defence budget. I couldn't identify a specific item that was that we had to make space for that. We'll manage it within the defence budget, and as things slip or get delayed, we'll be able to manage that within, because it is over 3 years.
Okay. Is the government still committed to delivering 2.4% of defence spending as a proportion of GDP by the end of the decade?
That was certainly the announcement that the Deputy Prime Minister made on the release of the National Defence Strategy.
Yes, it was the announcement, but that doesn't mean it's still the government's policy. Is it still the government's policy?
Yeah, I think the number is down at around 2.3 something % by the end of the decade.
That doesn't sound like 2.4%.
But likewise, Senator, that's in relation to the fact that there was growth in the GDP estimates. Our funding has not dropped from basically, I think it was 32-33 financial year at $100 billion.
Yes, but the government
number has stayed the same.
I understand that, Mr. Groves.
The GDP has grown.
Thank you. I know how numerators and denominators work, but the government's commitment wasn't for a specific amount of money. It was for 2.4% of GDP. Minister Conroy last week at the ADM conference said the government was committed to get defence over 2.3% of GDP. Is that the new policy of the government, 2.3 instead of 2.4?
Based on that stronger GDP growth, that is what our estimates are looking like at this point in time for the back end of the decade.
So is the government Minister, I'll direct this to you, so you'll have an opportunity.
Minister,
I'm about to direct you a question.
I'm adding to the answer already provided by the official, which I'm
I have
quite
to surely be able to
entitled
ask
to
the
do
question
so.
before the Minister can answer it.
No, I'm adding to the answer provided by Mr. Groves.
Chair, I seek your assistance to ask a question.
All right, let's go back to questions. Senator, you've got
Thanks.
the call.
I simply wanted to say that the budget is, of course, on a growth trajectory. It's on a trajectory beyond that which we inherited. I note that important investments are being made to secure the capabilities that are required for our new strategic circumstances. That wasn't the case when your government received advice in 2020 about the strategic circumstances you faced. There wasn't new funding at that time. Instead, there are a whole range of unfunded announcements and an over-programmed IOP. And we've sought to deal with that and also make room for some of the priorities that we identify as important, including AUKUS.
So, Minister, given that documents that were provided to Senator Sharma in response to his letter from Defence now show we'll only be reaching 2.33% of GDP by the end of the decade, and Mr Conroy has now said the government is aiming to get it over 2.3% of GDP. Has the government abandoned the commitment made by the Defence Minister when he announced the Integrated Investment Plan to achieve a 2.4% of GDP target for defence spending?
I think you heard the evidence provided by the official. It is a growth trajectory, and as the economy is also growing, we see that those numbers move around at the margin. But, Mr Conroy's been very clear about the trajectory. The government has been very clear. We seek to grow the budget so that we can make room for the important priorities and capabilities that we know we need.
So it's Mr Conroy who's now stated the correct government policy, not Mr Miles?
Senator, I can't add to my answer. I've explained to you the way we're approaching it.
Okay, moving on to JP 9102. Has there been any change to the allocation in the IIP of up to $7.2 billion for satellite communications?
Good afternoon, Senator. Air Marshal Rob Chipman, Vice Chief of the Defence Force. As we discussed in November last year, there has been no change to the allocation.
Right, so if we're not acquiring JP 9102, as the government said, what is the planned for that expenditure?
Can you just repeat the question, please?
Well, we're no longer proceeding with JP 9102. There was $7.2 billion set aside in the IOP to pay for it, or to pay for satellite communications, which included JP 9102 presumably. What is that money now going to be spent on?
So let me start and then I'll pass to Chief Joint Capabilities. We are still acquiring satellite communications.
Of course.
What has happened is we've changed strategy. 9102 was always envisaged to deliver a multi-orbit satellite communications capability, but we set off down the path of delivering a satellite in geostationary orbit first. The decision that was taken was to change the way in which we were approaching this project, to not deliver the geostationary orbit first, but to look at a multi-orbit solution first, because the changes in technology and the changes in threats that we were facing meant that we needed a more resilient satellite communications capability sooner. Okay. Chief Joint Capabilities can go to the details of how we're proposing to take this project forward now.
Thank you, that would be helpful.
So, Lieutenant General Susan Coyle, Chief of Joint Capabilities. So as we've already indicated, we previously sought to deliver the SATCOM system over the 3 phases. Phase 1 was the focus on the delivery of the foundational capability in the geosynchronous orbit. Phase 2 was going to expand the capability into the multi-orbital capability, and then Phase 3 would consider emerging the technologies. What we're doing now is we are delivering a resilient multi-orbit satellite communications capability which will support the integrated force, and the revised approach will leverage ADF-controlled partner and commercial services. We're working through that now, and we have a due back to government later this year.
So just in very simple terms for a civilian, is there a request for tender out? Have we invited submissions from industry? How are we planning on acquiring this new capability?
There are a range of activities that we're undertaking at the moment, including...
What are the activities?
I'm sorry?
What are those activities?
I don't have the... do you want to talk to that? Yep. Yeah, thank you.
Rear Admiral Andrew Quinn, Head of Space and Cyber Capabilities. As we look to combine the previous phases to a single strategy, we're confirming the work already done to date, which has been extensive, considering the threat that's to date. Our understanding of our industrial capacities that are available today and the potential options of those emerging technologies, we're bringing that together into a new proposal, which will come back to government later this year.
Remind me when JP 9102 was cancelled. Was it November last year or was it earlier?
Yes, Senator, it wasn't cancelled last year. We just ceased the current direction that we're undertaking with the tender for Lockheed Martin.
I think probably the colloquial understanding of that would be cancelling, not proceeding.
I don't think that's a fair characterisation, Senator.
Well, give me what you think a fair characterisation is.
Because we are still ensuring that we've got access to satellite communication services.
I didn't say we weren't.
Taking a different path. It's right to say that the Lockheed Martin strategy for geosynchronous orbit was cancelled. That's true.
Okay.
But we have not cancelled our approach to delivering satellite communications.
So JP 9102 lives?
Absolutely, it lives.
Okay.
The
and when will we
requirement for
see...
satellite communications has not changed. The funding profile for satellite communications has not changed.
Noted.
Our delivery strategy has.
Yep. So when will we see the fruits of that?
We are already seeing the fruits of that. So we are already working with industry on ways in which we can extend the life of existing satellites, on the way we can take advantage of commercial options. We're sourcing opportunities in Australian industry, and we're working with our partners in the United States on capabilities such as Starlink and Starshield to understand how we can take advantage of that new technology that is more resilient to the new threat environment that we face.
So decisions have been made?
These are the option sets that we're exploring, and there have been decisions taken in the capability assurance program to ensure that we've got access to satellite
But no
communications.
acquisition decisions have been made?
No.
Right. So that's what I would say fruits of this strategy would be, something tangible that comes out of it, not just consideration. I know that consideration is a very important part of the procurement process, and I don't want to diminish that, but we've nixed one option in November last year. We are exploring other options, but it doesn't yet seem like we've settled on a plan to replace the Lockheed Martin option. Is that fair?
We are working through options at the moment to present back to government later this year, Senator.
Okay. Has there been any reprofiling of that $7.2 billion, given that we're not proceeding with Lockheed and we're looking at other options? Does it need to be pushed back, the spend?
There's been no profiling to date since that decision was taken. The profiling is as it was in the 2024 IOP.
Is it likely to remain the same as it was, given that we're going to be starting the process to some degree again? I know you're not losing all the work you've done, but we have to find a new partner to deliver the capability.
There's potential that will need to change. We will need to work through the option sets as presented by CJC, and our intention is to do that as part of the integrated capability assessment that is already underway and will inform the integrated investment program, which will be released in 2026.
Right. Do you anticipate there'll be a delay to the delivery of this new capability, given that we've pivoted here, to use your language?
No, Senator. We know our requirements, we know the timelines for our requirements, and we know that there are technological solutions to those requirements today.
I hope that's true. I hope that turns out to be the case. But given that we had an option, we're not proceeding with it. We're now exploring other options. Government's not yet made a decision. You haven't even put the options to government to make a decision. How can we close the gap that's now opened up between those? Because presumably, had we continued with Lockheed, that work would have been happening now, progress would have been made. That hasn't been happening.
Senator, if I may, the option that we were proceeding originally with Lockheed was not going to meet our future requirements.
I understand.
What we are now doing is providing a range of options at multi-orbital that include a range of organisations, commercial, allies, partners, sovereign, and we will come back to government with those options in a cohesive brief for them, with a range of options for them to consider, which will meet our future capability requirements by the time frame that is required when the capability gaps would emerge.
But presumably that'll be after the scheduled upcoming federal election.
Yes, Senator.
So it'll be a decision for government after the election.
We're expecting to come back to government with options in the third quarter of this year.
Third quarter. Okay. All right. Chair, I imagine you may need to rotate the call.
I will be.
Chair, if I may,
sorry, yes.
I've just got some information on an earlier question from Senator Fawcett, if I may quickly just
quickly.
That. So, Senator Fawcett, your question related to the Minister for Defence Industries announcement on 21 January. I can confirm that that's one of the measures in our portfolio additional estimates book. It is the nuclear-powered submarine security and industry growth measure, of which that was largely absorbed within the nuclear-powered submarine program, so not new money to go to your question.
Right.
All right.
So the characterisation of that as being new funding was not correct.
We'll come back to that later, but thank you for that. Now, Senator Pocock.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. And a relatively short set of questions from me, continuing along the lines of the land and expand discussion that I started. I wanted to go to a contract that the department has with EY, CN 3947494, which it's currently a contract worth around 10 million, I understand. It started out as a contract of 660,000, according to what I can see. The description of the contract and Oz tender says that it's for, quote, program and project management services. So I'm interested in what the contract's actually for and why it's been extended 8 times from that 600-odd thousand to 10 million.
Sorry, Senator, I missed the CN number.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. It was fast. 3947494.
Yes, I think 394794.
No, 7494 with
okay.
EY.
Yeah.
Sorry, Senator, I'll have to come back to you on notice as to what it is. I don't have it other than
Okay, so I'm
that.
interested in what it's for and why those 8 different amendments to the contract occurred. Thank you. Another contract, CN 4120758. It's a contract with MSS Security. And are you familiar with that contract? It has had some public discussion.
No, but I think that would probably be one best directed to my colleague, DepSec Security and Estate.
Great, thank you. It's a large contract of 1.2 billion.
Senator Pocock, Celia Perkins, Deputy Secretary, Security and Estate.
So this is the MSS Security contract of 1.2 billion, CN 4120758. You familiar with that contract?
Yes.
Can you confirm that the purpose of this contract is to manage security at dozens of defence bases across Australia under the Base Services Transformation Program?
Yes. And Ms Monterosso might help me here. We are in the process of retendering the national suite of contracts for all base services. We have concluded and entered into contracts for access control. There are 2 providers who we are now in contract for the next generation of base services, MSS and Wilson. So this is one of those contracts, and we signed, I believe, in December.
That's correct, on the 2nd of December.
And that's the 1.2 billion that I'm talking about, and that's for access control, is that?
And security services, yes.
And security services. Are you aware of the media reports that MSS Security is accused of suppressing wages and of repeated security violations?
I'm aware of the media reports, yes, Senator.
For example, the Administrative Appeals Tribunal has found that MSS has made, and I quote, substantial and recurring contraventions in security screening services at Adelaide airports. You're aware of those reports and that finding?
Yes, Senator.
So why did you choose MSS Security over other shortlisted firms, including Certis Australia Spotless Facilities Services and Wilson Security?
I'll just make some headline points, and Ms Monterosso might seek to add more. The process that we went through was rigorous. It had significant probity oversight and met with all of our requirements under the procurement rules. In those tenders, we considered carefully Defence's security requirements. We required of all our tenderers to meet not only legal frameworks but defence policy frameworks. And while I am aware of the media reporting and the case in which you refer to, in the tender evaluation against the statement of works, they were found to be the most appropriate value for money supplier.
And will you, in view of that history and that particular finding by the Administrative Appeals Tribunal, what steps will you be taking to ensure that labour standards and security standards are adequately met by MSS?
Look, for all our providers, and in this case for MSS, we are very clear with all of our providers our expectations of them to meet all Australian laws and all of Defence's policy requirements. That has been really strongly reinforced throughout both the tender process, which was protracted and the transition phase we are now in. But the other thing I think is really important is that these are large national contracts. They'll run for a period of 6 years. We have very detailed assurance that happens throughout every part of that contract. That includes formal assurance and monitoring of their performance through year, formal meetings that Leanne and I hold with all of our contractors through years. So we manage that in terms of their contractual performance, financial arrangements, security and so forth. So we do have a very rigorous assurance process around their behaviour.
And there are 2 extension options, part of this contract. What's it likely to cost at the end, and what does it actually mean? How will they unfold?
Yeah, sure. So, as I said, just coming to the end of the last suite, we've been running this national service delivery framework now for about 25 years. So the initial term of the contracts is 6 years with 2 2-year extensions. As we get towards the end of that first term, we'll be analysing the performance of providers, Defence's needs, budget impacts. One of the interesting things in these contracts is the costs really affected by wages and other things in the national economy, and then we will take a decision back through the appropriate defence committees on the value for money proposition to extend or whether to go back to the market and when to do that. In the current generation of contracts, we exhausted all of those extensions. We're now at the back end of 10 years. We'll go through the same process starting again probably about the 5-year mark.
Thank you. Chair, I'll hand to my colleague for the last.
Thanks, Bob.
Thank you for your answers.
I was asking some questions about acquisition, but I might move to the Hunter frigates, and we're up to on the Hunter frigates. I think, Secretary, your team advised that the current budget for the Hunter frigates is 27 and a bit billion. Is that the approved or the unapproved? Because the integrated investment program doesn't have 27 billion in it. Approved. So did you say it was approved?
Approved, sir. All
right. So it's 27 and a bit. Given each bit is 100 million, can we?
27.05.
0.05. And in terms of approved, what do we get for 27.05?
That is the design and productionisation, which is the design and productionisation for all of the frigates, plus the Batch 1 bill, which is the first 3 ships, which covers all of the build, construction, test and acceptance.
All right.
And you get all of the support system as well.
I beg your pardon? I missed that.
You get the support system as well.
What's the support system?
The support system is the logistics, so when you need the spares, how many spares you need to buy, the training system, those sort of things.
But in order to get one in order to commission one and have it operational, what's not included in the 27 billion? Weapon systems, radars, what's not included?
That's included, everything.
So
to be able to commission a whole ship.
Are you saying the $27 billion is for the commissioning, for the design and productionisation for the lot, and the commissioning of the first 3, is that right?
That's correct.
So do we know what the cost per unit has been calculated at? What's the cost per unit? So what are we paying for each of the 3 ships?
Well, it depends what you include in the cost per unit.
We're happy to do it. What are we paying for the first one, the second one and the third one?
The question? We have obviously had to build a shipyard, which would not be included in the cost per unit. We've also had to, a shipyard, plus we've also got training facilities here and in the United States. Sorry, not training facilities, test facilities. And we've also got a build-up of the SQEP, the engineering capability that we need to build. So that is a ramp-up that is basically should not be included in the cost per unit.
All right. You've told me what's not included. So can you, and that's helpful, thank you. So what is the cost per unit for the ships?
The cost per unit, I'd have to take that on notice.
Well, what's the amount of those costs that you just identified? The shipyard, the production design. What's the cost of that? So we can work backwards.
Sorry. The design and productionisation, which covers included the cost of the shipyard, and also includes the design for all of what was the 9 ships, now the 6 ships. So that the design and productionisation contract was 7.25 billion.
All right.
The batch 1 contract is 19.875 billion for 3 ships. So you could divide that by 3.
So 19.875 divided by 3. Is it equal for each of them? Or is it just a job lot for the 3?
There is a learning curve. So the first of class ship is usually more expensive than the second and third ship, because you get efficiencies as you build the same ship.
All right. But using those numbers, taking the design and productionalisation costs out at 7.25, we're left with almost 19.9, almost 20 billion. So we're talking $6.6 billion per hull, in addition to whatever pro rata there is for the productionalisation. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that right? That's right? $6.6 billion? Well,
that was your calculation, but yes.
Well, is it wrong?
If that's 19.875 divided by 3, then that's correct.
Yeah. Well, Secretary, have you done a comparison with the cost for comparable frigates for other navies? For example, the US is producing, I think, their Constellation class frigate, which is maybe even a little bit bigger than the Hunter. That's 1.8 billion Australian each. Korea's producing frigates for about 1 billion, or sometimes a bit less. Japan's producing them at a fraction of that. Are these the most expensive, pound for pound, the most expensive warships on the planet? Have you done that analysis, Secretary?
It is a complex system, but Jim.
Jim McDowell, Deputy Secretary, Naval Shipbuilding and Sustainment. I'll let the Chief of Navy speak to capability, but the examples that you just
about cost.
You get what you pay for. You get what you pay for. So the capability, the examples that you have given with regard to Japanese and Korean frigates are Tier 2 ships. This is a Tier 1 ship. It's a much more capable ship than any example that you had given, but I'll let the Chief of Navy speak to capability rather than me.
All right. Vice Admiral Hammond, they are 3.6 times as expensive as Constellation class frigates the United States is putting in. Are they 3.6 times as good?
Senator, Vice Admiral Hammond, Chief of Navy, I'd prefer that we take this question on notice and go through all of the exclusions and give you a detailed response. I endorse Mr McDowell's comment about this is an extraordinarily capable warship. I would also offer the independent assessment team considered all of those alternatives and provided advice to the Department and to Government to continue with the Hunter class program with the reduced build numbers. They saw value for money in that decision.
So if you had a choice, you could either get 11 Constellation class US frigates, and you could get them well within the time frame in this contract, or 3 Hunter class frigates. You'd choose the 3 Hunter class frigates rather than the 11 Constellation class frigates. That's the opportunity cost, isn't it?
Senator, you assume that we could actually gain that number of Constellation class frigates in that time frame. I'm not aware of such capacity.
Well, When will the third Hunter frigate be delivered, Vice Admiral? You say the time frame. When will the third Hunter frigate be delivered?
If I could just help here, CN, the Constellation class frigate was a candidate frigate, was evaluated by the IAT for the Tier 2 role, not for the Tier 1 role. The role which these Tier 1 ships play, and again, insofar as we can within classification, I'll let the Chief of Navy talk to capability. The Constellation frigate was actually not considered to be in the top 4 for consideration for a Tier 2 ship, never mind a Tier 1 ship.
Secretary, I asked you before, pound for pound, are these the most expensive war vessels on the planet? Are they?
No.
What's more expensive?
Well,
per kilo, per ton?
Carriers are more expensive, for
per
example. Submarines at nuclear.
Well, I think you could get an entire Indian aircraft carrier for the price of one of these with change.
Well, I don't know whether you could or not.
Are these the most expensive?
They're an expensive ship, Senator, but I think we've come to the view, and government has considered this in some detail, that it wished to proceed with the Hunter program, given what the Hunter program was going to deliver in terms of capability for the Royal Australian Navy.
Yeah. Now, Vice Admiral Hammond, you referenced the time frame within these 3 Hunter class frigates will be delivered. What is that time frame?
I'll refer to NSSG about the build strategy.
The first ship, as I said, is planned to be delivered in 2032. The second and third ships are planned roughly 2 years post that.
So they will both be delivered by, which is the plan, by 2034?
No,
or 2034 and then 2036?
So, yes.
So for $20 billion being put aside and spent now, sorry, $27 billion, the plan is that we may have a third ship by a decade plus 1 year from now. Vice Admiral Hammond, is that right? That's what you're planning for. If all goes well, we may have a third ship, having dropped $27 billion, we may have a third ship in the water by 2036?
Senator, that's the testimony. The official build strategy is to deliver ships at 2-year intervals from 2032 onwards, so 2032, 2034, 2036. Obviously, there'll be testing evaluation that goes along with that before acceptance by the Royal Australian Navy. And again, this approach has been independently reviewed, and the advice to government in considering all things in terms of cost, schedule and capability is to continue with the build of 6 of these vessels, and that's exactly what we're proceeding with.
And I think, Senator, it's worth placing this in the context of the broader strategy for the surface fleet. I mean, you know, we did a review. There has been a change to the profile in terms of what we are seeking to acquire, and we discussed this morning the acquisition of the general purpose frigates with the expectation that, subject to decisions, we'd expect to see some of those coming on board before the end of the decade.
Well, I think there was a hope expressed by the officials.
No, I don't think so. I think what the officials said was that that is the plan, but it is subject to a series of decisions, and they were giving you accurate information about the ordinary way that projects of this scale and significance are progressed. They made the obvious and factual point that it is subject to various decisions along that pathway, but the plan is for them to be available before the end of the decade.
Well, Minister, you say it's the ordinary way they're progressed. This is the ordinary way they're progressed in Australia. The kind of cost overruns, time overruns that the Hunter frigate project has met would be met by scandalous headlines and actual accountability in the United States, for example. This is a project that's already years behind and has, I think, almost doubled in per unit cost. If this is, it may well be ordinary, and I don't disagree that it's ordinary for the ADF, but it's not globally ordinary, is it?
Senator, I have made remarks here about the way that the previous government went about handling surface fleet decision making we came to government and initiated a review of that because we wanted to assure ourselves that the nature of the procurements and the pipeline would actually meet our strategic circumstances. We also wished to assure ourselves that we were obtaining the best capability that we could for the money that we were spending. And of course, you have seen a change in the profile of the acquisitions as a consequence of that review.
Can I just add to that, Senator? Since the slippage was declared back in June 21, we are on track. In the last 18 months or more, we have met all milestones or ahead of all milestones. We now have 26 of the 78 units have commenced production. We have 6 blocks in production. We're about to get our first block consolidated in the end of March, and we have maintained the budget. And one of those dates, of course, was the cut steel in June 2024.
Vice Admiral Hammond, the one boat that has actually been accepted into the Navy since we last spoke appears to have been the Arafura, the offshore patrol vessel. It's been accepted for testing and evaluation. Is there a time frame yet for when it may actually be commissioned?
Senator, if I may, the correct terminology is accepted by Navy Shipbuilding Sustainment Group from the builder. It has not been accepted into naval service yet. The test and evaluation process informs that acceptance program, and I'm expecting to take possession of Arafura in Q2 2025.
All right, accepting. So you'll take delivery, but then at what point will it be put into commission straight away? When it will be actually ready?
That's correct. I'm anticipating a commissioning ceremony in Q2 2025, subject to satisfactory performance of trials and acceptance.
All right. As you remember, the Surface Fleet Review recommended the cancellation of half of the offshore patrol vessels because they said the vessels were deemed as an inefficient use of resources for civil maritime security operations and to not possess the survivability and self-defence systems to contribute to a surface combat mission. And there'll be further investigation to determine how they can contribute to the Navy. Has that investigation been undertaken?
Senator, read in conjunction with the General Purpose Frigate Program and the Hunter Class Program, what we are in the process of acquiring and building, etc., over the next 2 decades will result in a doubling of the size of the surface combatant force, whilst continuing to operate Cape-class patrol boats and offshore patrol vessels for civil maritime security needs. The key point with the Arafura program was recognition that the strategic and threat environment has changed and reprioritisation of resources towards a Tier 2 surface combatant makes better sense in terms of our overall strategy.
One more minute, Senator.
Yeah, I know why half of it was cancelled, but I'm trying to ask you, what are you going to use it for?
Civil maritime security and other roles such as presence roles.
All right.
Senator.
And that's despite the fact that the Surface Fleet Review found it was an inefficient use of resources for civil maritime and security. We're kind of stuck with it. Is that where you left?
The continuing with a dozen of them, Senator, was considered an inefficient use of resources when you compare that against all of the strategic priorities around maritime security and the requirement for a larger surface combatant force.
Senator, if I could quickly add to the Chief of Navy's answer. Of course, the offshore patrol vessels have a longer endurance, better sea-keeping capabilities. They allow some of the more distant civil maritime security work to perform, and we expect they will have a role in the Southwest Pacific, which also draws on that endurance and the greater equivalence of capability to other maritime units that operate in that region. Well, you should have said that to the Surface Fleet Review, because they found, for the purpose you're using them, they're an inefficient use of resources, and they weren't talking globally, they were talking individually, that the platform is an inefficient use of resources. But Vice Admiral Hammond, I'm not blaming you for it. You're stuck with them. That's what you're using them for. Is that right?
Senator, the other part of this was the focus on the ECAPE platform for both Royal Australian Navy and the Australian Border Force to provide the maritime security output to be the principal provider of maritime surveillance for border protection missions. So read in conjunction with the option to build additional ECAPEs for Border Force and for Navy, i.e. one fleet of one vessel, with reduced cost of ownership due to the common supply chain, etc. Read in conjunction with that, the need for 12 Vice 6 was reassessed. And per CDF's comments, there are a number of roles that we can use the 6 for.
All right, I need to move the call around. Senator Van, you have the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Secretary, Chief, Minister. Thank you all very much for appearing. You know it's very much appreciated. I want to talk a little bit about national resilience and how Defence are playing its role in that. And I'm not sure who to direct my questions to, whether it's joint capability or estate. If we could start off with talking about the work being done on hardening our northern bases or making our bases around the country more resilient.
Senator Celia Perkins, Deputy Secretary, Security and Estate, if you would like to talk about estate investment in the north.
Yes, let's start there. The DSR under posture and preparedness said, and I quote, you can check this, but National Defence requires a reposturing of defence, particularly an enhanced network of bases, ports and barracks across Northern Australia. Comprehensive upgrade works on these bases must commence immediately and fuel storage and supply issues should be rectified. How are we tracking on that?
I can speak, Senator, to the prioritised investment drawing from those statements in the National Defence Strategy and the reprioritised IIP in particularly northern bases or northern base resilience. We have been working to bring forward projects and accelerate delivery in that arc of the country from Exmouth in the west through to Townsville in Far North Queensland in a suite of projects that meet that intent. The big projects, the keynote projects there for us are finalisation of delivery of substantial works underway in the Northern Territory in the Darwin-Tyndall corridor. The most recent there is completion of the airfield upgrade at Darwin Airport. Progress on the AUKUS Keeling Island runway extension and redevelopment and the RAF Base Learmonth project. But there are scores of projects, big and small, in the Integrated Investment Program and the Estate Works Program, where we are looking at our capacity for the ADF to operate and to host particularly US and other allied forces across the north.
So the work is in plan, under construction or completed?
Exactly. So,
which was that? Sorry, Ms Perkins.
I'm just trying to find my brief. I've got an excellent brief here, Senator.
Perhaps take that on notice.
Give me a moment and I'll find
maybe
it.
take that one on notice
we can do that,
to save us both some time.
Certainly.
But am I right in saying that they haven't been completed yet, or they're a work in progress?
Look, they're at various stages. So there are some that are, as I said, the Darwin Airfield redevelopment is really important. That's now largely completed. There's some more work to do on the military side of that. The AUKUS Keeling Island project in contract. The initial works, which are designed to be ready to construct underway, and construction will start later this year. So they're all at various stages based on how we go in the planning and delivery of those important projects.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that, Ms Perkins. As I quoted before, it does reference as a high priority fuel storage and supply issues that should be rectified. Has progress been made on that? And if so, can you give us, within the boundaries I'm sure that you do have with security, any sort of highlights in quantum or percentage increases, etc.?
Thanks, Senator. This is where we may tag team. As we are bringing forward redevelopment or infrastructure investment proposals, we look at all of the needs at a site. Fuel's a really important part of that. If I take just one of those programs, the RAF-based Learmonth project, fuel storage is an important part of that. But it might be more appropriate for Commander Joint Logistics to speak to our overall investment in fuel transformation.
Please do.
Senator, Lieutenant General Susan Coyle, Chief of Joint Capabilities. I'll start and then I'll hand over to Chief of Joint Logistics.
Thank you, General.
To add value. We're absolutely investing over the decade in Defence Project 8191, which is our Defence Fuel Resilience Program. And the program's focus is absolutely on fuel resilience through the establishment of a strategic fuel reserve for defence in Australia, along with increased storage and distribution capacity that will enable us to improve fuel preparedness in support of defence operations. I'll just now hand over to Chief of Joint Logistics to add further information.
Good afternoon, Senator. Major General Carla Watts, Commander of Joint Logistics. Just echoing Commander Joint Capabilities comments there, the Fuel Resilience Program is being delivered in collaboration with a range of other logistics projects, including 8218, which is our theatre logistics project. And much effort, energy and resources are going into enhancing our fuel capacity, making our fuel installations safe, and ensuring that we are ready for the challenge ahead.
Thank you very much. Are you able to give any indication or approximation of, you probably don't want to go into gigalitres capacity stored or anything like that, but can you talk about alternative supplies or?
Senator, we're able to provide some of the data on megalitre supply that we have. We can talk about the sustainable aviation fuel. We can go in any direction that you would like.
I will get that data on notice, if I may. That would be very helpful. But you raise a very good point, sustainable aviation fuel. I wasn't aware, I know back in 2023, the Defence Fuel Transformation Program was working through some things. There's been a bit of, certainly public-facing, some silence around that. Can you tell the committee what work you're doing on SAF?
Yes, certainly, Senator. So as part of the Renewable Fuels and Future Energy Strategy, one of the outcomes for us was the certified airframes using sustainable aviation fuel. Defence has conducted demonstration flights on Air Force aircraft, fuelled using a SAF blend. In an Australian first, Defence is refuelling RAF East Base Sail exclusively with a SAF blend. And we've also evaluated the results of a renewable diesel trial on an ocean-going vessel. So there's some really good outcomes.
That's fantastic. I assume they're just trials, so represent a fairly small percentage of need?
Certainly, Senator, it is small but impressive progress as we sort of head towards our renewable clean energy targets, and there's certainly much consideration going into how we might expand these trials into something more permanent, and every day we sort of ponder this with our industry partners as to how we might further introduce sustainable fuels into our Defence Force.
Thank you. I've been told not to ask about total quantum of fuel used by Defence previously, and so I won't go there. But can you give some sense of a glide path such that at what point, I don't know about you, Secretary, or you, Chief, but us running out of liquid fuels in Australia due to some conflict, maybe not even one we're involved with, and cutting off imports of fuels is is a major cause of me staying awake at night. And are we on a glide path to be self-sufficient or largely so at some point?
Senator, I actually co-chair the National Fuel Council with a peer inside DQ, and these are some of the conversations that we talk about through that National Fuel Council. We're working with industry, with other Commonwealth departments and state and territory governments as part of this national approach to ensure that we improve the resiliency of Australia's fuel supply, so it's an active work in progress.
Wonderful, and if at all possible, I'd really appreciate a brief on the work of that council and that's going on. I'm raising this largely because I believe it was not last week, the week before, we negotiated and debated the future Made in Australia Act and the production tax credits legislation through the Senate that week. And it struck me when we first saw the legislation that it seemed like a missed opportunity that low carbon liquid fuels, whether renewable diesel or SAF, wasn't in there. Certainly they are products that are readily used by current vehicles and aircraft and airframes. Minister, can you make any comment on if not in future Made in Australia and the production tax credits, how is the government supporting low carbon liquid fuel production in Australia, and is there any consideration going on for our Defence Force, which we've been told can use these fuels and need these fuels? Any discussions or plans that are imminent to either have a mandate or offtake agreements with Defence?
Senator, from recollection, and this does test my recollection, in the 24-25 budget last year, there was an initiative in Minister King's portfolio to support the development of a sustainable fuel industry and the liquid fuel area. I'm afraid you will need to direct questions about that into that portfolio. I think the officials have talked to you already about the work that they are doing to examine the possibilities for alternative fuel supplies. And I think implicit in both your questions and the answers that officials have provided to you, there is a recognition that these potentially offer a measure of resilience by diversifying the range of fuels that might be utilised. I will allow officials to talk through sort of any further information they can provide about those programs.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Senator, I can talk to Minister Conroy announced the Defence Future Energy Strategy in October 2024. It was a strategy that was developed inside Defence and signed by Secretary and CDF preceding that announcement. We've developed an implementation plan which includes clean energy acceleration pathways, which is currently subject to Defence Committee approval.
Thank you very much for that. And I absolutely applaud what Defence are doing in this space. And while I think your own requirements are going to be far greater than the glide path we're on to get there, I think for Australia to be truly nationally secure and resilient, we need a homegrown liquid fuel production industry. And I'd like to see that happen sooner. Minister, that money in the budget has yet to be announced, and as we lurch towards an election, I worry that it's not going to be tagged and earmarked for the industry that is so deserving of the support to grow our fuel resilience and therefore our national resilience. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Van. Now, I'm going to hand over to the Deputy Chair who's making a debut on this committee. Congratulations on your appointment as Deputy Chair, Senator Sharma.
Privileged to be here, really, Chair.
Excellent. Well, you've got the call now.
I had some questions about the general purpose frigates and that program. No, I'll get quite quickly. I'm relatively new to this program, so please bear with me with some of my questions. But just talk me through, when's a decision going to be made on is it the design of the general purpose frigate? Is that you, Mr. McDowell?
Either myself or myself. The decision will be made, so there is we will go back to government later this year with some more details on the part of the programme particularly that relates to the offshore build. So the first 3 of these ships will be built in the parent country, and then the next 6 or 7 or 8 or however many we'll have in here. And then we would expect a government decision in the first quarter of next year.
First quarter of next year, okay.
So it's an extremely aggressive programme. You know, we started that we're going to do a complete evaluation of a complex warship from start to finish in just a little bit over 2 years. It would normally take us 7, 8, 9, even 10 years in the past to arrive at that sort of decision.
Okay. And so what steps need to be undertaken then prior to you've got to provide some further advice to government prior to a decision being made on the successful tenderer?
So Cheryl Lutz, we conducted, there were first pass end of last year where there was a down selection. We are going through a clarification risk reduction activity and that will feed into further advice to government in July of this year. And that's to go through the risks that were identified and to ensure the tenderers understand the offshore and the onshore arrangements, and to enable them to also talk to Australian industry to understand more about who they'd be working with and how they would do that, and get updates to any of their risks that they see or risks that we see. And so that will go back to government. Then we'll go out, the plan is to go out to an RFT to get tender quality pricing so that we can go to what is called second pass in Q1 next year.
Okay, so second pass in Q1 next year. So when would we expect to, or when do we intend to receive the first ship by?
In 2029.
Okay. Is it, I believe Minister Conroy said that Defence would cut steel, I think that's the phrase, in 2026. Is that still realistic given we won't be taking a decision until sometime?
Yes, that is still realistic.
Yeah, so you take a decision in the first intended time, like first quarter of 2026?
Intend to go straight into contract and then cut steel, because these are all designs that exist and they're, that's the whole, so they can go straight into production.
Okay. And then receiving the first ship in 2029?
That is,
And then the second and third, if I could ask, which are all coming from the overseas production line?
I think that's entirely up to the bidders what they wish to bid, and we'll obviously have to take into account our financial profiling and so on. But we've made it clear to the bidders and the public more generally that the number one priority for this acquisition is speed to capability.
Okay. Is it still realistic to have 4 by 2034, 4 of these general purpose frigates?
Yes.
As Minister Conroy said, that's still the intent?
Yes.
And we're on track to...
Well, we're on track with it, with our... So we will see the response. The current build rate in the yard, for example, for at least one of them that I know, would support that.
Okay. And then there's the budget profile. So it's the 10-year budget profile, is that right? This is what the budget's done over. Is that still between $7 and $10 billion, including sustainment?
7 and 10 billion, yes.
Okay, and does that represent, is it 11 frigates we're getting?
Well, you obviously wouldn't have 11 by that time.
Okay.
Yep.
So the $10 billion includes as many as the $7 to $10 billion includes however many we've acquired
for the next decade.
For the next decade, okay. So, and we wouldn't expect to have 11 frigates within the next... How many would we expect to have?
we will expect to have whatever the bidders bid and sign a contract for.
Okay. So that will be part of the decision how many we get over the next the 10 years from 2029.
Yeah, and we obviously have to make a judgment as to whether or not that is indeed possible, practical.
Okay. Yep. And then in terms of the Australian build, that's happening at Henderson, is that right?
Yes.
And is that at the Commonwealth-owned defence precinct, or is that going to be at a commercial yard?
It will be. So at the moment, it's not a Commonwealth-owned facility. Most of the Henderson precinct is in fact owned by the Western Australian government. But the plan is the Henderson plan that was announced late last year by Minister Conroy and Mr. Marles was that the precinct would become a Commonwealth-owned precinct, and that's where it will be. But it doesn't mean that all the buildings on it are owned by the Commonwealth. It means that the precinct, the land itself, is owned by the Commonwealth.
Okay, so it's intended that they would be built in a Commonwealth-owned precinct at Henderson Shipyard. Okay. And has money been announced towards the costs of that, the acquisition of the land, but also the construction of the facility?
No, it hasn't.
Nothing, okay.
No.
That's not in the forward estimates or in my EFA or anything else? Okay. Just going back to when we'd expect the decision to be made, I seem to have in my notes here that originally the decision was scheduled to be made this year, 2025, but that's now first quarter of next year. Has that been a conscious?
I think, well, that is correct, that the Deputy Prime Minister said at the time of launching the Surface Fleet Review that the anticipation was that a decision could be made this year, and obviously we're ambitious, but as Mr McDowell says, either the end of this year or early next year.
Okay. When was the decision made to shift the time of that decision from 2025 to 2026?
That is my assessment of the amount of work that needs to be done in the time available.
Okay. And then, so we've got $7 to $10 billion in the 10-year budget profile, but that doesn't necessarily guarantee 11 frigates. What's the overall cost? I mean, how much are 11 frigates going to cost?
So we do our planning in 10-year tranches. That is the expenditure that we would believe would be in that 10 years. Next year, when we are 2 years' time, 2026, when we redo the IIP, that'll be extended by another 2 years. Effectively, what we've done is make an estimate based on available information on what we believe the acquisition and sustainment and rate of delivery might be to arrive at that estimate.
So is it possible, though, to give an estimate of the cost of the acquisition of the 11 frigates?
Well, it's an active tender process, Senator, so I think a lot of that will be detailed that the bidders are contributing to their clarification.
Okay. And have you got a time on? So obviously you've got to do some work on Henderson precinct. You've got to acquire the land. There's not yet money in the budget for a facility. Have you got a time when you'd expect construction to start of the 4th frigate at Henderson, the first Australian-built frigate?
That will be in the responses. So no, we do not have a time at this stage.
Okay. It's not something we put to the people who are tendering on this, that the first one needs to be... It
is, but that's part of also the clarification risk reduction activity that we've asked is part of the transition to the onshoring. So to get that firm. And prior to the down selection, they had limited exposure to the shipbuilder. Now they've had that exposure, so they will be updating their submissions.
So is there a realistic time frame for when construction could start on the 4th frigate, the first Australian?
At this stage, like I said, we are waiting on the responses and then we will see what they respond with.
6 years?
I don't think you can ask the official sort of 5
Just
times
asking for
this question.
their expertise.
I mean, you can keep trying. I think she'll give you the same answer.
Okay. I might leave it there, Chair, and pass to my colleagues.
Stellar job, Deputy Chair. Well done on your first lot of questions there, mate. Well done.
Appreciate the vote.
Now, well, it's a team effort. All right, Senator Reynolds, you have the call to take us till 4 o'clock and then we will break.
Right, thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. Good to see you all again. I'd like to move, if I could, to the project of concern for the Collins sustainment and the remediation planning. I think we've got most of the right people at the desk. We did traverse some of this last night with Mr. Wiley, an ASC, but he referred most of the questions, he said, to ask you at the table now today. So wondering if you could go through, please, starting off with the reasons from your perspective of why the Collins sustainment was named as a project of concern in December last year.
Senator Vice Admiral Hammond, Chief of Navy, I'll kick off and I'll throw to Navy Shipbuilding Sustainment Group. Firstly, we were achieving our availability targets up till May last year. There were, as you're aware and per ASC's testimony last night, protected industrial action had an impact in Adelaide. It has impacted the completion of work on one of the submarines already in Adelaide and delayed commencement of work on a second one. That commenced kind of middle of last year.
Sorry, Chief, last night they said up to 7 months. Is that your understanding? That's the time of delay we're talking about?
Yes, Senator. Approximately 7 months, 6 to 7 months of delay.
Just on that, so 7 months so far, but the boat is still not available, and they said it could still be several months before it can be returned to your custody. Do you know have you got a time frame in terms of when you're expecting the delayed one to come back out into your custody?
Can I come to that separately,
Please.
Senator? So September last year, we designated CN10 Collins Class Sustainment Program as a product of interest, whilst we continued to watch developments in South Australia. And then towards the end of last year, made a recommendation to government to elevate it to a product of concern status, noting that the schedule uncertainty and additionally the outcome of protected industrial action presents a cost pressure for the sustainment given the pay rise for the workforce, etc. So that's how we got from where we were to where we are. And again, for ASC's testimony last night, this enables us to focus strategically all the elements of the department on remediating the capability. The work to maximise Collins-class submarine availability, again, in the context of the day, is underway. That is work being led by the department with ASC. And that plan remains under development at the moment. But suffice to say there is at least a 6-month delay to work happening in Adelaide at the moment. I should throw to Navy Shipbuilding Sustainment Group for additional comments.
Thank you. So just to be very clear, so the targets, you were meeting targets, were on track until May last year, when the protected industrial action started occurring. I understand there was 52 separate actions, and Mr. Wiley last night said there was something like 29,000 man hours lost, I should say man and women hours lost, across all trades, mostly at Osborne, but some at Henderson. So that is the primary reason now for this schedule delay and for this becoming a project of concern.
Yes, Senator, the other context worth considering is, in fairness to ASC, they were still also dealing with the impacts, residual impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, supply chain costs and challenges arising out of the Ukraine conflict, and also the additional work that arose out of the fire on HMAS Waller from a few years ago. So whilst achieving availability targets, it was a very sensitive program, but this has been the main cause of the delays in Adelaide.
So while they were stretched, and this is a bit of time, and I'm very familiar with the delays of COVID, so they were stretched, Waller, COVID, Ukraine, they were still meeting your targets up to May last year, stretched, but they were meeting the targets, and the industrial action happened, and it's now a project of concern as a result.
Senator, I would say that collectively we were achieving the availability targets by also taking other measures within our control, such as conditions-based assessments of the platforms, rescheduling some maintenance activities in order to maintain our availability targets. Okay. So, but ultimately we got to the point where schedule and financial pressure is beyond our control.
Okay, so there's 2 boats at Osborne at the moment. One you said was delayed, and it's by at least 7 months. How much longer do you think, have you got an estimation from ASC how much longer the delay will be?
Senator, we are working through that at the moment. Okay. Suffice to say that now that the industrial action has been resolved, there are different workforce strategies that could be implemented by ASC, and some of which they're already getting after, which will enable retirement of some of that sustainment debt. And other strategies that we might employ internally in partnership with ASC to maximise availability sooner rather than later. But that work is kicked off as a result of the product
Employ internally, can you just explain that a bit further, what that would look like?
The revising submarine programs to take pressure off or to balance the pressure, if you like, on the sustainment partner to maximise their effectiveness and efficiency.
Essentially doing less doing less on each boat or pushing out the time it takes for each boat?
That could be considered. We also have uniformed sustainment people as well. The Fleet Support Unit over in Western Australia is a great example. It's done a lot of work supporting the AUKUS program. It supports the fleet and we'll look at maximising its involvement as well.
So the remediation plan that you've started working on with ASC, has that been completed, that plan, or is it still a work in progress?
No, Senator. We just had the Product of Concern Summit a couple of weeks ago, and that's directed work out of the Product of Concern Summit chaired by Minister for Defence Industry. So
you finished the plan. How long is that going to take to implement, and what will be the flow-on effect, for example, to the Farncombe coming in for LOTE?
Senator, it's too early to say. At this stage, our intention is still to conduct a life-type extension on all 6 submarines, commencing with Farncombe in mid-2026. But we've got to work through the context of the sustainment system as it is today and provide that advice to government.
So that's the hope, but there's not a plan to achieve it yet. You're still working on what that plan would look like?
No, Senator, the plan for Farncombe is unchanged at the moment.
At the moment?
The plan for Farncombe is unchanged.
Okay. So you said that there's been a delay. So is that a commensurate delay in terms of the boat that was due to go in and replace the delayed boat? So is that, obviously it can't go in until the other one's out. So when are you expecting that to come in?
So, Senator, you are correct. There is one submarine that's been delayed exiting maintenance in Adelaide and another one who's been delayed commencing maintenance in Adelaide. We are working through the strategies as to how quickly we can return the first submarine to the Navy and accelerate maintenance work on the second boat and working through the implications for Farncombe's maintenance activity based upon workforce strategies, etc. at ASC. All that work has only just commenced, so we're in the process of forming that advice to government. So
when are you expecting, so you've got the initial plan, so you're saying now you have to put the plan back to government to approve. So I think you've got in $94 million in 24-25 what was that used for? I think from memory it was supplier cost and schedule adjustments. So how much of that went to schedule adjustments caused by this industrial action, and how much of that was supplier costs? Increased, yes.
I'll pass my colleague.
Increased wages included.
Sustainment group to go into details.
Senator John Chandler, First Assistant Secretary Submarines within Defence's Naval Shipbuilding and Sustainment Group. So the figure that you're quoting, that doesn't immediately leap to me, but I think you might be quoting the figure between last year's annual sustainment budget and this year's annual sustainment budget.
Variation in table 65 in the portfolio additional estimate statement. So table 65, CN10, and it is the variation in 24-25 plus
Right.
94 million, and it's put down due to supply costs and submarine maintenance schedule adjustments.
Yes, so so that's I would call a general increase in response to the economic pressures that Collins Sustainment is facing. It's not.
The Chief of Navy said that
Sorry,
the
could
cost pressures.
the official please
Well, I just
provide
wanna- I
a
just wanna
full
link what
answer
Chief
to your
of Navy
first
has
question,
said.
and then you could ask another one,
everyone
because I
just-
think he hadn't completed his answer.
Can we attribute that?
Okay, no, hang on. Just, Mr. Chandler, did you want to finish and then you can go back to Senator Fawcett or Senator Reynolds? Mr. Chandler?
I was going to say that that increase was not specifically attributable to protected industrial action, but there are actions that have been taken that rely in part on that budget that are intended to help with employee bargaining changes.
Because it did say specifically in there, in the additional estimates, that it was for schedule adjustments, which we've just heard the schedule adjustments were largely driven by the protected industrial action, which obviously results in extra costs, particularly in wages. So are you saying that none of that $94 million is going towards that?
So none of the
was it
$94
for?
million is going towards what, Senator?
Additional costs as a result of the industrial actions? Because it said in the additional estimates it was for schedule adjustments, which we've just heard were largely caused by industrial action.
Okay, Senator. So, all right. To simplify, I think Collins, as the Chief of Navy said, entered the product of concern because availability is below target, primarily, and the clearest manifestation of the reason for that is because we are experiencing maintenance overruns, particularly in South Australia. As part of the maintenance overruns, we are experiencing some extra costs associated with the adjusted schedule. So, for example, when the boats are there, aside from being worked on, we need ASC to keep them safe, and they have a safety and security group that involves extra people to keep the submarine safe. We had planned on them only needed to keep one submarine safe, but they've had to keep two. So there has been some additional costs associated with the maintenance overlap situation that we find ourselves in. I would say in terms of the cause of the maintenance overlaps, the Collins class has been facing a number of challenges for a period of time, historical ones that have been mentioned, the age of the platforms, prevailing economic circumstances, and then the industrial action has exacerbated those. So, yeah.
Is anyone able to give me a specific breakdown of what that $94 million was allocated towards? We've had a general list of issues that we've discussed, but has anyone done any costings of the specific cost of the industrial action?
So
Not just in schedule, but in dollars?
I think we should probably take that one on notice, because there's been additional maintenance activity over in Western Australia with emergent defects, etc., that will have played into this, including a docking of one of the boats. So I'd like to take that one on notice, please, Senator.
Thank you. So does the plan that you have put together now, the remediation plan, is that going to require extra dollars to implement?
Senator, it's too early to tell. My intent is to do it inside provision, but we need to examine all the costs. And one thing we won't be compromising on is safety of the submarine capability. So we need to do that work. That work has only just commenced, and then we'll provide that advice to government.
All right, we need a break.
Thank you.
We'll be back here in 10 minutes, everyone. So we'll break now for afternoon tea. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you. Please take your seats. Indeed, testing. All right. Before I hand over to Senator Shoebridge, Secretary, did you need to add something to me? I was just mindful that our next witness being the Australian Submarine Agency.
Yeah. So, Chair, I've just to help senators, it might be useful just to we've provided it before, but in the past, but to talk about the issues where the ASA has coverage and where appropriately the department deals with submarine-related issues, and if I could provide to the committee just to refresh our members' memories about that. So obviously, while we're here, very happy to talk about submarines in the broad, and the Collins-related work obviously falls within the purview of the department. But I'll just share that with the.
Is this what we're getting now? Yeah, I think that's been circulated now to senators. Thank you very much, Secretary. Okay, Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair. Secretary, I was corrected by my staff in the break. I put to you the $6.6 billion unit cost for the Hunter frigate. Of course, that doesn't actually reflect the real unit cost. It should also be 1/6 of the design and productionisation costs added to that. So the actual cost per unit is actually 7.8 billion, isn't it, per unit?
I think earlier, Chief of Navy undertook to take that on notice and give it further consideration because he was not comfortable, as I recall the evidence provided to you, with the rather back-of-envelope methodology being proffered by yourself, and no shade on that, Senator, but I think that has been taken on notice.
Well, actually, that's not true, Minister. The $6.6 billion was affirmed by not the...
I think Chief of Navy
let me finish.
Made a subsequent contribution.
The $6.6 billion was affirmed by the relevant official who is sitting to your right. But in any event, I'm putting a fresh figure to the Secretary, and do I need to repeat it? Secretary?
No, Senator, you're putting a proposition to me about the unit cost of a Hunter-class frigate. I think that there are, officials have made clear that there are ways of calculating this, and we wouldn't necessarily accept your characterisation of how we would arrive at that cost, and we've said that we would take that away and we would provide you with a figure, which is one that we believed was accurately representing a per unit cost, and these things are general, of course.
All right. Well, I'm just putting to you this maths. 1/6 of the production and productionisation and design costs plus the $6.6 billion that was identified earlier brings a per unit cost at $7.8 billion. I think you suggested that the only possible warship on the planet that might be more expensive than that per metric tonne was an aircraft carrier.
No, I didn't make that comment, Senator.
Well, are you aware of any military vessel on the planet that per tonne comes even close to the cost of a Hunter frigate?
Well, Senator, answering that question requires accepting the cost that you are proffering to officials, and as has already been indicated to you, the question's been taken on notice so that further analysis may be undertaken on that particular idea.
Yeah. All right, well, just to help you, Secretary, I think the Hunter frigates are about 8,800 metric tonnes and come in at about $7.8 billion, and a US nuclear aircraft carrier is over 100,000 metric tonnes, and they come in at about 20 billion Australian. Even using your comparison, it's woefully bad value, isn't it?
That wasn't my comparison.
Okay. Well, what was your comparison? You mentioned aircraft carriers when I asked you about vessels that are potentially more expensive than the Hunter frigate. What did you mean by aircraft carriers?
I didn't.
I mentioned aircraft carriers.
Oh, okay.
Nobody was talking about per metric tonne. You have just introduced the per metric tonne qualifier right now. So any of the answers that we gave you before that did not consider per metric tonne.
Well, I mean, I accept a US nuclear-powered aircraft carrier is more expensive than a Hunter frigate, but if that's the only vessel on the planet you can identify as being more expensive even per unit than a Hunter frigate, that kind of demonstrates the point, doesn't it, Secretary? The only thing your officials can point to that's more expensive than a Hunter frigate is a US nuclear-powered aircraft carrier.
Senator, this line of questioning where you put rhetorical propositions and ask officials to agree with them has been tried in the past. It's not actually a useful way to engage with officials who are not in a position to offer opinion. They can provide answers in relation to questions of fact or the way that policy was developed. The standing orders are really clear. Can I invite you to ask a question that officials could actually answer?
Well, Secretary, when pressed, your officials have identified possibly an aircraft carrier is more expensive than a Hunter frigate. Are you aware of any vessel apart from a US nuclear-powered aircraft carrier that is more expensive than a Hunter frigate?
I'll take that on notice, sir.
Okay. There's also a series of questions being asked about when Defence was on notice about the potential and actual live firing by the Chinese flotilla. And if I remember the answers correctly, it was that you'd expect pilots to pick it up because they're monitoring a particular emergency frequency where that kind of information is shared. And that frequency was known to pilots and was being monitored by pilots. Is that how you understand the Virgin pilots picked it up? They were monitoring a known frequency where these kind of emergency announcements are made?
A civil aeronautical distress frequency.
Yep. Yep. And consistent with international practice, before a naval vessel commences live firing, they put out one of those messages on that civil aviation frequency. Is that right?
Yes.
Yep. And it's your evidence, I think, Admiral Johnson, that at all times this flotilla was being monitored by either Australia or one of our partners. Is that right?
We have maintained surveillance of it. I didn't say explicitly by a frigate or through other means, Senator.
So if you know that the announcement about a live fire would happen on this civil aviation frequency, was Defence monitoring that through the whole time at a range where you'd pick it up from the flotilla?
So, Senator, that's a short-range radio frequency. Aircraft, as we explained, would be able to identify it because of the altitude, and therefore they don't have the curvature of the Earth limitations that apply to that short-range frequency. So it isn't a frequency that would be monitored by vessels or aircraft that were beyond the range to be able to detect that transmission occurring.
No, but I would just assume that you'd have an asset within range to pick up that frequency so as you'd know if some live firing was happening. I mean, I don't run a Navy, but if I was running a Navy or a monitoring force and there was a foreign military flotilla in the region, I'd have an asset in place to monitor whether or not that notification was happening, and you didn't.
But you're not running a Navy, are you, Senator Shoebridge?
No, but I'm trying to work out the people who are running the Navy, why they weren't there monitoring it.
Your proposition there would mean that whenever a vessel was, in this case, out on the high seas, there would be another vessel within 20 nautical miles of it at all times.
Or a plane, because this was picked up by a plane, and I assume planes being higher, they would pick up the frequency from further away. I doubt the Virgin aircraft was in 20 miles of it. So you'd either have a ship or a plane. Yes, that would be my assumption. You'd have a ship or a plane in range to pick up such a signal so you'd be aware of any live firing. That would be my assumption, but that didn't happen.
No, because the expenditure of effort to achieve that, when the vessel is acting lawfully on the high seas, that would be a significant contribution in a set of circumstances where we have another country, in this case it was the Chinese, operating on the high seas in a lawful manner.
Did you consider doing it and choose not to do it, or you just didn't do it?
We have maintained an active surveillance measures across the task group. I
have a number of questions about weapons export permits. So who would be best to deal with those? I'll put it to you, Secretary, but you direct it where you wish. At last estimates, the Department revealed that Australia had amended or lapsed 16 export permits to Israel, 11 of them being under Part 1, which is weapons or other inherently lethal material. So that took us, I think, at the time to some 59 active permits as of last estimates. Is there any update on that number, on any of those numbers?
Senator Shoebridge, I think since October 7, Defence has issued 22 permits to Israel, 4 of which have expired. The remaining extant 18 exports. Permits are for the benefit of the ADF and for Commonwealth capabilities.
So there's 18 outstanding. There were, I think, Mr. Jeffries.
Sorry, Senator, extant.
Well, what do you mean by extant?
They're live, open.
Okay.
Sorry, Senator, could I just add here to David Nockels, First Assistant Secretary, Defence Trade Regulation and Industrial Collaboration. Mr. Jeffrey is referring to permits since the 7th of October 2023.
Oh, okay. So there have been 18 fresh permits granted since the 7th of October 2023.
No,
that are still live?
Correct.
22 in total. 22 fresh ones granted, 18 of them are still live.
That's
okay. But I don't think that's engaging with the data set you gave last time, Mr. Jeffries, which was you were talking about the total number of active permits for weapons or dual-use equipment to Israel. And Mr. Jeffries, you said last estimates, there were 59 active permits. And I'm not talking about only those that have been issued since the 7th of October 2023. You said there were 59 in total active permits and that 16 had been either amended or lapsed since the 7th of October 2023, which left us with 59. So how many are there now? There were 59 last time.
You're correct. This is in relation to the additional scrutiny that we were asked to place over all permits in relation to exports.
And that's what I'm asking you
controlled
about.
goods.
All
And
permits.
so I'll just ask David Nockels to go through the breakdown that where we have conducted that scrutiny and what has changed.
And just as we do that, to remind you, your evidence at the last, yours or Mr. Nockels' evidence at the last estimates was that a number of those that were amended or lapsed had been amended or lapsed because of the significant risk of civilian casualties. So you might want to take us through what further assessment has been done about such risks as well.
I'll let David Nockels take it through. Thank you.
So, Senator, I'm going to use the delineation of the 7th of October 2023 to help talk to the numbers, because I think there could be some confusion here. So, as the Deputy Secretary said, since the 7th of October 2023, Defence has issued 22 permits to Israel, 4 of which have expired. Those 18 permits that were issued since the 7th of October 2023 relate to items that support the Australian Defence Force capabilities.
Mr. Nockels, before we go off these numbers you've given, the 4 that have expired, were they also in relation to the 4 that have expired? You said 18 are still current. You say they're about defence ADF capability. What about the 4 that expired? Were they also about defence capability?
Correct.
They also were?
Yes.
All right.
And then so the government sought that we scrutinise permits that were issued prior to the 7th of October 2023. So those are what we would refer to as the extant permits since obviously that date. And there were 66 initially, 2 have expired, so that leaves us with 64. Of those, through the scrutiny process, so this is evidence that we provided at the last estimates, the majority of those permits required no further action, and as you said, 16 of those were lapsed or amended, and then we were continuing to scrutinise permits.
Yeah, so you said 64, and are you saying 16 of those 64 lapsed?
Correct.
Or amended.
Well, but last time you said there were 59 active permits.
Senator, we'd have to review the testimony from the last estimates just to be 100% sure.
So why don't we just make this simple? Are you putting the 18 permits that have been issued since the 7th of October and are still on foot for the ADF, you're putting them in a separate bucket?
Correct.
All right. And of those that were issued before the 7th of October 2023, how many are currently on foot?
So that would be 51.
51. All right. And of those 51, how many are Part 1, being weapons or other inherently lethal equipment, and how many are Part 2, being potentially dual use?
I don't have that level of detail in terms of the breakdown between List 1 and List 2. Or Part 1 and Part 2 of the DSGL.
Well, can you provide that on notice?
Yes, Senator.
On the last occasion, 90% of them were for Part 1, being either weapons or other inherently lethal equipment. Is that still the ratio?
I'd take that on notice, as I just mentioned.
There appears to have been another 8 permits that have either pre-7 October permits that have either lapsed or been amended since we last spoke. What was the reason for them being lapsed or amended?
Senator, as I said, in terms of the numbers, I'm not sure about the 51 that you're referring
59.
to.
I think you said 51, didn't you?
Sorry, the 59 that you said. But from my recollection, it has always been 64, and I'm pretty sure that would be the evidence we gave last time, but we'll just need to double check on that. And as I said, 16 have been amended or lapsed.
All right. But I'm having trouble with your maths then, because if it was 64 and 16 have amended or elapsed, that brings it to 48, but you tell me there are 51. So can you square that circle for me?
Let's do the maths quickly, Senator.
So, Senator, 35, no action required. 16 permits which have been amended or lapsed. So not just lapsed. We in some cases have amended those permits, and the remainder are ongoing in terms of the work still conducting scrutiny around those permits and providing advice to government accordingly.
Sorry, so 35 no action required, 16 lapsed or amended. Is there another pool of permits in addition to that are still in the process of being assessed?
The remaining pool.
How many is the remaining?
That should be 13, Senator.
13 remaining. So there are 13 that are still under review. All right. And of the 16 that have lapsed or been amended, that number hasn't increased since we last spoke. Is that right?
No, I think that's the number we gave at the last estimates, and they relate both to Part 1 and Part 2 of the DSGL. And I just want to add to there, Senator, because these definitions matter, of course, is that Part 1, which you describe as items which are inherently lethal, That's one category that would put it in one, but it's also inherently lethal or items that have been adapted for use by defence. So these could include, as we've discussed before, things like night vision goggles or body armour. They have no other use outside of a defence context, but they're not necessarily inherently lethal in and of themselves.
No, they're either...
These two categories under...
They're either inherently military or inherently lethal, just to summarise it.
I think that's largely fair. We would say defence rather than military because they could be used in a range of... So not all of them would be used in the context, Senator, of high-intensity conflict is one example.
No, I understand. They're either used by the military and pretty much only by the military.
Or defence.
Or defence.
So it could be software as well, as you would have...
For the military project, or they are otherwise inherently lethal.
I think that's correct.
Yes,
for defence work, adapted especially for defence,
Yeah.
and there are no uses for those items outside of defence. And of course, the second category goes to dual-use items, which of course could be used by defence or completely unrelated industries, but nevertheless need to be controlled.
All right. So I'd ask you to give me on notice a breakdown of the 13 that are under review. How many are Part 1 or Part 2? And you know what I mean by Part 1 or Part 2? Either we've just had that discussion.
Yes.
Of the 35 where there was no further action required, again, that breakdown between Part 1 and Part 2, and of the 16 that have lapsed, that breakdown between Part 1 and Part 2, please. Can you provide that on notice?
Yes.
Because I think your notes recognise there's no globally recognised definition of the term weapon. I asked very clearly in portfolio question, I think it's reference number 835, if Australia was providing either directly or indirectly conventional arms, including parts and components of conventional arms as defined by the Arms Trade Treaty to the State of Israel as at the 14th of June 2024. And the answer I got back was Australia wasn't providing weapons. So I'm going to ask again, was Australia providing either directly or indirectly conventional arms, including parts and components of conventional arms as defined by the Arms Trade Treaty to the State of Israel as of the June the 14th, 2024?
Senator, so I think we've covered this previously in estimates the back end of last year, but obviously the definition that we are working off is what is in UN Arms Trade Treaty, etc. So we continue to hold to that definition.
No, but you acknowledge in your own notes that that's a woolly definition that is kind of like battle tanks and tanks, and there's no specifically recognised definition of weapons even under that UN agency. Yet there's a very clear definition of conventional arms, which included parts and components of conventional arms under the Arms Trade Treaty, which Australia is obliged to comply with. So I'm going to press for an answer. Was Australia providing either directly or indirectly conventional arms, including parts and components of conventional arms, as defined by the Arms Trade Treaty to the State of Israel as of the 14th of June 2024?
And then I'll go to James.
Senator, just if I may, you're right, the ATT, the Arms Trade Treaty, doesn't go to the question of definition of weapons. It regulates, as you know, what it would regard as conventional arms. That requires us to ensure that that the export control process that Defence manages and regulates encompasses all things that could be regarded as conventional arms. That's why we're inherent to the Defence Strategic Goods list, and we use that as the basis on which we undertake our export control responsibilities.
And Mr Jeffrey, because you have that international obligation that's defined clearly under an international treaty, and because you know you have to comply with it, that's why I'm asking you questions about it using that definition.
You're entitled to ask. You're very entitled to ask the questions, and I'm seeking to give the answer here. I'll refer, of course, to the Deputy Prime Minister's statement. He's made many times that the Australian government and conducts a modest defence relationship with Israel when it comes to defence exports. Principally, it is usually one way, that is to say we are importing from Israeli defence industries capabilities to support the ADF. There's not a lot going the other way, and of course the government has been particularly clear on this, that Australia has not supplied weapons or ammunition to Israel since the conflict has begun and for the past 5 years. That is, Senator Shoebridge, with the definition used in the ATT. What that means is that if we are providing an export permit to where Israel is listed as a destination country, it will include items that could be List 1 or List 2 of the DSGL, but that it will be involved in, but it's not what we would categorise as a weapon.
Right, but I'm not asking you about what you would categorise as a weapon, Mr Jeffrey. The question I've asked, and you refuse to answer on notice, and you're not answering now, is was Australia providing either directly or indirectly conventional arms, including parts and components of conventional arms as defined by the Arms Trade Treaty, to the State of Israel as at the 14th of June 2024? And I don't understand why you're resistant to answering it, given we have an international obligation to report against that treaty, and you would know.
So, Senator, perhaps if I could just add in here that obviously your point around the Arms Trade Treaty in terms of regulating conventional arms, it doesn't definitively define weapons. But when we look at the ATT's categories of conventional arms, it overlaps with United Nations Office of Disarmament Affairs in terms of description around weapons. So the two kind of come together, and I think in that context it doesn't change Mr Jeffrey's testimony just then.
Well, they're like a Venn diagram. They overlap, but they're quite distinct. And so I'm going to ask you again, Mr Jeffrey, and I don't understand why you're refusing to answer the question. Was Australia providing either directly or indirectly conventional arms, including parts and components of conventional arms, as defined by the Arms Trade Treaty to the State of Israel as at the 14th of June 2024?
Well, Senator, I think that we would say, and forgive me for belabouring this point, but I think it's important.
Something about, I don't want to hear about weapons. I want to hear about the treaty.
Thank you. Let the official answer.
You introduced this issue as you wanted to talk about export permits.
No, I want to ask about compliance with the Arms Trade Treaty.
We classify weapons as full systems, so battle tanks, aircraft.
Please stop talking about weapons.
So this is what we're talking about when we're saying we're not exporting weapons.
I wasn't asking about weapons.
The export permits that we have in relation to where Israel is a destination country relate to parts, component parts, or full systems that were related to DSG List 1 or 2, but we would not regard them as in and of themselves conventional arms.
Well, was Australia providing either directly or indirectly conventional arms, including parts and components of conventional arms, as defined by the Arms Trade Treaty to the State of Israel as at the 14th of June 2024? Is your answer yes?
Sorry, Senator.
Is your answer yes?
So I think the answer is that that we've been pretty clear that in that export permits, the permits that we grant do enable us to export items that might contribute to military capabilities, and that we make sure that where those export permits are granted, we need to be confident that when we're exporting those items, or we're granting the permit for that export, that it doesn't contribute to violations of our responsibilities.
So we have been,
thank you very much.
Exporting weapons parts.
I'm now rotating the call around, and Senator Patterson, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. I have some questions about Australia's payments to the United States under the AUKUS agreement, if the relevant officials could come forward.
Payments to the US.
The industrial-based contribution, Senator Patterson, is the responsibility of the Australian Submarine Agency. Do you have this piece of paper in front of you?
I do, and I must say, as a layman, I find it difficult to draw a clean line between those responsibilities. We did have a discussion with the Chair earlier that most of our questions from here are AUKUS related, and if AUKUS related defence officials were willing to stay alongside ASA, that would facilitate releasing everybody else. But I understand that's not the view of the department. That's not the way to handle it.
I think it might be best if I could just add too, if senators who have questions about submarines, put them, and then Let's see how we go from a department perspective, and then we can do ASA, right? I know, I appreciate there's a delineation here between what is in the department and what is ASA, and thank you for distributing the separations there between the two, Secretary, but I think Senator Patterson has the right to put these questions, and I guess up to how you decide to handle.
It's pretty high level.
Questions.
I think it might be within the state of knowledge of the department, and if that's the case, then let's just clear it off.
Yeah.
So it's about the statement on the 8th of February from the DPM announcing Australia's made our first US $500 million payment to which was approximately 800 million Australian dollars under AUKUS. Can officials confirm this is the first payment from the AUD $4.8 billion commitment that we've made?
That's correct, Senator.
Thank you. Has there been any change in the total funding cost in Australian dollars for this component of AUKUS, given the agreement is for $3 billion US, i.e. are we exposed to currency changes?
Senator, yes, we will be subject to foreign currency changes.
So we need to meet our commitment of $3 billion US, regardless of what the exchange rate at the time may be.
Correct.
Okay.
We're not able to hedge.
Yep, fair enough. I understand why you wouldn't be. When's the next payment scheduled for?
I think the payments, this would be one better for ASA, Senator, but I think there's some more payments due over the remainder of this calendar year.
Right. Are they a similar quantum?
Yes, but ASA would be better placed to be able to give you detail.
We'll revisit that with them. Thank you. So you won't have the schedule of payments going forward?
No.
No? Okay, we'll revisit that with them. Was this 800 million provision for in the IOP?
Yes.
At 800 million, given the currency fluctuation that's happened in that time?
Yeah, Senator, we have in our systems the capacity to identify particular payments in particular currencies. So as our foreign currency exchange rates vary, it changes within our estimates, and that's consistent with that line that you saw in our additional estimate statements where we saw a reduction. So that 500 million US payment goes up and down regularly in line with foreign exchange movements at each budget update.
Sadly, not much up from our point of view, mostly down.
No, but if we were to do another budget update now, there would be a commensurate increase of around $1 billion in our budget over the forward estimate. So it does swing depending on the timing of when we're provided the parameters to use within the budget.
Sure. Were any reprioritisations or movements required for this first transfer?
No.
No. And what AUKUS milestones were attached to this first payment?
That would be better addressed to ASA.
Okay. Was it this payment proceeded on the scheduled basis that we had penciled it in for? It was not earlier than otherwise scheduled?
No, it was generally in line with what was scheduled.
And we will have contingency. Well, hang on, generally in line? That's not quite a categorical answer. It was either scheduled at this time or it wasn't.
Yeah, look, I think it was a couple of days later pending changes in the US administration.
Right. I mean, I won't hold you to a couple of days, but substantially it was around the time.
Substantially, yes,
okay.
Absolutely.
All right. And we've made provisions going forward to manage future currency fluctuations?
They will move in line with the budget updates.
Yep. Okay. All right. Thank you, Chair. That was all I had in that section. I can share the call with my colleagues if that's all right with you.
So I'm clear that with respect to ASA or the subs?
I will revisit some of those with ASA.
Cool. All right.
Yes.
All right. Excellent. No worries. All right. Now,
I'm just going to ask one very quick question.
Yeah, sure. Senator Fawcett.
Senator
Is that all right? I just had to check to see who was behind me, that was all. Off you go.
Thank you. There was a commitment by the government to gift the retiring M1 Abrams tanks to Ukraine. There's significant interest in the diaspora and Ukrainian representatives as to a date as when they will leave Australia. Is Defence able to update the committee on that?
And Senator, as we have before, you'd just be aware we carefully manage the delivery time frame in order to preserve the security of the movement of particularly such important equipment such as an M1A1.
I'd be very happy if you told me they'd already gone.
Pardon, Senator?
I would be very happy if you told me they had already gone because of the, appropriate classification and secrecy, but I fear that's not the case.
Senator, Rear Admiral Jonathan Early, Head of Military Strategic Commitments. The first tranche of M1A1 tanks deliveries planned for Q3 this year.
Okay. And the second question related to that is there was some discussion around harvesting parts from the existing tanks that could be used with the new Abrams tanks. Is that progressing, or are we delivering these vehicles fit for use when they arrive?
I might defer that question to Army.
Senator, Major General Jason Blaine, Head of Land Systems. The tanks that are being gifted are being uplifted to a mission-capable setting. So they're going through work in our deep maintenance area to ensure that the ones we are gifting, of the 49 tanks that we are providing, the majority of those are at the mission-capable standard.
Okay. And that's all out of Army's hide? You've got no additional funding for that?
At this stage, no additional funding for that.
Okay, thank you. And final question on Ukraine, the ARH Tiger helicopters. I see in the PAES that the rate of flying has reduced. Again, question on that, are those airframes being preserved in an airworthy status, or are they being used for parts to keep the remainder of the fleet operating?
Senator General Stewart, Chief of Army, the answer to your question is that there is some requirement to harvest some of the key parts to maintain the rate of effort and to ensure, we meet our readiness requirements, and two, that we're able to maintain competency and currency to set conditions for the transition to Apache. But we're doing the best we can with what we have in order to maintain that fleet in a serviceable and available condition.
Sure, I accept that. Now the government has responded to the report of this committee, which the government has agreed that the default option for retiring military equipment will be to engage with the Ukrainians to see if it's desired. Has Defence discussed with the government of Ukraine or with other European governments who are the OEMs for the Tiger, whether or not they are interested and whether they are prepared to work on a plan to make sure that when we are finished with the capability, there is an exit strategy for it in a usable form?
I'm certainly aware of that policy. I know that we are working to ensure we comply with it, but I think others might be best placed to answer your question directly. I don't know, Senator.
Senator, Major General Jeremy King, Head Joint Aviation Systems Division. CASG manages the Tiger on behalf of Army. Those aircraft are currently scheduled to be retired around or not before 2027, and we are managing the fleet in order to get to that point. As part of the disposal process, I believe at last estimates we identified that gifting to Ukraine remained an option, and we're in the process of engaging not only with Ukraine but the other three countries who operate that platform to ascertain their ability to support that if it was to become an option as part of disposal.
Sure. The one thing that has changed from last estimates to now is the government's response to the report, where they have said their policy going forward will be a default position to offer. So I guess I'm just interested to know that you are engaging. That's fine. Thanks, Chair. I'll pass to Senator Reynolds.
Well, before you do that, the Deputy Chair has also just asserted his authority. But anyway, Deputy Chair.
Just on the Abrams, so it's 49 M1A1 Abrams we're gifting to Ukraine, is that right?
That's correct, Senator.
Okay. And the first tranche is going in the third quarter of this year, is that right?
Planned for delivery in Q3 this year.
How big is the first tranche?
There's operational sensitivities to that, Senator. We don't want to say how many.
How many tranches are we sending?
Well,
Senator.
First Assistant Secretary, International Policy. There are operational sensitivities around the delivery of equipment to Ukraine, and that is evolving over the course of the war. And so I think there is a genuine reluctance on the part of partners to go into too much detail.
Okay. Could you tell me when you'd expect the final tranche to be delivered, or over what time frame will the 49 M1A1s
2025.
All through calendar, they'll be all delivered by the end of calendar year 2025.
That's what we're working towards, planning towards, but again, the lesson of the last 3 years is that delivery of equipment from Australia to Ukraine is not uncomplicated.
Okay. When was this commitment first made, the decision on the announcement?
We can take it on notice. I mean, we'll try to get the answer for you, Senator. It was last year.
Are we done? Look, I've got a date. You can confirm this. I think I've got a media release dated 7th
I've got an
October.
answer for you, Senator. Major General Jason Blaine, Head of Land Systems. On the 17th of October 2024, the government announced the gifting of the tanks.
Okay, so it'll be almost a year before the first tank arrives in Ukraine after the announcement. We're doing the first tranche in Q3.
Well, as Senator is...
That's just rhetorical.
All right. Just to add, it is a complex process, not just because of the operational security required, but of course these are high-end warfighting capabilities, and Senator Shoebridge has underlined there is a complex defence export control process. These tanks are not immune from that process. We need to engage with our partners to ensure that we can actually export this item consistent with our obligations, the obligations of our partners, and of course they're extremely heavy, bulky, they take time to deliver. This is the challenge of supplying high-end warfighting capability on the other side of the world.
So we can just whack on a DHL plane.
Thank you, Chair.
All right. Senator Reynolds, you've got the call.
Thank you very much, Chair. And could I move to Henderson consolidation, please? Ms McDowell, thank you. So I understand the Henderson consolidation, NNSG is now the lead on this program, is that correct?
Yes, we're the lead in the department and also coordinating with the Submarine Agency for their needs. Yeah.
Okay. So could we just go through the time frame now? Having a look at what Henderson consolidation will involve, it's looking like it's going to be the mother of all projects in terms of over the next 20 years, the work that you'll be doing. You'll be balancing, by my last count, 7 different builds happening with a huge amount of crossover during that period. You'll be moving shipbuilders backwards, sort of across the strip. You'll be building a contingent dock, 2 graving docks, a floating dock, new piers, new wharves, new hard standing, security and everything else that goes around it. So I think in anybody's language that is a very large project to manage. Would it be safe to characterise it as the large infrastructure project that Defence has done in a very long time?
I haven't been in Defence very long, but it's a very, very large project that, by anybody's standards.
Look, being a West Australian senator, it's a very welcome in terms of the size and the scope, but the time frame and the ambitious time frame and the things that have to happen, no doubt possibly keep you awake as well in terms of what's happening. So I'd just like to unpack some of the processes so that we can get a better understanding of time frame and who's doing what. So you're the lead in conjunction with ASA and presumably estate, security and estate as well, or that you're, sorry, I shouldn't just look over there, but, or are they just doing the work on Garden Island?
No, there will almost certainly be some save
Yes.
work, but we are, if you like, the lead for the department. Yeah.
Okay. So we talked to ANI last night and they believe they're going to be involved at some point. They basically, again, describe themselves, my interpretation, but they're on gardening leave at the moment. They're involved in the discussions but haven't got an official role yet. Yeah. But is it the intent for ANI to take on a similar role to the Defence Precinct as they're currently doing in Osborne?
Yeah, I think that's a possibility, but it's not the only possibility.
Yeah.
And given the capacity that ANI currently have with regard to the activities in South Australia and the build yard, I think it would not be prudent to look only at ANI as the delivery mechanism or the funding mechanism for this.
And the management mechanism as well for the precinct.
Mechanism.
Okay.
So I think we need to go to the market to see if there are alternatives, or indeed if ANI, we should offer an ANI alternative to government. I think it's our job to give options to government, but we should also include a
So would that
private
also be as part of your consideration in terms of who does the build and then the running of the facility? So are you looking at those as two separate activities, or could one partner or partners fulfil both roles?
Potentially they could. We will go to the market of an RFI in the next 4 to 6 weeks to solicit proposals for that sort of management activity, whether it's a build operate.
So management of the completed facilities or management of the entire build? Both. Or project management of
Look,
the...
I think you have to look at both. I don't think they're the same thing, and I don't think that...
But that's what the RFI is.
Sorry, I just wonder,
what's the RFI?
could we just have... The official could answer the question and then the Senator could ask it.
Thank you.
Because
Minister.
The interruptions just end up with half answers and then incomplete information.
Thank you very much, Minister. Greatly helped the process.
I think we need to test the market for both of those things or either of those things, because there aren't that many people who could do both, certainly in Australia, and it may well be that we separate those activities. It may well be that we don't, but we need to test the market to see the appetite for that.
Okay, so both are on the table at the moment, and that's what the RFI is going out in 4 to 6 weeks to see what's out there and how people might approach that.
Yes, and we'll also keep talking to ANI to see, if you like, you call that the in-house option, to see whether or not they have the capacity and capability in Western Australia to deliver some or all of that.
Okay. So can we go to the announcement, when was it, late last year, of the Minister announced $127 million to do scoping and also to do some initial build. Can you just unpack what that scope of work over 3 years looks like and how much is going into minor works, whatever those are going to be, and the scoping?
Yes, so the $127 million is for geotechnical analysis, environmental studies, including impacts on the marine environment in Coburn Sound, a site master plan, a dredging plan, breakwater design and construction plan, and some construction and stakeholder engagement and consultation activities. So, and the initial laydown and design of a sustainment yard for nuclear-powered submarines.
So I seem to recall that when we discussed this a bit earlier on today, that's from reprioritised money, and it's being, I think it was Mr Groves who said that this 127 million was being reprioritised and risk managed. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Could we just confirm that? I think, Secretary, I think that's my recollection of what Mr Groves said. This is not new money.
I think it is not new money, so...
So it is...
So the CFO may have more details, but finding the funds across the portfolio.
Yes, Senator, it's being managed within the defence budget.
Okay. And what's the breakdown over those 3 years? Have you got that available?
No, I haven't. We're just started. We got the permission, the authority to do this work at the tail end of last year, so we're just at the really early stages of the planning.
So when will you have a plan for all of these? I don't think I've got them all, but I think I've got about 6 of them. How many different elements were that you went through? The geotechnical analysis, etc. So when will you have a plan for all of those packets of work?
I'm going to have to come back to you on that, unfortunately.
So given that you don't have the information, so it's in very early days, you've got the issues, or the work packages you want to do, but you don't have a plan yet for them. So
well, we have some of the work packages. We don't have all of the work. The biggest single piece of expenditure is the initial design of the nuclear powered sustainment shipyard.
and who's doing that?
We haven't let that contract yet.
Okay, so how much is that contract going to be worth?
Well, I don't know what it's going to be worth, but the allocation in the 127, so the estimate, if you like, is about 55 to 56 million.
So 55 to 56 million of that 127 is for the initial design? So are you able to provide, perhaps if Mr Groves doesn't have it, on notice, the breakdown of that 127? So 55, 56 for the initial design, and then how much was for the other packets of work?
Yes, I'll have to do it on notice. I don't have it with me.
Thank you. So you'll go out for when do you expect to go out for tender for the initial design work?
It won't be this coming year, I'm pretty certain. But I'll just have to, I'm going to have to confirm that.
Okay, so, and how long would you expect that to take? I mean, that's something that would take at least a year, I would have thought.
Yeah, we would expect it to take a year or two, perhaps 2 years to do a design.
So you're looking at getting the initial design back in 2028, around somewhere in that year?
2027 probably, yeah.
2027 to 2028, okay. So can we then go... So all of that money is, so that part of the projects is being managed by you, correct? Your organisation, NSSG, okay. So, okay. So what happens to the Bechtel report? So is the Bechtel report now going to be an input to this design? Okay. So they're not starting from scratch, you're going to use the Bechtel report into that process?
Yes, and we have Bechtel are in the second phase of their work with more detailed consultation.
And so what's that phase involved, the second phase for Bechtel?
It's a more detailed view. So they did a very, very top level laydown and some other work with regard to what the precinct would look like. Now they'll go back and get more input from more stakeholders and deeper input and continue to develop that. So not just the yard, but the work that needs to be done to do the surface. This started off as a surface shipbuilding exercise and has expanded to include both the surface fleet and the nuclear powered submarines.
And it's got the SSN, so all of the, so because it's not just for the build, is it? It's actually for the sustainment work for the SSNs.
Yeah. So it's not for the build at all. It's all. It's a sustainment. It's a sustainment yard, and we also will continue to sustain some elements of the surface fleet, and we will of course start to build the landing craft medium, the landing craft heavy, and the general purpose frigate.
Yeah. So coming to that, so we've got the addition, the initial design work, which will be late 2027, 28. And then there'll have to be, there's no money allocated for any of this work yet in the IIP, is that correct?
There is limited money allocated for this.
How much is limited?
It's mostly in the ASA budget,
yes.
So they would be better to answer that question.
Okay, so ASA can say how much for this work, because when you start having a look at the cost of 2 graving docks, a contingent dock, all, new shipbuilding facilities, wharfage, you're talking tens of billions of dollars for this, which I'm certain in the ASA budget does not have anything like that.
No.
So at the moment, this is all unfunded, correct?
Except for the bit that is in the ASA.
Yeah, and I think that was a handful from memory. We'll check with ASA, but there was a handful of.
That's really around
billions.
the floating dock, the
Okay.
first floating dock, which has to be in place by 32.
So the Minister also announced last year that there had been an agreement with the WA state government in terms of the Henderson consolidation and redevelopment. Can you explain what the WA state government's role is in this process now? I know there's been a working group that's been meeting for quite some time. So what is their responsibility?
So there is a collaboration agreement between the Commonwealth and between the department between the Commonwealth and the WA state government. It is primarily to work with the state government with regard to the purchase of land, the granting of planning approvals, all those activities which are state-based or have state authority. So we need to work with them in order to get, well, the first thing, and we're still doing this, is getting the prioritisation right. So as you said, it's a mega project. It started 12 months ago as a whatever's slightly below a mega project. It was quite a large one, and it's now become this.
I think a project worth tens of billions of dollars is. I think that's coming up to mega project.
Yeah. So, but whenever we started with just the surface fleet, which was the recommendation from the IIT, it wasn't of that scale. It's since we have added the nuclear-powered submarine sustainment that's taken it to that scale. So we still need to do the work and are doing the work. This is what is the priority? What do we prioritise? What do we do first? What do we do next? If there's something is there something we don't have to do, or we don't have to do then, or what's the proper sequencing of this? Because that affects, the doability of it and the funding of it.
So who's actually going to do that work? Is that part of the RFI work that you're going out, or is that something that you'll be doing internally with your own project managers and scheduling and prioritising over time?
Look, it's something in the end we'll have to do ourselves, but we will require significant assistance from the sector.
So on your time frame, when are you looking to do that prioritisation? I mean, you're pretty much talking about a project plan, critical path of activities.
Yeah.
Because your time frame now, getting the initial design work done in 2027-28, you'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, looks like 5 builds underway, and you'll have to have the work underway, at least for the contingent dock, which in your plan there says that that's got to be delivered first.
Yeah, which could be a floating dock, so that that's an act that could well just be an acquisition activity.
Yes, but your plan, well, it could be, and I know there was a couple of plans for that. But when will you actually start to get fidelity so that we will start to have an idea, and the commercial companies who are going to have to move while they're building ships or sustaining ships, it's still a very vague.
Yes, because we are still in the planning phase, and at the north end of that there isn't going to be that much movement. There may well be additions that have to be done with regard to the facilities, either CivMec or Austral or whatever. The CUF will likely be not touched for another 5 or 6 years, I would say. But all of that work. So the prioritisation, top level prioritisation order of things, we will do in the next, I'm going to say 3 months. That will then inform the order in which we keep going out to the market iteratively to get the work done.
So are you looking at public-private partnerships?
Last question, Senator, because I need to move the call around.
Thank you. Are you looking at public-private partnerships as part of your expressions of interest and going out for design work?
I think we've asked the market, is there an appetite, and is there a mechanism, a delivery contracting mechanism that could deliver this as a PPP? Yes.
All right. Thank you. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair. I might just seek some clarification about that last round of questions I was asking about export permits. And while Mr. Jeffries is coming up, you probably recall I was asking you questions about exports of parts and components of conventional arms as defined in the Arms Trade Treaty. I could repeat the question if I want, but I think I put it on the record multiple times, Mr. Jeffrey. And you said the answer is that we've been pretty clear in export permits. The permits that we grant to enable us to export items that might contribute to military capabilities, make sure there is permits granted. We need to be confident that we're exporting those items or granting the permit for the exporter and it doesn't contribute to violations of responsibility. When you said exporting items that might contribute to military capabilities, were you referencing the definition in the Arms Trade Treaty, items that contribute to military capabilities being weapons parts in the Arms Trade Treaty?
Senator, we use a number of definitions to arrive at our decisions around permits. The public language and what our ministers refer to as weapons, which are full systems. We've been clear that those full systems have not been exported. We've spent some time, Senator, today talking about the government's direction that we scrutinise all extant permits prior to the conflict. We've explained to you that 35 of them are for ADF capability. 16 have lapsed because they're inactive, or we have amended them, Senator, as we discussed last time, to remove Israel as an end-user destination. We have done so, as we explained last time, because the onset of conflict changes the calculation about how you grant a permit. And that calculation is determined primarily because we have to be confident, as I've discussed with you, we have to be confident that if we are to grant a permit, that the export of an item under that permit wouldn't contribute to violating one of the obligations that we have under the Act. Now, that should assure you that the great bulk of this activity is exports that relate to that could relate to ADF capability, but to Israeli capability, but in practical terms, and large parts are dual-use items unrelated to the military domain. But there are some items that we just need to be extra careful about, and that's why we have, in some small occasions, decided to amend those permits. We have a number of outstanding permits that we're still scrutinising to ensure that we are consistent with that process. It's a complex process, and we're providing advice to government as we do that.
Well, you see, I read your answer as Australia having exported items that enable Israeli military capabilities. That's a pretty clear reading of your answer. How many of the permits enabled or contributed to Israeli military capabilities, to use your terms?
Look, Senator, I think that's your reading of my answer. I will repeat my answer for you if you wish. You're, of course, entitled to interpret it whichever way you wish. But, and of course, as we have sought to do throughout this process, is to lean into the requirements to ensure that we're offering you maximum transparency, given your legitimate concerns around the nature of the export control process. But as you know, we don't go into individual permits. The transparency that we offer and that all the data we put on the website is all about ensuring that we can give you confidence that the Australian government is not exporting weapons to an active conflict zone, and that we have done extraordinary efforts to make sure that we're double-checking our work.
Will you see?
Now, Senator, you want to make you're asking about different kinds of definitions, how the ATT applies. These are things that allow us to make decisions around any individual permit, but we are seeking to ensure that in every decision we make, we are complying with the obligations that we have, both domestic and international, that require us to regulate exports in a certain way.
Well, you see, you keep using the word weapons, and other than when I keep telling you that's not what I'm asking you about, I'm not using the word weapons.
Except
And
on
so
your social media,
I'm
Senator
going
Shoebridge,
to-
where you use
I'm
it
going
repeatedly and inaccurately.
I'm going to again refer to the Arms Trade Treaty and again ask the question, as at June last year, were there any export permits granted by Defence in relation to items going to the State of Israel that were in relation to conventional arms, including parts and components, as defined under the Arms Trade Treaty? Mr. Jeffrey.
Senator, I honestly don't think I can add more to my answer. We've told you about the process we've been directed to conduct, which is to scrutinise existing permits. And the terms under which we existed. I appreciate there might be not terms that you use, but they're the terms that we use and the manner in which we make the decisions. We've given you the breakdown of those permits, and we've also advised you that the scrutiny is ongoing.
Well, these aren't terms Mr. Jeffrey, you say they're terms that I use. They're terms that Australia has agreed to be bound by under the Arms Trade Treaty. They are Australia's international obligations to report against the Arms Trade Treaty. And so again, I'm asking you, either in June last year or now, were there or are there any permits for export to Israel of any items that would be defined as conventional arms under the Arms Trade Treaty, which includes parts and components?
Senator, I believe that the witness has already provided you with a response.
Mr. Jeffrey, you spoke about maximum transparency, so give us some transparency against Australia's
I believe the
obligations
witness has already provided you with a response,
under the Arms
Senator.
Trade Treaty.
So we could either keep asking and you'll get the same response,
so
otherwise...
I'm going to ask again, because I'm going to take you up on your offer of maximum transparency and ask for
and it doesn't matter how many ways you cut or dice your question, you've already put that to the witness and the witness has already provided you with a response.
Are there any extant permits to Israel for the export of conventional arms, including parts and components under the Arms Trade Treaty?
So I think we've said, Senator, here today and before, 22 permits since 7 October, so now, all for ADF capability.
I used the extant term, which was...
All for ADF. Of the extant capability, I'll refer you to my previous answer. Sorry, of the extant permits, I'll refer you to my previous answer.
Well, you see, Minister Miles, in an interview with ABC's Melbourne Drive, asserted that, I think at one point, the Greens weren't telling the truth about export permits to Israel because he said every permit was for dual-use technology and that he required the scrutiny of the permits and that every permit was issued for dual-use technology. Now, Minister Miles was wrong, wasn't he? Because you've admitted that the bulk of the permits were for Part 1.
Senator, this is a conversation we have had at every estimates where I have appeared before you in relation to this, and I understand the political point you're seeking to make. I also understand, Senator,
allow the Minister to answer,
that your public representations about what happens in this committee are not aligned with the evidence that is presented in this committee. The Deputy Prime Minister has made comments that are consistent with the government's position about our approach to exports to Israel, principally that Australia has not exported weapons to Israel since the conflict began and for at least the past 5 years. Now, notwithstanding the fact that you have been told that on many occasions here and in the Senate chamber, you continue to publicly make representations that are the opposite of this advice. The Deputy Prime Minister's comments are consistent with the advice that's been provided here and elsewhere. We're really clear about our approach, and Mr Jeffrey has spoken to you on many occasions about the work that does occur to make sure that we are meeting our international treaty obligations, including the review that we've been speaking about now and indeed in our last hearing.
Well, you see, Minister, the problem with your answer is that at the last estimate session, we were told that the overwhelming majority of the licences that were in place for export to Israel were not dual use, but were Part 1. And then your colleague, Minister Miles, told the ABC radio, and I'll read on the record, there are about 66 licences that have been approved over the past 2 years, which would still be in existence, by which I mean typically what happens with the licence is you're given a licence for a period of time, which can vary, but it's generally measured in years. We've had a look at all of those licences and we continue, I might say, to scrutinise those, but we're confident that those licences are for what we describe as dual-use technology. Now, that's directly contrary to the evidence that Mr Jeffrey has given, that the overwhelming majority of those permits were not for dual-use technology, but under Part 1, which is military or inherently lethal.
And
why did your minister say that untruth to the public?
Well, I have the transcript in front of me, and Mr Miles goes on to say the items that have actually been exported to, or the licences or items to be exported to Israel, are not related to weapons that would be used in this conflict. And so, when we've made it clear that there have been no weapons exported to Israel since we came to government, and really for the past 5 years, that is the absolute truth.
But you see, Mr Jeffries has admitted that there are licences that might contribute to military capabilities, which again is contrary to what the minister said, and that's notwithstanding the obvious falsehood from the minister that all of the licence were for dual-use technology. You keep stepping around that plain falsehood in the middle of his answers, and I wonder why, Minister.
Senator, look, this is a complex issue. It's easy to create confusion. We're trying to be clear with you. We're acknowledging that there are 2 items in the DSGL. We've tried to correct you on the record that items on list 1 don't relate only to inherently lethal items. They also relate to items, and I have a list that we can provide you. It's on we can table it at estimates if you like, which lists the type of things that would be covered under DSGL list 1, to include, say, night vision goggles, helmets, body armour, protective equipment, aircraft missile protection systems, aircrew safety equipment, minesweeping technology, radar components, these types of things, right? So it is quite permissible that we have things under DGL list 1 and list 2, which go more obviously to dual-use items, but nevertheless are not contributing to weapons. They might in some way contribute to ADF capability. You would acknowledge, Senator Shoebridge, that night vision goggles might contribute to ADF might contribute to capability of a force in which we're exporting to, or we're exporting to an end user in a country where there's an active conflict zone. And so therefore, that's why the government directed us to scrutinise extant permits, for the precise purpose to address what you are asking about. But I think you don't want to accept that, or that we're trying to hide some kind of export of a weapon system that might contribute to an active conflict zone. And we're trying to tell you that we're managing that process as carefully as we can.
Mr Jeffrey, I accept that after significant pressure the government was forced to do a review, and I accept that there have been export permits cancelled because of that pressure, and I think that's a good thing, and I acknowledge the work that's been done to cancel or lapse those weapons permits. The concern I have is the continuous misrepresentation by the minister and your refusal to provide answers about exports of conventional arms, including parts under the Arms Trade Treaty.
Is there a question there, Senator? This is another statement.
Good. I might just move on to another matter, which is probably to the CDF. You've got final say, I think, CDF, under the Afghanistan compensation scheme.
Yes, that's right, sir.
Yeah. First of all, are you aware of any outreach to victims and affected communities and families in Afghanistan under that scheme?
Inside Afghanistan?
Well,
or the
either
outreach about
displaced peoples in Pakistan or Iran or inside Afghanistan? Any outreach to the affected victims and families?
The public knowledge of the compensation scheme has been made available in Australia. I will be joined by some officials who will give you a further insight into it, but made public in Australia, including communicated to the diaspora here in Australia through a variety of key contact groups in order to try to bring awareness to this compensation scheme to those who may be impacted by it.
I suppose, Admiral Johnson, I'm asking about, notification on Australian website and Australian media is one thing, but these are largely families and affected communities in Afghanistan. Some are displaced in border regions. So I'm asking about outreach there, if you're aware of any outreach there, but if maybe another official can help.
Sorry, Senator, just to be clear, is this another block of questions you've got on this topic? I'm just mindful, I need to move the call around, so I'm happy to come back to you on this
Can we
issue.
just get an answer to this question?
This one? All right.
I understand you need to move the call. I'm respectful of that.
Yep.
Senator, Rear Admiral Brett Wolski, the head of the Afghanistan Inquiry Response Task Force. In answering your question about, I take it was what messages are going into Afghanistan.
Well, my question is what, just to be clear, my
there.
question was what outreach has been conducted to try and access the victims, affected communities and family members?
So in publishing the existence of the scheme, which is an important component, obviously the scheme was announced by the Deputy Prime Minister on the 21st of November 2024. This announcement was subject of articles in the media in Australia, Afghanistan and around the world. The Defence website, which we have, is public-facing, and information on the compensation scheme is there, as well as the portal for making those claims through that portal. And Defence has also written to non-government organisations who are able to get messages, we believe, to and from people in Afghanistan. I'll just make clear that the news articles in media into Afghanistan were from Afghan-based news agencies, and I've got a short list of those.
Well, if you could, and a list of the
All right.
NGOs too, Rear Admiral.
Of course.
All right, thanks. Senator Reynolds, you've got the call.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Can I come back to Henderson Consolidation, please? If we could come back, please, to the role of the West Australian Government. So I understand that there is a coordinating task force that meets. How often does it meet, do you know?
It's hard. Let me just check here. It's had, I think, 16 meetings since July last year. So I think we've picked the tempo up. It probably was quarterly. It's now more regularly.
Okay. So you're saying it's at the moment it's focused from your perspective on ownership issues and transfer of ownership and some of the priorities you'll be doing in terms of environmental studies and that sort of thing on the site.
Yeah, I think since the signing of the cooperation agreement, that has been a line of effort that has been picked up.
Yes.
Prior to that, it was also and still is involved in workforce education initiatives between the Pathways programme, for example, in Western Australia. So it covers more than just those planning issues.
So in terms of having a facility that will be exponentially larger than Osborne and far more complex to deliver, given you'll have 6 to 7 shipbuild projects, the ongoing sustainment maintenance spread out across the whole footprint. So you've got the consolidation plan for that footprint, but as you know, the infrastructure, it needs significant civilian infrastructure around it. Yes. So it needs more industrial land, possibly intermodal terminals. The transport there is awful, the parking. And I saw an estimate that I think the Minister said it was at full capacity, it's going to be about 10,000 people a day working there, which is probably an understatement because there's already probably at least 5 or 6 at any particular time on site. So who's doing that body of work around Henderson to make sure that there is the land and the facilities available for the even just for the SSN supports? Who's doing that body of work?
Well, we will be doing the work with regard to the laydown for our ASA, and ourselves will be doing the work for the laydown for the sustainment yard. The other infrastructure which is required to support that, and as you say, the surface fleet will be a part of the joint cooperation agreement between ourselves and the Western Australian Government.
So what piece of land are you then looking to take ownership of from the state government? And then will they then control sort of north of the cuff, the current cuff, and Defence will then own the precinct that's sort of south of the cuff? So it'll be dual ownership of the full footprint?
I don't think there will be dual ownership. The Defence precinct will be owned by Defence.
But I mean, but Defence is not going to take over the entire, as I understand it, the entire Henderson footprint.
No, it's from the cuff south.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. But that didn't answer my question. So you're doing what will be in the fence, but who's working on what the requirements are for the industrial base and the workforce base that will need to sit behind it, because there is simply not land, facilities, utilities, road, etc., that will support an industrial base there.
Well, that will have to be a joint activity between ourselves and the Western Australian Government.
It would have to be, but is that something that is that a packet of work or a line of effort, as you said, that is underway now with the state government? Yes,
Senator Reynolds, Celia Perkins, Deputy Secretary, Security and Estate. I can add a little to Mr McDowell's testimony there. We've talked already in your questions about the Western Australian Collaboration Arrangement and the high-level cooperative working group we have with the WA Government. That work is largely being led by we call them JITSI, I won't get their acronym correct. We, in that working group, are looking at not just the Henderson consolidation, but the broader Coburn Sound and WA Government Trade Coast strategy, and that is where we're looking collaboratively at all of the issues you just spoke to. I'd draw your attention specifically to a 16 December announcement that speaks to the next part of that broader planning work beyond Henderson. So the government committed in December to funding 3 studies that will look specifically to roads infrastructure and local transport, the heritage study and constraint mapping on the Garden Island Highway proposal and the environmental study. That's one example of where we're working together to identify the need and do the planning work, and that will continue from Henderson down to Stirling.
Thank you. That was going to be my next question about that, but my understanding is that's specifically around Rockingham and Garden Island and the Garden Island Highway and onto Garden Island. It's not Henderson.
Yeah, in the working group we are looking at the issues as they develop from Henderson down to Rockingham. The other just point I'd make about that is, and you mentioned supporting infrastructure, we are working as well very closely with Western Power so that we can start to plan in the power upgrades from Henderson down to Stirling.
So if it's being aligned, and this is what the West Australian Government said, is that they are talking with Defence in conjunction with the Western Trade Coast and Westport, but that's a 20-plus year horizon, and it's not a horizon that meets the time frame that we now have for the shipbuilds and also even the early sustainment projects for the SSNs. So it comes back to there's a huge... The West Australian Government hasn't got a great track record of building anything on time, and if they've already got a 20-year time frame for a completely unfunded project, Westport is not funded, how on earth, and neither is the work that you're doing the scoping studies for around Stirling, which I absolutely agree are vital, but if the plan for defence and ASA is to rely on the WA state government, these projects will have come and gone before you even get a road into Henderson. That's a fact.
So is there a question?
It wasn't funded, Senator. It was any of the coalition's plans for this site. There are a whole series of announcements and no money attached to them whatsoever. I think the decision to invest sensibly in the detailed engineering and planning work that's necessary to set up the site is an indication of taking the development of this precinct seriously.
Senator McAllister, I really acknowledge your political statement, but it is not true. In fact, the government, when I was a minister, we actually funded the state government to do a redevelopment a plan which has existed for about 6 years. So the WA state government did nothing on that. And this is a valid line of questioning because everybody wants this project to work. But at the moment, it's hard to see how the timelines remotely join up in terms of 7 builds. So you'll be having
Senator, be mindful, we need to start wrapping up because we have to get to ASA. So
I understand that, but so Ms Perkins, at the moment, to summarise then, you're doing a detailed study over, I think it was 12 months for 3 projects. Can you provide the cost breakdown of each of those 3 projects around Rockingham and what the time frame is to actually get something built?
Look, let me take that on notice to break them down into the 3 studies, yes.
Okay, and if you could also, so the detailed breakdown of each, because obviously the traffic now to get onto and from Garden Island is a nightmare, and have you seen the Rockingham City study about the traffic to and from?
Absolutely.
Okay. So if you could take that on notice, but you could also take on notice then what specific work and the time frame with the WA state government to do all of the infrastructure that's going to be needed around Henderson, because the West Coast, that's not even happening for another 20 years. So if you could take that on notice and what specific planning is happening on that.
Certainly.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Now, Senator Shoebridge, I'll give you the call for the next 15 so minutes, and then depending on where we get to, we'll have to assess the situation then. But as I mentioned just before, the committee is keen to move on to ASA, given that we also have DVA later tonight.
Yes, I share your ambition to get onto ASA as soon as we can, Chair. Admiral Johnson, I was asking you questions about the Afghanistan compensation scheme. Do you know how many claims, if any claims, have been submitted under the scheme?
None to me yet, Senator.
None to you.
I'll just see what we know for that, which might be being considered.
Mr. Yiannopoulos is...
What I was going to offer is we've only just started the onboarding process for the advocate, Ruth McColl. She's had a series of briefings in the department with the CDF and Secretary, with Admiral Wolski. We have given her, I would say, a draft of what one referral would look like. And so she's just coming to terms with her role, with some meetings further with Foreign Affairs and Trade and just getting familiar. So at this stage, we have not put the first request for consideration of compensation to her.
Okay, so I suppose I'm asking how many requests for compensation have been received by the scheme?
Senator Rear Admiral Brett Wolski, the head of the Afghanistan Inquiry Response Task Force. As I mentioned before, 21st of November last year, the announcement was made. The portal was made available around the same date, and no claims for compensation have been received through that portal that are deemed to be relevant to Afghanistan.
So no valid claims have been received.
That doesn't mean that work hasn't started within the department to build referrals that can be made on the basis of the Brereton report.
All right. Have any claims been rejected? Have they been?
No valid claims have been received.
Well, how many claims were made? Purported claims were made that were determined not to be valid?
Well, to be frank, there are a couple of claims that were submitted which, and I'm talking here less than 6 claims which are submitted which had nothing to do with the scheme. So they were irrelevant to the scheme.
All right.
And therefore we have been moved to other areas of the department.
And they were. Is the only way you can make a claim using the online claim form?
The CDF can make referrals for compensation to the advocate under the regulation as well.
All right, but nothing has come across your desk, Admiral Johnson, that would. For that regard?
That's right. That's what Admiral Wolski was indicating, that based on the evidence in the Brereton report, where work is being done to progress claims through that mechanism.
All right. Was that your expectation when you were establishing the scheme, that in the first 2-4 months of it operating, or close to 3-4 months of it operating now, that there'd be zero valid claims made? Was that the expectation, or did you have an expectation there'd be a certain number of claims? Because, I'm troubled by there being 0 claims.
So, Senator, just to go through a part of the compensation scheme, the advocate's role is to consider claims for compensation following their referral from the Chief of the Defence Force, to recommend appropriate action to the Chief of the Defence Force, and then to provide assistance to the Chief of the Defence Force to implement the decisions. The Chief of the Defence Force is required then, in building those and referring those claims, does have a couple of points that are needed to be made under the regulation.
Rear Admiral Wolski, I'm loath to intervene, but we have limited time. I'm asking about claims. The assessment process, I would really appreciate you giving an explanation, if you could, on notice about what the role of the advocate is and what the assessment process is, and if you could provide that on notice, that would be helpful. We can do that. But we haven't got there yet because there hasn't been a claim received.
Not through the portal yet.
Well, has a claim been?
Part of our work, of course, is to make sure that the information about the compensation claim does get as widely as possible publicised.
So I was asking you, it's 3 months in, there hasn't been a valid claim made. I assume when you built the system, there was an assumption that a certain number of claims would be made, at least if for no other reason than financial planning, to put some funds aside. What was the expectation?
So, Senator, I don't think there was an assumption of a particular quantum. It was important that the scheme became public and known in order to allow the avenue for claims to be made so that we could, but I don't think it was an expectation of 1 a month or 5 over an early period. We just had to make it public and provide that opportunity for claims to be submitted.
What had you budgeted for in terms of to pay compensation in the first 12 months of operation?
There is an agreement that the funding for any claims would be from defence budget, but no money has been set aside in this first financial year.
All right. Rear Admiral, setting up a compensation claim for people who may have had their family members killed or been tortured or suffered other abuse, and then having no one make a claim under it, is surely not what was designed here. Are you reviewing whether or not your existing efforts to bring potential claimants to the scheme, are you reviewing whether or not those efforts have been adequate and considering alternate efforts? I don't know, maybe working with the High Commissioner in Pakistan, for example?
Of course, and part of our work is in ensuring that all of those paths are undertaken to get the information out about the scheme as much as possible, and to work with the compensation advocate, who I will say is just now becoming familiar with her role, and we will go through other points that the compensation advocate
but her role
raises about.
Her role is not outreach. Her role is assessment, isn't it? So it's great that she's coming on board. She's a highly competent lawyer, well respected, but what's missing here is claims. You can have the best advocate in the world, but if nobody makes a claim, we've got a problem, haven't we? I mean, it'd be a cheap scheme to run, but it would hardly be providing compensation to the people of Afghanistan.
I've asked this question about 3 times, and the officials have acknowledged that they're at the beginning of a process. They've described to you the outreach that has occurred so far into the diaspora community, and they've indicated that they're open to pursuing further and additional options to make sure that information about the scheme is available to potential claimants. You are asking this question repetitively and asking them to concur with your descriptor or language about how you'd characterise the circumstances, but I think they've substantively answered your question.
Minister, are you satisfied with a compensation scheme for the victims of Australian war crimes in Afghanistan receiving 0 claimants?
We want the scheme to be effective, and that's why we set it up, Senator. We want the scheme to be effective, and it's why we set it up. And I refer you to the evidence provided to you by the officials about the work that they are doing in these early days of the scheme to make sure that potential claimants do have information about the options that are available to them.
Well, Minister, I asked you, are you satisfied with the scheme set up to provide compensation to victims of war crimes in Afghanistan by members of the ADF, which has had 0 claims made? Are you satisfied with that?
I've described to you the way that the government expects the scheme to progress, and referred you to the comments that officials have already made about the steps they're taking to make sure that the scheme is effective. And I reiterate the point that we do want this scheme to be effective.
Admiral, could you provide on notice, I think you said you'd provide a list of the NGOs that had been notified, and a list of the Afghan media coverage. Could you include any other efforts at outreach that have been made? And perhaps if there's the intention to do other outreach, the Minister suggested diaspora communities. I didn't hear you say that, but if there is outreach to diaspora communities outside of that, if you could provide that.
The CDF has already referenced diaspora communities in his very first answer to your very first question. I do make the additional point, Senator, that we expect there may be referrals as per the recommendation in the Brereton report, and the advocate will be in a position to accept those referrals. So it is important that the advocate is in place.
So just reaffirm there can be referrals that Defence would generate based on evidence in the Brereton report, as well as the opportunity for claimants to submit a claim through a portal.
All right. Well,
Senator, if I can just add as well, this is all information which is on our public-facing website, the Afghanistan Inquiry website, through defence.gov.au.
All right.
Okay. So
Admiral Johnson, I've asked questions previously about a Fijian Colonel Naliva, where there were notorious incidents reported of him abusing political opponents during one of the numerous military coups in Fiji. Do you remember those questions?
I'm aware of the individual, yes.
Does he remain attached to the ADF in any way?
I'll just have that advice, but you might recall his position was changed.
Yep.
During his tenure. I will confirm his status.
Senator, I'll need to refresh my memory, so forgive me. We might need to take this on notice, but unless General Fox can answer. But the last I engaged on this was where we were working with the officer in question to ensure that we were placing the necessary procedures in place. We did work with him and his family on ensuring that there was an adequate solution to these legitimate concerns without prejudicing sort of legal processes and so I believe now he has been reassigned, but General Fox, are you wishing to add to that?
Senator, Colonel Naliva and his family have returned to Fiji. They returned in December 2024.
And does that end any connections that he has with the ADF?
He's no longer on duty with the ADF.
Was he teaching at the Australian Defence College?
No, he was not teaching as far as I'm aware, Senator.
Was he conducting research at the Australian Defence College?
He was undertaking research in support of work that would occur with Pacific Forces.
What was do you know what his research was? Did it in any way cut across defence cooperation with Fiji?
Senator, he had 3 research papers. One was about regional co-deployment, comparisons and best practice. 2 was about development of Pacific expertise and capabilities in terms of environmental management, climate resilience for humanitarian assistance and disaster relief activities through a Pacific response group approach. And the 3rd paper was about Australian Pacific Defence School training streams.
And were those research papers agreed by Defence or the Defence College?
I would have to confirm, but the Defence College was aware of the papers that were being undertaken.
I mean, Admiral Johnson, this was an individual where there were very, very serious allegations of torture made against him. Do you think he was the appropriate person to be writing research papers for the Australian Defence College on humanitarian actions?
So, Senator, they were allegations against him. We took actions to place him in an appropriate position to address the concerns associated with his potential command role, and this was a useful activity for him to be engaged on.
Was there an investigation by Defence of the serious and credible allegations of torture against Colonel Naliva? Was there an investigation?
We would not have the jurisdiction to do so.
All right. Have there been any lessons learned from this in terms of due diligence before people are seconded to the ADF? And if so, what are they, Admiral?
So, Senator, yes. I think in General Campbell and some of his evidence to you described previously the fit and purpose check that was fit and proper person assessments that are being done for people who are put in significant appointments within the Australian Defence Force. General Fox may outline those for you.
But Admiral Johnson, in this case, we had relied entirely on Fijian assessments, and obviously that was inadequate because the regime there had an interest in not disclosing this. Have we learnt not to just rely upon those third-party assessments?
Senator, I will defer to my colleague who undertakes the checks on personnel who come from foreign countries as part of programs that join the Australian Defence Force.
It ends with you, Mr. Phillip.
Yeah, Bernard Phillip.
Along.
First Assistant Secretary, International Policy. We have taken steps and took steps in the aftermath of this episode to reinforce and strengthen our processes for undertaking checks before the posting of individuals into positions like these. In particular, it involves a strengthened process through our overseas defence attaché and defence advisor network.
And that's requiring some independent assessment by Australian officials? Is that what that involves?
Again, without going into all the details of vetting processes, we will, in the first instance, look to our defence attaché network to, yes, provide some independent checks in relation to particular positions.
And so, Senator, I'll just add, a lot of people obviously come in to train in Australian Defence Force academies and institutions. And so, yes, we've introduced these new checks, but we're applying a special premium for any personnel who will be seconded into command roles in the ADF. And that's the big lesson, I think, that we've learned, that we have to be particularly focused when it comes to it. ADF command functions and provide a similar level of scrutiny that we would provide to any ADF command position.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Ian.
Excellent. All right. Well, on that note, we're now going to release the department and we're going to move on to ASA. Before we do that, also the Inspector General of the ADF has also been released as well.
That's right.
So we'll suspend and we'll just get ready for our next witness, being the Australian Submarines Agency. And thanks to the department.
Thank you, Chair.
Make a start. Very good. All right. Well, welcome back, everyone. I'd now like to welcome Vice Admiral Jonathan Mead, AO, RAN, Director General of the Australian Submarine Agency, and officers of the agency. Good evening, Vice Admiral. Now, do you have an opening statement you'd like to make?
I do, Chair.
Okay, excellent. And can I get someone to also close the door at the back, please? Thank you. Please.
Vice Admiral Jonathan Mead, I'm the Director General of the Australian Submarine Agency. I'd just like to start with a very brief opening statement. It does cover off in a couple of months because on the last estimates we weren't called. So can I thank you for the opportunity to be before the committee today, and I thank you for allowing me to provide you with a brief opening statement. The Australian Submarine Agency continues to work at pace. Over the last several months, we have achieved significant milestones through the optimal pathway. Earlier this month, Deputy Prime Minister met his new US counterpart, Secretary for Defence, Pete Hegseth. During their discussion, they reaffirmed that AUKUS was a powerful symbol of our two countries, working together in the Indo-Pacific and increasing Australia's capability through the acquisition of nuclear-powered submarines. I had the pleasure of hosting a bipartisan US congressional delegation in Melbourne on the 17th of February, where they expressed their unwavering support to AUKUS and Australia's acquisition of conventionally armed nuclear-powered submarines. Yesterday, the US Virginia-class submarine USS Minnesota arrived at HMAS Stirling in Western Australia as part of our routine port visits. These visits support our progress towards delivering a sovereign, conventionally armed nuclear-powered submarine and the arrival of the Submarine Rotational Force in Western Australia in 2027. These visits build on one of the most significant milestones in our nuclear-powered submarine program, which was the submarine tendered maintenance period. The STMP, as it was called, commenced on the 22nd of August when USS Hawaii, a Virginia-class submarine, came into port at HMAS Stirling. In addition to the USS Hawaii, the submarine tender maintenance period also involved the US tender ship, the USS Emery S. Land, which had more than 30 Royal Australian Navy personnel embedded for a period of 6 months to learn the maintenance skills required to work on SSNs. Through this embedment program on the tender and shore services provided by Australian industry and the broader RAN industrial workforce, for the first time, Australians participated in planned maintenance on a Virginia-class submarine at HMAS Stirling, marking a major milestone for the optimal pathway. In advance of the USS Hawaii visit, more than 30 Royal Australian Navy personnel were embedded as part of the crew of the USS Emery S. Land, a US tender ship based in Guam, to learn the maintenance work required. During this time, they built the skills, knowledge and experience in nuclear-powered submarine maintenance and applied those at HMAS Stirling. It was tremendous to have Prime Minister Albanese, Deputy Prime Minister Miles and Minister Conroy join us at HMAS Stirling on the 2nd of September, where they announced the Jobs for Subs program. They were able to see this progress for themselves and meet the Australians, Americans and Brits proudly working together and learning together. This historic visit was a tangible demonstration of the progress we are making towards Australia being sovereign, ready to safely and securely own, operate and maintain our sovereign fleet of conventionally armed nuclear-powered submarines. We will continue to develop our workforce through US and UK submarine visit to HMAS Stirling. This includes a visit in the second half of 2025, which will again see Australians conducting maintenance work on a US nuclear-powered submarine. We will also continue to have our Navy personnel trained in the United States and the United Kingdom. At the end of 2024, there were approximately 100 personnel under training as part of the nuclear-powered submarine program in the US and the UK. These numbers will continue to increase, with more than 100 personnel commencing training in 2025. Since July 24, Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard of the United States has welcomed international placements for the very first time of 130 ASC personnel, with the expectation of reaching over 200 personnel in country by the end of 2025. ASA is also working closely with the UK Government and BAE Systems to place Australian shipbuilding personnel in UK shipyards and facilities. with the view to growing Australia's sovereign industrial capabilities required to deliver nuclear-powered submarines. I was very pleased to join the Deputy Prime Minister and Premier of Western Australia on the 28th of January 2025 to announce the new Defence TAFE Centre of Excellence. This is another pipeline for the development and delivery of the skills we will need. It is also another example of us working closely with our partners in Western Australia, as we are with our partners in South Australia. They are as committed as we are, as our AUKUS partners are. Our industrial uplift is also gaining momentum as the enterprise matures. We now have 14 Australian companies progressing towards qualification and 4 in contract under the Defence Industry Vendor Qualification Program, which commenced 12 months ago. This program is designed to accelerate the qualification of Australian businesses and products for entry into the US and UK supply chains. The development of Australia's supply chains and workforce will also be enhanced following the first tasking statements contracted underneath the tripartite mobilisation agreement between BAE Systems and ASC. This will enable us to work together to develop the detailed plans, schedules and workforce initiatives for the Australian build program of the SSN AUKUS nuclear-powered submarine. Meanwhile, we are progressing significant infrastructure works while working closely with communities and stakeholders. At HMAS Stirling, Western Australia, where we will host the Submarine Rotational Force West, the priority works proposal has just been through a second public consultation period. At Osborne, South Australia, where our SSN AUKUS submarines will be built, a public consultation period is currently underway on a draft strategic impact assessment report for the Osborne Submarine Construction Yard. On the 16th of October, the Deputy Prime Minister and the Premier of Western Australia also announced Henderson would be included as a consolidated defence precinct. We recognise that Australia's commitment of US $3 billion out to 2035-2036 to help uplift the US submarine industrial base has been of considerable interest to this committee. I know that was discussed before with Mr Steve Groves. This contribution will help uplift the US submarine industrial base capacity and accelerate sustainment and production to enable the delivery of Virginia-class submarines to Australia. As the Deputy Prime Minister said during his meeting with Secretary Hegseth, Australia's contribution to the US submarine industrial base is to benefit both the United States and Australia. Chair and committee members, AUKUS is real and it is happening. But we can't wait and we won't rest on our laurels. On the 13th of March, it will be the second anniversary since the optimal pathway for Australia's acquisition of conventionally armed nuclear-powered submarines was determined. We have been breaking new ground every day since. The Australian Submarine Agency continues to grow in staff numbers with around 800 APS and ADF staff. What they achieve every day is a tribute to their commitment, sense of purpose and connection to this mission. It is also important to recognise that we are not doing this alone. We continue to work very closely with the state and local governments in South Australia and Western Australia and with our partners across the Department of Defence, the Commonwealth and our trilateral partners to deliver across the extent of this enterprise. I welcome your questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. And you're happy to provide us with a copy and table that speech? Yes?
Yes, Chair.
Yeah, thanks. All right. Now, I'm going to hand over to Senator Patterson and then we'll break for dinner at 6:30. Senator Patterson.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you, Vice Admiral, for that update. How confident are you that construction of SSN AUKUS will still commence in the late 2020s in Adelaide?
I'm very confident.
There's been no slippage?
There's been no slippage.
Very good. Are we still on track to receive 3 Virginia-class submarines from the US in the early 2030s?
We are.
And there's been no slippage?
There has been no slippage.
You have no concerns?
There are no concerns. This is a high-risk program. We deal with high-risk issues every day. There is no precedence for what we're doing. There is no copybook for what we are doing. Hence the last paragraph about the work that our people are doing. So I would not understate the challenge ahead of us, but no further considerations or risks have developed since we last briefed the committee.
Okay. Do we have any further clarification on when in the early 2030s we expect to receive the Virginia-class submarines?
We're still working those details at the moment. First milestone we need to achieve is to be sovereign ready in the early 2030s. There is a list of criteria that we need to do. It's really why the Surf West initiative was partly put together in order to immerse Australia in that sort of SSN nuclear environment. Once we satisfy the criteria in the early 2030s of the US and that, then the transfers and the work of the transfers will commence.
Okay, good. I explored with the department earlier some of the payments that we've started to make to our US counterpart, and they had some detail but not all the detail, and they suggested further more specific questions should be directed to you. So just wondering whether you have a schedule of planned payments going forward?
We do, and can I ask our Chief Finance Officer here, are you referring to the US payments or the UK payments or both?
The US payments first, we'll come to the UK payments.
Good evening, Senator. Elena Davis, Chief Financial Officer for the ASA. The payment schedule, as we outlined, was for the US $2 billion to be paid by the end of this calendar year 2025, with the remainder being paid over a period post that.
There's been no changes to that schedule?
No.
And the first payment was made, as the department said, roughly on schedule when it was planned to?
Yes.
Within a day or two of the...
I think it was initiated late January and transferred in early February.
When's the next payment?
The next payment is scheduled towards the end of this financial year, but there is some room in the arrangement, as I mentioned in my last estimates, for flexibility to occur with the $2 billion being paid by the end of 2025.
Will it be the next payment be of the same quantum as this payment in US dollars?
That is what we expect at current time, but it could be subject to some slight variation.
Yeah, and obviously there'll be currency fluctuations on the Australian dollar
So what
side.
I quoted before was the US currency, and yes, foreign exchange will impact that, the estimates for payments, but once the payment's made, that is valued at the date of the transaction.
And you're confident we've got a plan to manage those currency fluctuations on our side within the budget that's allocated?
Yes, under the Commonwealth foreign exchange guidelines that are released by the Department of Finance, this is done on a no-win, no-loss basis, as Mr Groves went through. We budget on the foreign currency amount and it's valued then at different budget rates and supplementation or that occurs or doesn't. So it's the movements that you see up and down in our budget measures, where you see other budget adjustments, shows whether the foreign exchange is actually having a gain or a loss impact on. So you actually maintain that value due to those movements. And that prevents the hedging that Mr Groves spoke about in his earlier.
So Defence told me that there was no reprioritisation required to accommodate any of those fluctuations. That's your understanding too?
That is my understanding.
And it wasn't required to make the payment?
No.
No. Do you have a list that you could provide of the schedule of payments going forward that you could table?
I don't have that here with me. I'd have to take that on notice.
Take it on notice. Now, let's talk about the UK payments. Have any payments been made to the UK yet?
Yes, the first payment was made in financial year 23-24.
Right, how much was that?
Let me just see if I have that information with me. I think it was £149, so approximately that would have been valued around 265 Australian dollars.
When was that payment made exactly?
$1 million. I'd have to take that on notice. I don't have the exact payment details.
Roughly?
I wouldn't be confident, I don't want to mislead the committee, so I'll take that on notice.
Okay. Like the agreement with the United States where the payments are denominated in US dollars, is this denominated in pound sterling?
It is pound sterling.
Right, so we've got to manage the same
currency fluctuations that occur. That's why we are really strong on mentioning it in the source currency that the arrangements are in. to prevent misleading people, because those budget rates will change at every PBS pays milestone, as well as then when the actual payments are made, that is the date at which the transaction is valued.
So what have we agreed to pay the UK in pounds?
£2.4 billion.
£2.4 billion. So they're not getting the same amount as the United States, it's a slightly different amount, or was that at that time the exchange rate between the pound and the US dollar?
There were totally two separate agreements and scope of in both of those different arrangements.
Okay. When's the next UK payment?
25, 26.
Okay. And when is that due to be paid by?
I'd have to take that on notice as well. I don't have the exact dates, and I would not want to mislead the committee with making an assumption of when it was likely to be made.
Thank you. Why don't you take on notice, as you did for the US payments, to provide the forward schedule for UK payments as well on notice? Thank you. Chair, that will be sufficient for me now. Thank you. We've got other questions.
All right. Look, it's been 1 minute to the break. Let's break now, and we'll come back here in 45 minutes' time. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy your dinner, and we'll see you in 45 minutes. All right, welcome back, everyone. Hello, can you hear me? Is that better? I can't hear the microphone in the room's not on. There we go. Hello. All right, welcome back, everyone. In continuation with the ASA. Now, Deputy Chair, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. Just so I understand, the Defence Secretary passed around an allocation or division of responsibility sheet. Am I able to ask ASA anything on Pillar 2, or is that completely out of your remit?
Senator Vice Admiral Jonathan Mead, Director General, the ASA, Pillar 2 resides within Defence itself. They have their own organisation. It's not within our remit.
Okay, understood. Could I ask about Sterling's preparedness then, HMAS Sterling's preparedness?
Absolutely.
Okay, good. Are you able to provide an update on works to uplift HMAS Sterling in preparation for its SRF West, isn't it, in 2027?
So I'll hand over to Rear Admiral Tom Phillips, who's new in the job, but has been over in Western Australia for a number of years, commanding and leading submarines, and most recently commanding the submarine squadron to brief on Surf West and Western Australia.
Good evening, Senators. Rear Admiral Tom Phillips. I'm the head of nuclear submarine capability. So at Surf West, we have in the development of Surf West, the first major milestone is being ready to host Surf West, and that's also part of the continuum for us to be sovereign ready. So the main lines of effort in Surf West are around developing the workforce, both uniform and industry workforce, the family support network for our visiting foreign servicemen and contractors, also the upgrade of the facilities there to support Surf West, and a number of other things as we go to Surf West. So I would say that the major culmination of that activity was the submarine tendered maintenance period, which we did last year on USS Hawaii, which combined a number of those factors. That was a tender maintenance period where we had 30 Royal Australian Navy for the first time directly participating in a maintenance period. And the SMP also involved a range of simulations and demonstrations focused on safety, security and stewardship. As far as workforce goes, we have 120 uniformed workforce currently going through the Nuclear Power School and other schools in America and serving on USN warships. As far as the industrial workforce goes, we've reached our first milestone target of 130 ASC workers who are currently getting qualified at the Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard. With family and support services, we've been working in conjunction with SEG to look at the housing and the family support that the US will require when they come here, and the UK personnel around housing, family support, and there's arrangements now that the first group of US will be the team that does the community support for those families when they come.
Sorry, what's SEG, Rear Admiral Phillips?
Oh, sorry, that's the
Security and State Group.
Yeah,
that's the other
within
part
Defence.
of Defence. Ms Perkins is the DepSec there, right? Okay, good, thank you.
My assessments of all those lines of effort are that it's as Admiral Mead said, a challenging schedule. There is technical risk in there, but in my short time in the agency, I see no reason that we're not on track to achieve that first milestone in 2027.
In terms of you mentioned the upgrade of facilities, so have works commenced on the upgrade of facilities, the physical works, rather than the human capital side?
Yeah, we've commenced, the first set of works were on the training facility, which commenced in November this year.
Plus,
sorry, November last year, November 2024.
Sorry, November 24.
In addition to that, Senator, we've repurposed a number of existing facilities, maintenance sheds, command headquarters that were in existence and are now ready to go.
Do you mind if we just go into the detail there in terms of what works have been done? So you've upgraded the maintenance sheds and the command headquarters
So we've essentially
refurbished them?
repurposed a number of the maintenance sheds that would be specifically designed to support Surf West, and we've allocated and made space for US command personnel to come and utilise that area to support their submarines.
Okay.
In addition to all the work that Admiral Phillips mentioned, as well as security uplift, emergency services uplift, and social licence. And I would like to mention social licence. We sort of hosted a visit of a number of the mayors of Rockham, Coburn, Kawana, Fremantle, East Fremantle and Melville, and the CEOs to San Diego and Newport News, Norfolk in early September 2024, so that they could talk to the San Diego yard there, ask a range of questions, get a sense of, you know, what they need to understand, what was the delta, and they provided a report. It was a really good, informative report, and we're working on that at the moment. For instance, one of the things they said was, you know, nuclear literacy is not as strong in Australia as what it is in the US, so our messages that we communicate need to be structured in such a way that the public understands them.
Okay. Do you also have engagement with the WA state government, Vice Admiral Mead, and who conducts that on behalf of ASA?
Yes, so we have our main ASA-led activity with the WA government is through the WA MPS, Nuclear Power Submarine Steering Group with the Department of JITSI in the West Australian Government. So I co-chair that with their director.
Okay. And what about at the political level? Like, do you meet with the Premier, for instance, Vice Admiral Mead, or do you meet with elected members of the WA?
Mostly meet with Minister Papali'i. I see him on a very regular basis. But I have been with Premier Cook and the Deputy Prime Minister, the three of us, on numerous occasions. I think I mentioned that in my opening speech only 2 weeks ago. We were over in Western Australia opening up a new trade centre.
Okay. How many times would you have met with Mr Papali'i, if I'm saying that correctly? Is there a regular schedule of meetings, or it's...?
It's probably more irregular, but I would say I've met with him probably a dozen times.
Okay. And how does that compare to the South Australian state government, so with Premier Malinauskas or the relevant state minister there?
So I've probably met Premier Malinauskas 20, 25 times. I'm meeting him again, I believe, next week and then the week after.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, very specific purpose, obviously, in he and his team understanding and supporting the work at Osborne and the yard there. Okay,
thank you. And then in terms of the works you mentioned that are underway there, so I believe at the June 2024 estimates, the department, we were advised that $63.5 million of the $1.5 billion allocated for Surf West had been spent, and I think we were told $95 million was expected to be spent by the end of last financial year. That's the financial year ending June 2024. How much have we spent now of that $1.5 billion?
We'll just get our CFO to
of course. Thank you.
Run us through those figures.
Good evening, Senator. Malena Davis, Chief Financial Officer. For the 23-24 year, there was, I think the actual result for HMS Sterling Works was $98 million.
$98 million. And how much have you spent since? I appreciate that.
I'd have to take that one on notice for year to date, for 24-25.
Okay. And of the $98 million, are you able just to provide a rough breakdown of how
I'd
that was?
have to take that on notice to provide a further breakdown of that.
Okay. Do you have a figure that you expect to spend this financial year? What's in the forecast of the budget?
So, just 1 second. Hayes document what we're expecting to spend. Table 64, the revised estimate for 24-25 is 211 million.
So that's so that's not cumulative, is it? It's
No,
211,
that's
and then there'd be the
in this
98
financial
from the
year,
previous financial year. Okay. And the plan is for Surf West to be operational in 2027. That's correct.
That's correct, Senator.
Okay. Mid 2027, early 2027, the start of 2020. Is there a specific time in that year?
So we obviously would like to do it as soon as possible, and we are aiming for Q1, Q2, 2027. A number of US officials have come and inspected the facilities at Surf West. When we did the submarine tender maintenance period, Admiral Houston, who's the Director of Naval Reactors, inspected all the facilities and gave a press conference and indicated that he believed Australia was on track. Indo-PACOM was in Australia last week, Admiral Paparo. He indicated that the US are preparing, making very strong preparations to send their first submarine to Stirling in 2027.
Okay. And have you had any communications from the United States, public or private, indicating any concerns about the ability to meet that timeline?
No.
No? Okay. And how many... Have we got any US or UK personnel currently working at HMAS Stirling as part of the preparations for Surf West becoming operational?
Yes, we have two in the supporting the ASA, and we have long-standing US embeds into the submarine headquarters.
How many, by the end of this year, so how many, is that number growing? Is that?
Yes, so we're expecting the 5 in the next, in the next month or so, the 5 and they're mainly around the family support, and then between 50 and 80 by the end of this year coming out to start the US build-up of personnel.
So 50 to 80, and that's US personnel or US and UK personnel?
US personnel in the first tranche.
Okay, and UK personnel?
Yeah, we have two UK embedded. So we have, two UK as well embedded.
Okay, okay. And then what's the sort of end state? What the numbers we'd be expecting by 2027 when Surf West is close to being ready?
So by 2027, we would expect one boat, so about 140 crew when the boat comes, but also a headquarters staff supporting our headquarters of, I think, approximately 100 personnel.
Okay. And then just Ms Davis, isn't it? Yes. If I come to you again, have you had any indications whether the works, the $1.5 billion that's been allocated, are you tracking over budget, under budget?
At the moment, it's tracking to budget.
Okay.
There has been some changes, slight in phasings across that forward estimates period, but it's tracking to those estimates.
Okay, thank you. Chair, that was all I had. Senator Patterson, did you want to? You had nothing to continue from before dinner?
I thought Senator Reynolds said to have some on Henderson.
All right.
I'll just check on that.
Well, I might hand to Senator Shoebridge in the middle in the meantime, and then if you could just assist me with Senator Reynolds, that'd be awesome. All right, Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair. Vice Admiral Reid, can you remind me how much was paid to the UK? Sorry.
Sorry, remind you.
The relevant officer was just heading off, so I was going to come to it in a minute, but let's
contribution
do it now. How much has been paid to the UK as a contribution for their industrial base for their nuclear?
I'll just hand to the CFO.
Yes. Okay. As I mentioned, in 23-24 was £149 million.
Yeah, I had that figure, but I didn't have the Australian dollar
Australian
equivalent.
dollars. 285.
285 million.
85 million Australian.
And that was in 23-24. And you were going to get the date on notice. Have you?
Yes, I've taken that
you
one
still
on
haven't.
notice.
Yep. And there's another payment due. When?
25-26.
All right, so next financial year, and how much is that going to be?
I'd have to take that one on notice.
All right, and I think you were going to provide a full schedule.
Yes.
And the total commitment is £2.4 billion, is that right?
Yes.
All right. Thanks very much for the numbers. Do we know where that $285 million was applied?
When you mean...
What was the last word?
Do we know where the £149 million, the first payment, do we know what it was applied to?
So primarily applied to the uplift of the Rolls-Royce facility at Derby.
All right, and that's for the production of the nuclear core in the reactor?
Correct.
Yep. And do we know what is the next scheduled payment? Is it also for the Rolls-Royce facility at Derby?
So the UK, the payment is really in two main areas. It's for the uplift of the Rolls-Royce facility at Derby, and it's also to support supply chain
Design costs.
and design costs.
All right.
So the UK are apportioning the money as they see from a priority basis.
All right. Now, Vice Admiral, I think you said in answers to my colleague that since we'd last spoken, there'd been no slippage of the arrangements with the UK and no fresh concerns had been raised. Is that right? No slippage, no concerns. I recall you saying emphatically.
I said no concerns, but I then caveated that and said this program is very high risk. We've made that clear to government. Government has made that clear to the public. This is the most ambitious undertaking any government has brought forward.
But you were quite clear that no concerns have been brought to your attention since we last spoke.
I said no additional concerns on timelines have been raised.
Okay. Has the UK Infrastructure and Projects Authority annual report on major projects for 23-24, which was delivered on the 16th of January this year, has that been brought to your attention?
It has been brought to my attention. I've got it in front of me. You'll note, though, that I think that they wrote the forward there on March 24. So this report is using data accurate as of the 31st of March 24. So that's an important caveat because since the 31st of March 24, a number of payments, both by the UK government and shortly to come the Australian government, will have and has been injected into the Rolls-Royce facility. And you can look this up, but in September 24, the United Kingdom made an initial allocation of nearly £4 billion to work on SSN AUKUS and £3 billion to expand the production capabilities across the defence nuclear enterprise. On the 24th of January this year, the UK announced a Rolls-Royce contract worth approximately £9 billion to bolster support for its submarine capability. So since the March 24 report, there has been significant investment by the UK government. I know the table that you're referring to there, where it's got the red rectangles there, but the UK government is addressing that, and we are addressing that as well.
Well, let's go to the report that was delivered on the 16th of January this year. One of the major projects they assessed was what's called the core production capability in the UK, which it says delivers safe nuclear reactor cores to meet the Royal Navy's submarine program now and for the long term. It's going to provide reactors for the deterrent submarine fleet. And then it says, and sovereign capability to manufacture further cores for a fleet of flexible and adaptable attack submarines delivered under the AUKUS agreement. Like, this is a non-negotiable element for the AUKUS submarines, isn't it? This working?
Yes, Senator.
Yeah. And for the obvious reasons that a nuclear submarine without a nuclear reactor core is not a nuclear submarine at all. This is the program that's going to produce the reactor for the AUKUS submarines. That's
yes,
we're talking about that. Cool. Well, you see, this report delivered on the 16th of January by the UK IPA gave this project a red rating. It's the third year. Did you know it was the third year it's had a red rating?
So, Senator, I need to emphasise the data in the forward is 31st of March 2024. And
we'll come to that.
Notwithstanding the fact that they delivered the report in January of this year, this report is accurate as of the 31st of March of last year. And since that time, significant investment has been made by the UK government over, looks like £18 billion for the SSN AUKUS program and the core production facility.
Well, why don't we just first of all see what the Independent Infrastructure and Projects Authority said. Their rating for not just this year, but last year and not just 23-24, but also 22-23 and 21-22, the rating they gave was successful delivery of the project appears to be unachievable. There are major issues with project definition, schedule, budget, quality and or benefits delivery, which at this stage do not appear to be manageable or resolvable. The project may need rescoping or its overall viability reassessed. So that was as at March 2024, data as at March 2024, an assessment delivered in January of this year. The project appears to be unachievable and its overall viability reassessed. Are you telling this committee and the Australian public that that's been fixed between March and now?
So, Senator, one of the areas that you missed was that they said one of the remediations to that is additional funding. Additional funding has been applied by the UK government. We have committed to additional funding for the core facility.
Well, you see, Vice Admiral Mead, another way of looking at it is $285 million of Australian taxpayers' money has been poured into a project that the UK Infrastructure and Projects Authority says appears to be unachievable, and the overall viability of which should be reassessed. Was any consideration given to not just the data that should have been available to you, if it was available to the IPA, but the fact that the Infrastructure and Projects Authority had said this about this project the year before and the year before? Was consideration given about that before we tipped in $285 million of Australian taxpayers' money?
So we've been given reassurances from the UK government, to our High Commissioner in London that the anticipated timescales for future core deliveries are not expected to delay the delivery of Australia's SSN AUKUS program, noting that our cores won't be delivered till 2030s.
You've been to the UK. Has anyone from the ASA gone to the UK and sought a briefing from the Ministry of Defence about this report?
Not from this report. We have spoken to them at depth about the react on the call. The Deputy Prime Minister has been to that facility. I've been to that facility twice. They've actually even shown us parts that are being built right now for our core.
Well, you see, Vice Admiral Mead, a visit by you, a highly structured visit by you, with all due respect, without the access to the relevant documentations or the engineering plans for a day, is hardly a substitute for the thorough and detailed analysis provided by the Infrastructure and Projects Authority, is it?
And I think the challenge, Senator, is that that is not the assertion that's being put to you by Vice Admiral Mead. obviously there has been very significant engagement between the agency and the UK and our partners there, and officials can talk you through it, but it is not reasonable to characterise his answer in that way.
Well,
All right,
you said
last question, because I'll now move the call on.
You said you visited, Vice Admiral Mead. Should the Australian public take comfort from your visit, where you saw some parts being made,
Again.
against this report by the independent UK Infrastructure and Projects Authority that says the project which Australian taxpayers are somehow being committed to tip $4.8 billion into appears to be unachievable, and the overall viability should be reassessed?
And as I referred to before, Senator, that report was dated 31st of March 2024. The UK government has injected billions, over $12 billion. We intend to inject and have injected money into the core facility to enable it to produce cores for Australia and for the UK.
Well, I'm sure you didn't mean to, but you misrepresented the date of the report. The report was dated the 16th of January 2025.
The data was with effect 31st of March 2024. If you look at the very front page there, it says commissioned under the Sunak government. This data is with effect 31st of March 2024. Those payments that I mentioned before happened in September and January this year.
We'll come back to what has happened.
And we'll come back to you as well too. Thank you, Senator.
In the 10 months since.
Senator, I need to move the call on. Senator Reynolds, you've got the call.
Thank you very much and good evening. Good to see you all. I've just got a couple of follow-on questions from Senator Sharma. In relation to the Henderson redevelopment, the previous defence officials said that the finances actually sit with ASA in terms of the money for the redevelopment and the build. They've got $127 million to do some of their initial planning projects, they said. But in terms of the funding for some more of the major works, they said to ask you. So I'm asking you.
Senator, I'll just hand over to Admiral David Mann.
Thank you.
Who's in charge or is the ASA lead for that program.
Thanks.
Senator, good evening. Rear Admiral David Mann. I'm the head of Virginia Workforce and Commercial. There are two components to which the ASA is directly involved in with the consolidation of the Henderson precinct. The first of those and the most pressing for us is the provision of the contingent dock, which I'm sure you're aware of. And the second component is the provision of depot level maintenance and the facilities that are required to support that activity. There is funding available for the contingent dock.
How much is that?
That has not, the funds for that, the amount of that money has not been released as yet. And the follow-on for the depot level maintenance and the sort of the nuclear yard component of the Henderson redevelopment or consolidation has not been developed yet in terms of overall funding, because the requirements for that yard have not been set.
So what's the timetable to set those requirements? So you've got the requirement for the contingency dock, the contingent dock?
That's correct, Senator.
Okay. And so what's the timeline for building that?
So the timeline for developing that is that we're preparing advice for government on the options for that dock. As you'd be aware, there are a number of ways you can develop a contingent dock, from a graving dock, to a floating dock or a ship sinker lift, and that dock has to be in place ready for the contingency operations for the first of our sovereign Virginias in the early 2030s.
Because I thought there had been some discussion that that also had to be available for the visiting US Virginias in the case that they needed contingency work. So definitely not.
Senator, that's not the case. The US said if they have a problem with their Virginias that they will make their own arrangements to get them out of the water. it's not a prerequisite for Surf West.
Okay, so you're looking, so the early 2030s and the depot, sorry, it's a long day, the depot level maintenance, what's the timeline for that at Henderson?
It's the back end of the 2030, Senator, because it's for the first cycle of when the first of our sovereign submarines would need to go into the depot level maintenance.
Okay. So most of the discussions that we've had here have been in relation to the SSNs, to the Virginias, and eventually then the AUKUS boats. What about the Astute in terms of planning, in terms of what they need? Because you would presume that they would need different facilities on Stirling and possibly at Henderson to support the Astute. What's the process and planning for that and timeline?
There's no requirement for the contingent dock for the Astute class, but I know, Tom, you want to talk about the requirements.
Is it true that I've got a memory that they do flyaway, do it quite differently from the US with the Virginias? So is there a plan in how they're going to, what support will be provided for the Astute at Stirling or Henderson?
There's a developing one at the moment, so our plan is to, their contracted sustainer is Babcock.
Yep.
We'll get Babcock representatives out here. The primary case for us will be building our support for Virginia class, obviously, and then leveraging off the facilities of that and then working out what the delta might be for AUKUS. It's not settled yet, but I think for the Astute, it will be a fly-in team when they do maintenance here, but that's still to be worked through with Babcock.
Okay.
And Senator, nearly all of the uplift that we're doing for Virginia will be applicable for Astute. For instance, the security uplift, the emergency management services, the wharf upgrades, the sheds and maintenance, the command headquarters will be equally applicable for the Astute. And we've had numerous UK Navy people here, including the Second Sea Lord, that's been to HMAS Stirling. They have injected their requirements into what's going on at Stirling. So the Stirling upgrade is not bespoke US. It is meant to take into account UK Astute class submarines. So
for the US Virginias and then the Astute when it does start, when it is at Stirling, so until the early 2030s, until these facilities are built at Henderson, any work that's required to be done on the Virginias and the Astute will be done in water at Stirling on Diamantina Wharf, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. So if we just come back to the money. So last estimates we talked about there was an $8 billion pot of money somewhere for a lot of this work. Celia Perkins identified that they were spending about 1.5 billion of that, but we didn't get to the bottom of where and who held the other 6.5. So one, is that 8 billion still current? Is that a figure that you're working to? And where does that money sit at the moment?
I'll let our CFO answer that question,
Thank you.
Senator.
Senator Malena Davis, Chief Financial Officer. So as you have mentioned, there is approved works underway with 1.7 billion in approved. The remaining sits in the unapproved section of our program that remains in the IRP.
Okay. But it doesn't have... Does it actually have money allocated to it in the IIP, or is it something they have to get out of contingency?
So there is an unapproved provision.
Okay, so that'd be for the remainder of the 8 billion. So is 8 billion still the figure?
Yes, out across the decade.
Okay. And when you have a look at the level of scope of works, 8 billion is not going to get all of the facilities and all of the reforms that's needed down there. So at what point will you know how the rest of this unapproved money will be spent and over what time? And what's the plan for that at the moment?
So I think sorry, Carl.
Oh no, I was just going to say. So the first one of the approved was for the priority works to meet Surf West, and we're now working through the requirements of what's required to meet Sovereign Ready beyond that in Stirling. I think until those requirements mature, it would be hard to assess, whether that scope of funding will meet the requirements. And plus, we'll do the normal trade-off to work within that cap.
So, but what's actual scope of works will be, so are these priority works for Surf West, that's the 1.7 that has already been committed. Are you able on notice to take just take on notice what that comprises, that 1.7?
The 1.7?
Yep.
So I can tell you now.
That'd be great, thank you.
The priority works include the nuclear-powered submarine operational berths on the existing pier.
That's the Diamantina pier works?
Diamantina, yes, that's right, Senator. Emergency preparedness and response precinct, a reliable shore supply.
Sorry, what was that last one?
A reliable shore supply, just shoring up the current shore supply. Licensed facility for the radiological controlled activities. The intermediate maintenance facility, a logistics support precinct, the submarine crew certification and training area, and the physical security and uplift for the base. That's the scope of the 1.774.
And what's the time frame to deliver all of those? Or do you want to take that on notice and you could provide the sort of the timeline for each of those projects?
For each of them individually, I'd have to take on notice.
Yeah, that's fine, thank you. Oh, collectively, when is all of that package of work
so that,
due to be finished?
Priority works was for Surf West.
When's that due to be finished? So it's, I know a lot of the work's well underway, but when's it due to complete? So
for 2027.
And is all of that on track?
From what we have now, because they're all at various levels of design.
Yeah.
So from what we have now, it's on track.
And so for the remainder of the 6.3, who's doing the work and to identify how and where that's going to be spent and what on?
So we're doing the work from a requirement setting, but the lead is the security and state group, Ms Perkins.
Okay. So that $8 billion is all for Stirling, is that correct?
That's all for Stirling.
Okay. So there was the previous defence witnesses was said to also to talk to you about funding beyond the 127 million for the immediate works and some of the planning works we went through, but indicated, if my memory serves me correct, that the rest of the money, the probably tens of billions of dollars that are going to be needed for all of the redevelopment there.
At Henderson.
At Henderson, sorry, the Henderson, yes, the Henderson precinct now. Does that sit with you?
No, it doesn't sit with us. I'll just confirm that with the CFO.
No, that's correct. It's the contingent doc that was mentioned just prior is the funding that's provisioned with the MPS program in the IRP.
So hang on, but the contingent doc's not provisioned for out of that unapproved spending of the remainder of the $8 billion. So does that sit on your ledger or does that sit in Defence's?
It sits in the MPS program, which sits within Defence IRP.
Okay, so it is in the IRP. Okay. And is there any provision or any discussions from your perspective on, Ms Perkins mentioned that there's now some work going on to identify infrastructure around the Rockingham area in terms of dealing with that revolting traffic jam and all of the access problems you've got to the island. But is there, to the best of your knowledge, is there any other packets of work that are going on in terms of providing the infrastructure around the Henderson precinct to enable the work that you need undertaken and that you're managing, everything from transport infrastructure? I know Ms Perkins is doing the security, but have you got any exposure to any other work that's happening to make sure that your facilities there have the infrastructure and the enabling company support and things around it?
We're certainly engaged with SEG leading. Obviously, ASA is for that whole southwest metropolitan area. SEG is the lead on all the housing and the roads and transportation work, and we're obviously engaged as probably the biggest stakeholder in that.
Yeah.
But they're the lead because there are other stakeholders. We're certainly engaged with them around the support to Stirling. I'm unaware of engagement around Henderson at this point.
Okay. That's what it seemed to appear from Ms Perkins, so thank you for that. Now, one final point I'd like to come to is the issue of housing. For housing and other support services, initially for the US personnel. My understanding is that there's about, I think you said 50 to 80 Americans coming this year, and I think up to 50 of those were expected to have families coming with them. Is that?
We're in the coming days, we will start getting the breakdown of family composition of those people coming. We haven't got that yet. Okay. We expect indicatively 50% of those to have a family.
Yeah, and so for those who are single, I understand that the new accommodation, which is very nice, the single live-in accommodation will accommodate the single US service personnel, but the families, what we've been trying to pin down is who's actually organising that, because from the last estimates, DHA said that they're sourcing 550 new houses in not just Rockingham but sort of the surrounding areas, but they were all for Australian personnel, they said, and that they didn't have any requirements yet for the US and then eventually the UK personnel. What is your understanding of, so when the families start arriving from July, where are they going to be living?
So SEG again are definitely the lead. Again, we're attached into that because we are one of their stakeholders across the Defence Precinct. We are working now, DHA of course are right, their remit now is for Australian ADF personnel, and legislation would be required to change that. I know working with SEG that we are looking at options to house the families so that they would get the level of housing service that ADF members would get through other means, and we're still working through what those other means are like, but that's...
So I know the housing market down there is incredibly tight.
Yep.
And that a lot of Australian personnel, service personnel, can't get DHA houses there, which is why they're building another 550 eventually.
Yep.
So at the moment, there's not a finalised plan for these personnel and their families yet. Is that a fair summary? You're working on it, but there's not a finalised plan yet.
I think the advice from the official senator was that SEG were leading on this, and so I think, regrettably, it would have been better for you to ask those officials about that earlier in the day. I mean, obviously officials can speak to their
Well, thank you, Senator McAllister, but in the past they have referred it straight to DHA, who have then said it's not their...
That's not my recollection about what's happened in previous hearings, Senator. You've had actually quite an extended discussion with Ms Perkins about this exact same set of issues.
Yes, Senator McAllister, and I still haven't got an answer to where are these first 50-odd families going to be living, because they start arriving in a few months.
Well, it's a shame you didn't ask Ms Perkins about it when she was here earlier.
Oh,
today.
Minister, for heaven's sake.
Well, I'm simply... look, we're not trying to be unhelpful, but I think there's just a limit to what officials can tell you about work that they're not leading on.
Anyway, Minister, so if we could just come back to what your understanding of the plan is for where the US families will be staying. The other issues that I've had raised with me is not only where they will be living and what their expectations are, but is that my understanding is that there won't be a commissary available to them. There's an issue of white goods because obviously they can't bring their own white goods with them, and so I know these sound a little granular, but as we know, they're incredibly important for US service families. And also, I understand some of them are worried about how their children, what school their children will go into, because they don't know where they're going to live. So who's doing the liaison with schools? Different school years, different curriculums, different culture. So who's responsible for doing that work, not just physically where they're going to be living, but all of the rest around it? Because my concern is, and the concern that's been expressed to me by a number of Americans, is that if that's not right for the first families and they don't have a good experience, as we know, the repercussions will be exponentially larger.
So certainly,
Senator, I do think that this is being led by Defence.
Sorry? Yeah, I will. So you're saying that confidently, that Defence have all this in hand?
I'm telling
because that's
you
not
that
the advice from Defence Minister.
No, I'm telling you that the place to ask these questions was earlier in the day, Senator. I mean, I'm happy for their officials to provide what information they do have, but I think they have already indicated to you that this is being led from within Defence.
The social issues, we're on the list, all of these social integration issues. My clear understanding is that this was in the remit of ASA, and not these issues are not estate issues. The physical housing might be. But anyway, we need to move on. But Minister,
sorry,
thank
it's
you
just
for your
that you were. I'm genuinely trying to assist, but you were talking about white goods, and the infrastructure questions. I think the advice to you was that it was being led by Defence.
Minister, with the greatest of respect, I understand, and I said it does appear a little granular, but when you've got families arriving in 4 months, and they're worried about that they won't have a PX, a commissary. Where are they going to live? Where are their kids going to go to school? These are really important issues that have to be solved pretty quickly.
So I can say, Senator, that what we are providing, our goal is that they will have a very positive experience when they come. Those first 5 US people coming in the first quarter this year will form the support cell, their own US support cell that deal with all those issues. We also have Australians that will be in that support cell to help them interpret, if you like, our systems. And we also have a visit coming up that look in particular at schooling as well. So although we're not the lead, SEG are the lead on housing and that sort of level of support, I'm confident with my interactions with SEG that they are dealing with some of your very real concerns, which we also think are very important.
Yeah. So all of that is SEG. So they're doing the community engagement. Or is that cell going to be based at Stirling?
Yes.
Okay. So you'll have a base there.
I'm not sure exactly where they'll be based, but there'll be a cell.
You'll have someone who'll be there to
Rockingham.
handhold the families.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Oh, Deputy Chair.
As Acting Chair, Senator Shoebridge, I believe you had some more questions.
Thanks. We'll call you Deputy Chair. Let's refer to you appropriately. Vice Admiral Mead, did you say the 200 or the 140 odd million pound payment by Australia was made after March of 2024?
No, I think it was made before March of 2024.
I think we took that one on notice. We've taken that specific.
We've taken that on notice. What I would say.
Sorry, Vice Admiral Mead, I'm asking because you said that was one of the changed factors since this report had been delivered, and I'm just, if that was made before the March.
I understand where you're going.
So was it or was it not one of the changing factors?
Let us determine, first of all, when that payment was made, because that obviously impacts upon the date of the report, being the 31st of March 24. The second
16th
aspect,
of January.
Sorry?
The date of the report was the 16th of January 2025.
So the date of the report may be that,
correct.
But the data in the report, the data that you're looking at and referring to, is with effect 31st of March of 24. And if you want to, I think it's on page 2. This report is using data accurate as of the 31st of March 2024, taken under the Sunni Conservative government. So the payments that have been made since then obviously will influence the next report. But when you are injecting hundreds of millions of dollars, and in the UK's case, billions of dollars into the program, that does not have an overnight effect. I mean, for instance, what they intend to do at Derby is create a second production line. So it still may remain red next year in the report, because it may take 2 or 3 years to flow through and in order to materialise and manifest into a deliverable and an outcome. What we have been given by the UK is that the money that has been injected into Derby will be able to deliver our nuclear plants when we need them.
And I think Mr Hodgson has some information about how that's being dealt with within the UK evaluation system as well.
Senator, yes.
Sorry, could we just quickly get an answer to my question?
There is an additional piece of relevant information to this.
I'm happy to come to Mr Hodgson in a sec. I'm interested in what he has to say. But can we get an answer to my original question that I put to you, Vice Admiral Mead, which was the payment, the 140-odd million pounds paid by Australia before or after the 31st of
And the
March?
official said that had been taken on notice.
We're taking it on notice.
All right.
Senator, Mr Tim Hodgson, the Deputy Director General Technical from the ASA. I just wanted to bring your attention to the actual data from the Infrastructure and Projects Authority that underpin the report, as the Director General has said, dated to the 31st of March 2024. Against their specific conclusion, they quoted in the spreadsheet that the Infrastructure and Projects Authority Delivery Confidence Assessment rating at 2023-2024 remains at red. This is primarily due to the following factors: ongoing challenges associated with achieving the required delivery date of the first dreadnought submarine nuclear core, and the importance of that milestone to sustaining the continuous sea deterrent. The programme is working closely with the supplier to address the risks involved to ensure core delivery remains aligned to Dreadnought Boat 1 delivery progress, while delivering the last core of the Astute class of submarine. So specifically against that particular milestone. They also stated that the project's end date remains scheduled to finish on the 30th of April 2028. This will need to be revised to reflect scope changes later this year as a result of core requirements for AUKUS. The revised scope will likely be approved in mid-2024, and that was the basis at which it got the red conclusion. So that's from the IPA report itself.
Indeed, I've read that. Thanks, Mr Hodgson.
Thank you.
You see, Vice Admiral Mead, the problem you face is when you look at this report, the core production capability has been rated as appears to be unachievable, and the overall viability of needing to be reassessed, not just in January of this year. It was the same rating in January of last year, and I assume that was before we made the payment of another 140 million, but I could be wrong. But also the same rating in January of 2023. And yet 2 months after this report was delivered in January of 2023, saying that this core element of the AUKUS, of what is now the AUKUS project, is unachievable, that's when the optimal delivery pathway was entered into. Did consideration of the optimal delivery pathway include consideration of the opinion of the Infrastructure and Projects Authority, which the actual nuclear core of the AUKUS submarines is probably not viable and unachievable? Was that considered in the optimal pathway?
So I think Mr Hodgson answered that question there, Senator. It was a very specific reference to Dreadnought Core 1. We are talking about the SSN cores. We have been to the facilities there. We have seen the master plan to increase the production of the cores at Rolls-Royce. Money has been injected into Rolls-Royce to increase the production line for the reactors, and that we will see that play out in the next couple of years. We do not need a core immediately.
And I think, Senator, the thing is that you've been informed on a number of occasions now by Admiral Mead about the investments that are taking place to ensure that the capability is available. Now, we accept that this is complex, we accept that it is technical, but we do have confidence in the UK. Like, this is a project with long delivery times, and we are working closely with our partners and providing additional resources to ensure that those delivery timetables can be met.
Well, I'm sure, Vice Admiral Mead, when you spoke about this being high risk, I'm sure you had in your mind these problems with the core production facility. Was that part of what you had in mind, Vice Admiral, when you were talking about it being high risk?
So there are a number of factors that may have high risk, and we always knew that Rolls-Royce would need to increase their production. They generate generally one core every 3 years for their own submarines, and for SSN AUKUS, and us having our own program requiring cores would mean that they would need to increase their production. Hence why we have invested in an uplift in the Rolls-Royce facility, as has the UK. That does not translate into immediate overnight changes to the thing. A build of the new production will take a number of years, okay, and so we'll see this eventually play out in the grades and the assessments of Rolls-Royce. We do not need the core immediately, but that money is going into, including from Australia, has already gone into it.
Senator Shoebridge, can I just add Alex Kelton, Acting Deputy Director General Program and Policy, to Vice Admiral Mead's point earlier. In direct response to the release of this report at diplomatic levels to our High Commission in London, we received assurances from the UK government that the SSN AUKUS program is not affected by this.
Well, you see, again, the problem with that assurance from whoever you got it with in the UK government is contrary to the position of the Independent Infrastructure and Projects Authority, which says the work for the deterrent submarine fleet, which is the dreadnought fleet, is an essential prerequisite for building the sovereign capability to manufacture further cores. You can't just pretend they're unrelated. The IPA says getting the dreadnought stuff sorted is the essential prerequisite for the industrial base to build the next set of nuclear cores for the AUKUS project. And did they explain how the IPA was wrong in that conclusion?
Senator, your questions are unresponsive to the information that has been provided to you repeatedly now by officials, which is that there is an uplift in capability underway as a consequence of significant injections of funding provided by both the UK government and the Australian government. The report that is before you doesn't deal with that uplift. It deals with an assessment about the Dreadnought project, as Mr Hodgson had clarified for you earlier. And so I understand your desire to ask the officials this same question repeatedly until they eventually agree with you. But they keep providing you information contrary to your narrative, and you don't accept it. And I'm not sure we're going to be able to go very much further on that basis.
I don't expect the ASA to agree with me, but when the independent report from the IPA expressly references the unachievability of the sovereign capability to manufacture further cores for a fleet of flexible and adaptable attack submarines delivered under the AUKUS agreement, I think they're talking about the AUKUS project. You may disagree, but I think they're talking about the AUKUS project. And can you explain how you say that doesn't apply to the AUKUS project?
So what I say, Senator, is that this report was made with effect of 31st of March 2024. That's when the data was brought together and they formed that conclusion. Since that time, we've had the Australian money go in just beforehand. That will take some time to wash through the system in order to build this second production facility. We have further money going into the UK Rolls-Royce in order to uplift, and the UK themselves have invested over $12 billion in the last couple of months into the Rolls-Royce facility in order to uplift and produce this second production line in order to de-risk their SSN AUKUS and our SSN AUKUS.
Yeah, but you see, Vice Admiral Mead, you just admitted earlier that despite that schedule of payments, you're expecting yet another red rating when this is delivered next year, which will again say the project appears to be unachievable and its overall viability needs to be reassessed. You can't have it both ways.
So what I'm saying is that if you're going to inject $12 billion into an infrastructure program, you will not see results
I'd
overnight.
hope to see results.
It will take some time for those facilities to be built. Right. So if there is a red rating that comes in 12 months' time, I'm sure that we will see in part of the narrative there the significant investment that the UK and Australia has made into the Rolls-Royce facility.
So will you provide on notice the detailed schedule of payments, additional payments that you say have been promised and or made by the UK government and or Australia since the 31st of March 2024?
So I can provide you obviously the future Australian uplift payments, and we've already taken that on notice. We do have on the record the exact dates of September and January of when the UK went into contract with Rolls-Royce with the additional money. I don't have visibility of future UK payments into Rolls-Royce.
Will you provide what you know on notice, including dollar figures?
Yes.
Yes. But again, Vice Admiral Mead, you said that there'd been no slippage, no concerns raised since we last spoke about the US part of AUKUS Pillar 1 too. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Yeah, well, on the...
Pillar 1, I don't deal with Pillar 2.
Well, I thought I said Pillar 1.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said Pillar 2 as well.
Well, if I did, I meant Pillar 1. On the 11th of February, like 3 weeks after the IPA produced its report, the Congressional Research Service of the US Congress produced its updated report on the Navy Virginia-class submarine program and AUKUS submarine Pillar 1 project. That delivered more bad news, didn't it?
The Congressional Program Office always produces reports for information to the Congress. It is not a definitive document, it's more an academic document. The US was very specific when they said, and briefed us beforehand last year, that they were investing, I think, $17 billion US into the US submarine industrial base in order to do their own uplift, very similar to what the UK has done.
Right.
And Ms Kelton, she may want to... So they too have done their own uplift into the SIB, and we are investing into the US SIB, as you know. We just gave them $500 million recently.
500 million US?
$500 million US.
But you see, what the Congressional Research Service said, almost contemporaneous with us tipping in 800 million Australian dollars, wasn't, I'm just reading from page 15 of report, Virginia-class boats have been procured at a rate of 2 boats per year, but the actual Virginia-class production rate has never reached 2 boats per year, and since 2022 has been limited by shipyard and supplier firm workforce and supply chain challenges to about 1.2 boats per year, resulting in a growing backlog of boats procured but not yet built. They then go to speak about the impact of the AUKUS promises and the fact that there'd been some additional funding. I think you referred to the additional funding. And they conclude with this: whether this effort will succeed in increasing the Virginia-class production rate to 2 boats per year by 2028 and subsequently to 2.33 boats per year needed for the AUKUS is not clear. So we've got the UK reactor project in meltdown, and we have the US producing roughly half the number of boats needed, Virginia-class boats needed, to provide any surplus for Australia. These reports were in January and February of this year. Do you stick by your evidence that no fresh concerns have been raised?
Affirmative, Senator, and I do not agree with the characterisation of the UK program either. As I said, this $17 billion that the US is investing in the SIB will take some time to flow through. I mentioned in my opening statements that we are not only investing money, but we are investing Australian companies, we are uplifting Australian companies so they can feed into the US supply chain. We have a number of companies in contract. This is good for Australia. This is good for small Australian companies. This is good for the US submarine industrial base. This is good for Australia's national security.
But the problem is
I can have someone here that can give further updates on that, but we're very proud of the DivQ program.
They're not producing the boats needed, are they? They're about half of those needed to make any surplus for delivery to Australia. Again, before you signed the cheque or delivered the funds, the $800 million funds, did you consider if it was actually achievable?
So we considered that the US Navy had given us assurances that they were going to transfer the Virginias to us, and we also considered that they, late last year, had invested $17 billion US into the SIB specifically to uplift the program, to increase the production rate in order to get more submarines out.
Well, you know that one of the challenges you face in getting any surplus Virginia-class submarines is the fact that the US has made it clear that the priority for their industrial base and the priority for the increase of any production of nuclear submarines is actually going to go to the Columbia-class submarines, vastly bigger and more complex submarines than the Virginia-class submarines. And that in addition to Virginia-class submarines of 2.33 a year, they have to also churn out from the same industrial base the Columbia-class submarines at the rate of 1 per year. That's where the $17 billion is going into, isn't it?
Not all of it, Senator. That's not correct. It's a poor characterisation.
How am I wrong?
The $17 billion is not directly going straight into the Columbia program. What I can also tell you is the US continues to give us assurances the transfer of the Virginias are on track.
Well,
all right. Last minute to Senator Shoebridge.
You see, the problem with an assurance, you've got an assurance from the UK that's directly contrary to the considered independent report from their own Infrastructure Projects Authority. You've got an assurance from the United States that is directly contrary to the decades and decades of experience that informs the Congressional Research Service report, another independent report. On one hand, we have evidence, and on the other hand, we have bare assurances. How should the Australian public take any comfort from your assurances?
So I've tried to emphasise a number of times, Senator. First of all, with the UK, you're reading data which is old. It's data with effect 1st of March 24, and there has been a significant injection of funds in order to develop a second production line for Rolls-Royce. With the US, they've only very recently injected that money into the US SIB, and that will take a little bit of time to wash through workforce, supply chain. We too are investing in the US SIB, not just in money, but in small Australian companies that are building valves. I went there recently with the Deputy Prime Minister to see HI Fraser build the valves. They build valves for Collins. They're now in the point that Electric Boat and Huntington Inglis are going to inspect the prototypes of the valves that they've been asked to develop for US Virginia-class submarines. This is a tremendous success story, Senator.
Yeah. All right. Look, we need to move on. We are significantly behind, and I do know we need to get to the Department of Veterans Affairs. If senators have an ability to put their questions on notice or write and submit their questions to the department, so to ASA, but we do need to move on to our next witness. So
I have some questions I can't put on notice.
All right, but we'll have to suspend. So we'll suspend now. We'll have a private meeting of the committee. Thanks. All right, welcome back, everyone. Okay, so the next 15 minutes, Senator Shoebridge, you've got the call, and then ASA, you'll be free to go home. Just to let the War Memorial know that you have also been released from this evening. I'm sure they'll be very pleased with that. All right, Senator Shoebridge.
Vice Admiral Mead, can you provide details of the number of overseas visits/travel that's been undertaken by ASA staff that have used business class fares?
Is this over a specific time period?
Over this financial year?
I'd have to take that on notice. I couldn't tell you.
Is there a policy that all overseas travel is taken on business class?
The policy that we use is in accordance with the Department of Defence, and I think in accordance with Department of Finance guidelines, and that we stick rigidly within those rules.
So is all overseas travel by business class? Is that what's happened? Ms Higgins?
Senator Samantha Higgins, Chief Operating Officer at the ASA. In general, business travel is conducted overseas by business class. However, there are some instances, such as for training and exercises and attending operations, where some staff will travel economy.
All right. So in general, it's business. And what's the basis of that decision?
We are following defence travel policy.
Could you identify the defence travel policy that you're referring to?
I will have to take that one on notice.
All right. Ms Higgins, you're probably not in a position now to provide details of each trip and whether they were business or economy, but I assume you have to keep those records.
Yeah.
Yes, we'd have to take that sort of
Could-
detail on notice.
Could you provide them and then also put the cost of travel of all the international travel flights and the dates?
Yep.
Yep. Has the travel budget largely been expended for this year? Have there been any fresh directions given in relation, say, for domestic travel because of the expenditure of the travel budget?
No, I'd say we're probably where we are in the year, tracking towards our annual budget as an agency that we set at the beginning of our of 24-25.
So there's no additional approvals required for staff for travel?
Well, there is a very rigorous approval process that needs to be undertaken to travel overseas, including senior officer delegation and sign-off on the travel. And there needs to be a business case put forward in all overseas travel. It needs to be justified. There needs to be a travel program in there. There needs to be outcomes that you're looking for. All that goes to the delegate, who then makes a determination whether they approve or disapprove the overseas travel. That would include whether it's going business or economy class.
Well, have there been any fresh directions, memos, whatever, given in relation to domestic travel in this financial year? Any additional approvals required?
So, Senator, we have asked people to consider the requirement for travel, like Defence has done. They have asked people to look very carefully at the requirements to travel at all, and whether we can look at whether the numbers of people that were planning to attend a particular event all need to attend, or if we can bring that cost down.
When did you require that additional consideration?
I actually think that additional consideration has been in our policy. You know, the need, the requirement to do travel, whether it could be conducted by other means, or if, you know, the size of the travelling party is required for business needs. So I don't think that's a new policy. It's always been the perspective that we've taken, and as a Section 23 delegate under the PGPA Act would take, to deem that the expenditure on travel is efficient, effective, ethical and economical.
So do I take it from your evidence that there have been no additional approvals required in relation to domestic travel this financial year?
Senator, if I may, Mr Tim Hodgson, Deputy Director General Technical, given the wide distribution of my team both in Melbourne, Adelaide, Western Australia and Canberra primarily, I have requested my teams to seek approval before travelling domestically in groups to attend meetings when they can be done by other purposes. That is just done by the basis of an email to justify that, and it's just an additional means of managing the travel budget.
So when did you send that email, Mr Hodgson?
I have to take an exact date on notice, I'm afraid.
And what triggered it?
Just the need to manage our budget as we were looking forward to significant engagement in the design review process for SSN AUKUS as we move forward. We need to make sure that we can prioritise the budget accordingly.
All right. At the time you sent your email, had your travel budget come under particular pressure?
Not under pressure, but I think we were looking ahead and forecasting the demand in the future was going to exceed if we didn't manage the budget more effectively. So that is all about making sure that we prioritised accordingly.
And so were there...
We have no desire to spend 24 hours in an aircraft travelling to Washington or to London. The vast majority of work that we do is via VTC with US and UK. I think I did over a dozen VTCs with US people this week, all different hours. There are some meetings where we all get together that are done face to face, and there are some places that we go to that we need to actually talk to the people and visually see the facilities themselves, because they are similar facilities that we're going to build in Australia.
Ms Higgins, I assume not only do you keep records of the flight costs, you also would keep records of the total cost for each of these trips, is that right?
Including allowances and
accommodation.
Yes, yeah.
Could you also provide that on notice as well for the trips this financial year?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, Senator, is that for all travel for every employee in this organisation?
I asked for international travel, that's what we're talking about, Ms Higgins.
Just trying to clarify.
Yeah, it's the same data set I'm asking about.
Okay.
Yeah.
For the financial year, Senator.
Yes.
Yes.
Vice Admiral Mead, you would have seen the concerns raised by the ASIO Director General about efforts for espionage directed at the AUKUS project. Did you see those comments?
Yes, Senator.
And the need for extreme vigilance for the protection of sensitive information related to the AUKUS projects?
Yes, Senator.
Has there been any breaches of security for sensitive documents by the ASA?
I'm not aware of any, but I'll hand over to the Deputy Director General Technical, whose area security comes under him, but I'm not aware of any.
All right. Well, I've had very real concerns raised with about a thing called Foldergate, and some details about Foldergate, about a folder of top secret documents that were left on a flight.
I can categorically refute any top secret documents being left on the flight, Senator.
Any secure documents being left on a flight and then having to be recovered afterwards? Has that
Take that on
happened?
notice, please, Senator.
Well, is there concerns about a thing called Foldergate, about
I've never
secure documents being left on a flight? I think it might have been a flight back from the US to Australia. Does this ring a bell?
I'll take that on notice, please, Senator.
Well, are you aware of secure documents being left on a flight?
I've taken the issue on notice, Senator, please.
Were you aware of officials being called by Qantas to have to come and secure documents that have been left on a flight? Are you aware of that
the
happening?
witnesses already provide you an answer to that.
Are you aware of that happening? Does that trigger a bell, Mr. Hodgson?
The witnesses already provide you with an answer.
Vice Admiral Mead, have concerns been raised with you about secure documents having been left on an aircraft, a commercial aircraft?
I'm not aware of that, but I need to take that on notice.
All right. If such a thing had happened, Vice Admiral Mead, you would expect to be notified about it, wouldn't you?
Depending on the level of the breach and the type of documents that were involved.
Ms Hodgson, is that your area of expertise? Is that your area of responsibility within the organisation?
I look after security as well as technical aspects, yes.
All right. Well, have any incidents like that been brought to your attention?
I beg your pardon?
Have any incidents of that nature been brought to your attention?
I'll take that on notice.
I'm certainly not aware of any top secret documents being left lying around. We have a very rigorous process in the ASA on material of that type.
Well, are you aware of any AUKUS-related documents that were confidential being left on a flight?
I'll take that on
And that's what you've also taken on notice, Mr
This question has
Hodgson?
been asked about 5 times now, and on each occasion it's been dealt with in the same way.
You've got 2 minutes left, Senator Shoebridge.
What are the... Has anyone been faced any disciplinary action for having breached confidentiality requirements? Ms Hodgson?
Coming from him.
I'm going to take that one on notice as well, just to check.
All right. I look forward to the answers. Thanks, you.
Thank you. On that note, thank you very much, Vice Admiral, to you and the team.
Thank you, Chair.
We'll see you next time.
Looking forward to it.
Have a good night. All right, on that note, we'll suspend very briefly and we'll have our next witnesses being the Australian Signal Directorate. Okay. All right. Welcome back, everyone. And I'd now like to welcome Abigail Bradshaw, CSC Director General of the Australian Signals Directorate. Good evening, DG. How are you and your team?
Really well,
thank you. Good. Now, do you happen to have an opening statement? Because if you do, would you be able to table it for us so we can get straight to questions?
I do not have it.
Oh, fantastic. All right.
Table, Senator.
Well, on that note, I'm going to hand over the call to Senator Patterson, who has some questions for you.
Thank you, Chair, and sorry for keeping you waiting, Director General, and I hope not to detain you for too long this evening. Just a couple of quick questions. You might have seen, or you might be aware, the Department of Home Affairs, in response to questions I asked them on Monday, disclosed that ASD had briefed the Minister for Home Affairs about the national security risks associated with Chinese-made electric vehicles. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator, it is. I don't believe this microphone's working.
It's working.
Not very well. It's a bit soft, but yes, thank you. And did you just brief him in a generic sense about the risks of Chinese-made electric vehicles, or specifically about his own personal vehicle?
Both, Senator.
Okay. What mitigation advice did you offer the Minister for Home Affairs to protect him from any risks that vehicle poses?
Senator, the advice which we provided to the Minister is consistent with the advice that's available to the public on cyber.gov.au and contained in our advisory titled Tips to Secure Your IoT Device, which was first published in 2020 and republished in an updated version in 2023, and a variety of other advisories that are available. They include measures such as applying regular updates to ensure that software is updated and patched, turning off unnecessary features. So, in other words, minimising the level of telemetry which is shared and the accessibility of telemetry accessing applications within the vehicle. And of course, in a non-technical sense, minimising the extent to which sensitive information is shared both on devices but also verbally whilst in the vehicle.
Mm. So those are what you call mitigations, things which reduce the risk. Wouldn't it be better just to remove the risk by not using a Chinese-made electric vehicle?
Senator, the ASD's role is not to prohibit the use or regulate or rule out or provide policy advice on accessibility to devices or technology, but rather to give an outline of the risks which are associated with various technologies and the extent to which those can be mitigated. Whether they are ruled out is a matter for policy and regulatory agencies, and on a personal matter, it is a risk which we hope that the user in an informed way engages with.
Yes, you are right. Ironically, your role is technical advice. That's appropriate. It's Home Affairs' role to make policy decisions, and that's the irony of this situation we find ourselves in because of the Minister's personal decisions. Did you advise the Minister about whether or not it's advisable to connect either his work device or any personal devices to the vehicle?
Senator, we would have provided advice as to the risks associated with connecting any IoT device to the vehicle. I would have to take on notice whether we made a distinction between personal and work devices. So I would need to take that on notice, but my sense is that those distinctions would have been made, and the nature of a issued device would by definition include government or sensitive or classified information.
Yes, obviously a work device is going to be more sensitive than a personal device, particularly if you're the Minister for Home Affairs and Cybersecurity. But is it the case that a foreign intelligence agency might be interested in information that's stored on the personal device of a senior politician?
Yes, Senator, and by sensitive information I refer in the way that DG Burgess did yesterday, both to classified material, which should absolutely not be connected, but sensitive in the sense that any information which is private or personal or could be used for leverage should be limited and confined in terms of devices, and that was the nature of the advice which we gave.
Yes, and obviously the reason why you wouldn't want to make that material available to a foreign intelligence agency is that they could use that as part of an intelligence strategy. They could use that to coerce someone, for example.
Yes, Senator.
What has your advice been to the Minister more broadly about the risks posed to other Australians by connected vehicles like these?
Senator, our advice has been consistent with that contained in the public-facing documentation, which is contained in those advisories. As I mentioned, tips to secure your IoT